let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 We gotta
just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on me roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your life. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love me,
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death, there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around rational roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You had it coming. You had it coming. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had it coming. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around rational roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. this time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out.
don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause your rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes your face
staring out at an April snow, and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. Or do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
You got me caged like an animal, sinking like a cannonball, living in hell on this earth every day, feeling the debts of the tide I repay. Oh, look what they done to me. I'm half the man I used to be. Lined up in silence and lonely walls, stench of the bleachers, I'm knocked down the hole. No, I wish I had never been born. I'm sick of all these shackles and chains. You got me sleeping on the smoker floor. There's miles and lots of every thought. I think that I got what it takes. 4 hours in and I'm ready to break. Mama couldn't bear to see, couldn't even look at me. Stuck in the middle of killers and blame. But how can I judge if I'm clearly the same? Oh, I wish I had never been cold. I'm sick of all these shackles and chains.
I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little?
You can take these bones and break them into pieces now to make my soul and cast me out in the sea. Gotta fix this head I'm in before it spins so far out of control before I lose it all. Could this better than the devil you know?
叠了100，这边直接抓
几何的玩几何的，但是有一个小兵在塔里先顶了一下塔，但是后面的话看下一个 E 什么时候刷好，有闪要开始博弈了，但是这边一闪跟上 W 先 Q 滚上。
这是黄帽开团，旁边有个绕风，有个369，凯南 这波肉后非常有机会，先去找安卓的麻烦，安卓第一时间就被电麻了，很痛苦。女枪打到吼的位置还不错，但是赵信哥横扫前军，直接打这个女枪是吧？
直接到货了，小明。
小明这波上来要开这个闪现，一直击到了后方，放这里被秒了，龙潭多少引发大招直接来了，疾跑，这波看到了，左边 B5开始一个眼2个 TP， 阿斌要守，但是要守2守3个人，前接整就开通，一下这边感觉有了，应该是偷掉了，哇 B5。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in to what is only the second day in a row of LPL playoffs. We had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a hiatus.
Tiny one, yeah.
Tiny little one. I am Oshin. I am joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox. I'm going to keep that one going, by the way. Yeah, I'm so happy with that one, by the way. And we are going to be bringing you today's action, but we had a great game yesterday as well.
Oh my lord, what a series. V5, anyone who didn't catch it, got knocked out of the upper bracket.
I was like, what?
No, knocked out completely.
Yeah.
We are at double elimination now, so they are in the lower bracket, but the manner in which it happened, a reverse sweep with Top Esports taking it 3-2.
I mean, this is the Top Esports enigma. One day they look absolutely in this series, game 1 and 2, they didn't look like a good team that should be top 4, and then
Game 1 they got crushed, right?
Yeah.
And then even Game 3, when they start the comeback, was a 40-minute slugfest. It was close. It was an absolute fight. And I remember watching it and thinking, I don't know if they have 2 more of this sort of level in them. And they just continue to step up. And it was fantastic.
Great to see Knight finally hitting back to 2021 form. Jackie Love, Tien.
That Lee Sin game.
Tien, I think he was 6. Yeah, I think he was 6-0 at 14 minutes, which is absurd to think about. That's the Lee Sin in your solo queue that you're like, oh god, I don't want to deal with this. But that is what happened yesterday. You can see on the bracket on your screen, Top Esports moved to our winners final. V5, they got their one chance. They've used up their one life. They are now in the lower brackets. They will face the loser of today's match, which is going to be RNG versus JDG. And this game in particular, it's going to be an interesting kind of concept because right now we haven't seen RNG play in over 3 weeks.
Yeah, it has been a long time. It's obviously a new patch, which, you know, the same thing happened with V5, where there was speculation how we're going to see this team change. But I think RNG, you know, they've been a very strong team throughout the season. At the end of the split, there was a couple of upsets that came in. They lost to WE. There were some question marks. And I feel like they have a very clear identity when we saw them play. I am really curious to see how much that has shifted because undoubtedly the team's been practicing pretty heavily. And coming into this situation, they have information on JDG. They're going to see a full 5-game series of them up against Weibo. They should be well prepped for this.
Yeah, well, we're well prepped as well. We'll see how good that prep is. We look at what RNG are like, how they came into this regular season, and how they are going to be starting off this playoffs. Because looking at these guys, you look at the 3 main carries of this team. It is Xiaohu, of course, and then Gala and Ming in that bot side.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like these 3 are the ones that they typically play around. But I feel like Gala and Xiao are the ones that want to get ahead. Ming is so instrumental, especially when he pairs up on Wei and finding the leads. But I think the big thing when I think of this team is how heavily they lean towards that Herald, right? They have the 2nd highest first Herald rate in the league. They were second only to EDG, who obviously knocked out now. And their first tower rate, 74.4%, which puts them first. Often, they'll secure that Herald, they'll contest at 8 minutes, they'll look to utilize that. Often mid or bot, sometimes top if the opportunity arises, but it's the fact that even if they don't go for the Herald, because there's some scenarios obviously it's not really possible, they'll look to cross map, they'll look to get plates for Gala, they'll look to get him ahead, and that kind of leads to the next point, getting Gala going.
Yeah, getting Gala going. He has been instrumental in that bot side. Like you said, we were actually discussing this a little while ago where you were saying Herald priority can very heavily lean into how your bot lane priority is going and getting that for your team, freeing up the likes of Ming to roam around with his jungler and get Gala to a point of which he is powerful is so instrumental to how they play.
I think you just see that, right? Goal difference of 15 first for Gala, pretty high CS difference, and then also that first dragon percentage. They will, even though they go for the Herald, they'll often pick up an early dragon. They'll often, once they start putting the pressure down there, look to chain it together, and it really comes down to building up significant gold leads for that bot side. Xiaohu also one of the highest goal differences at 15 for mid laners.
Yeah, we got to talk about Xiaohu, the Emperor of Spring. This man went from top, one MSI, back to mid, and is honestly only second to someone like Rookie and maybe third to Knight, but it is, the man is just so good in that mid lane.
And I think what's fantastic about Xiaohu is we've obviously seen some amazing individual performances in the mid lane. I feel like the series between D5 and Top Esports was another example of Knight and Rookie going head-to-head. But Xiaohu is so clever in the way he can sort of set up plays. Often we talked about the Herald usage from RNG, and that opens up, you know, okay, they're going for Herald bot, let's target top, and Xiaohu will really intelligently read that. He'll shadow top lane, he'll look to counteract, and make it very difficult to cross-map against RNG. And I think if RNG get to play their game, they are so hard to deal with.
Absolutely. You mentioned cross-mapping against him. Look at the champions that he tended to lean towards in the regular split. Vex, semi-global ultimate, can engage from a very long range. You know, the Galio, the Rise, things that can get around the map very, very quickly and have those big impacts when they arrive.
I think all 4 of them are champions you absolutely do not want to see turn up.
Nope.
When you end up going for that for the dive in the top lane or in one of those side lanes. I think as well it kind of goes back to the Corki we saw a lot from Xiaohu in the split, because firstly, the package was an 8-minute timer, which is perfect for Herald. Secondly, also, you know, you pick up the package, you don't need it on the side of the map you're playing as your strong side, so then you go and cover the other side of the map. It just really came together well, and despite the fact Corki's been pushed out of the meta, they still very much stuck to this style.
Yeah, they really did, and we can see some of the clips of how they utilized, how they worked around their priorities, and again, it's small little things as well. Having Ming on hard engaged, tanky supports does lean a lot more into it, and they're not afraid once they know the full information of going into teams.
Yeah, and I think what's really strong with this lineup is how they handle team fights. I think very good at target selection and just moving forwards as a unit, picking them off. We saw in this example in their series against EDG, where EDG thought they could get an isolated pick, and the team very quick to respond to that and look to punish. And I think Xiaohu as well, there's so many clips that you can just highlight with him. The Vex has been spectacular. He's had fantastic Corki games as well. Just been an absolute pleasure. And for a player as much as, you know, Xiaohu was a storied mid laner and then was a storied top laner, it shouldn't be a surprise for him to come back and be so good, but still, he just really delivered.
It's crazy to think that he has won MSI in 2 different roles. That's kind of nutty to think about. A guy is just on a freight train in terms of his, you know, his ability to be able to carry his team. And we look at some of these plays and we talk about how they're playing around the team fight, how they're looking to try and set up these fights. RNG have been, for the last 2 years, an incredibly intelligent team. The macro of this team, the cross-mapping, as you mentioned earlier, has been so pivotal to just kind of shore up the slight weaknesses they may have in certain aspects of their game.
And this is just a great example of the Herald play, right? They set up the Herald, snap engage, they use those tools, they start the fight, they get the Herald. Now that's the thing, once you give a tool like Herald over to RNG, they can snowball the game so effectively and find an advantage. And this is an example. This is Bin in this situation who ends up protecting his bot lane here, but we often see both solo laners who will very intelligently use things like TP or their roam timings or global ultimates to assist when, you know, the enemy team tries to apply pressure. And that's why they're such a difficult team to play against, is they don't even let you cross map, they don't let you trade, they just try and keep everything for themselves.
Yeah, and again, looking towards RNG, we're going to see if this trend tends to stick. I said they've been this kind of style of team for the last 2 years, be it Xiaohu in the top or in mid, so we're pretty confident they're going to be like that. But again, new patch, new setup, 3.5 weeks
yeah.
of prep time. They've had plenty of time to think about it. But let's look at the other side of this. Let's look at JDG, who we have seen in the playoffs right now, and they went the full 5 games against Weibo, and we can have a little bit of a recap of that series, because it wasn't a pushover. It wasn't super easy for JDG. They were made to work.
Yeah, and I think particularly what was fantastic about it was, unlike yesterday where we saw the reverse sweep, this was just a battle game by game. We ended up seeing JDG spectacular team fighting in game 1, I think is a big thing to say, but it was answered back in game 2, and it really felt like an absolute battle to find any advantage possible. We saw trade-offs between the mid lane, a lot of Veigar and Ahri, where, you know, we'd see game 1, Yagao has the Veigar and Angel has the Ahri, and then they got flipped on their head, but it was such an instrumental pick, and I think that's an interesting thing, is we almost saw like this own little meta be developed in this series, where the Veigar was so instrumental for those team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, you look at this JDG versus Weibo, I think a lot of people would have expected to see Weibo come back into it. Sadly for them, though, their form was very much on the dip. They weren't really clicking as much. And on the other side of that, JDG, they've been going from strength to strength. They have, on the back half of this split, looked very convincing. Kanavi has been looking exceptional in that jungle and really has looked like the 2020 team that went into back-to-back finals.
Yeah, and what I will say is that despite the fact that I had a lot of question marks about Weibo with their form towards the end of the split, in this series they looked pretty convincing, right? There were definitely mistakes, but I feel like in a series as close there is going to be, obviously, but it felt like it was a bit of a return to form, and despite the fact they got now knocked out, they really put their all into it. It did feel like one big thing was 369 getting counter pick against the Shy. 4 games out of 5 his team gave him counter pick. The only time the Shy got to pick later was in game 5, and his Aatrox didn't really work out too well. But this Lucian game was a perfect example of 369 just being able to massively snowball a lead he found in the laning phase.
And that's going to be huge in this series. Someone we actually haven't talked about when we were bringing up RNG at all was Bin. I don't believe we actually mentioned his name once out of one replay. And for 369, having that priority on the cannon, having that idea of getting that counter pick, and it's just going to work so well for the side of JDG and getting themselves in such an advantageous position to try and just, as you say, run the map and get the control out of RNG's hands.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we can sort of talk about quite heavily, especially in these last 2 clips, is Kanavi and 369. I think their ability to play around the top lane early, and particularly Kanavi, is such an active jungler in the early levels, which is why I think going up against RNG, moments like this, the team working together in unison to challenge the enemy jungle will be so instrumental if they're going to succeed.
And the higher you go in these playoff matches, the more you have to be a cohesive unit, the more you have to just cover absolutely every single angle. You can't have a bad game. Like this, bot lane, unfortunately for side of Weibo, just had an off game, and Missing and Hope capitalized. Again, not exactly the highlight of JDG, but something that was so instrumental for them to be able to win that 3-2.
Yeah, so let's hone in more onto the win con for JDG. And really, I think we talked about this before. Actually, I think we're going straight to
No, we got no time. We had too much prepped. We had too many things going on. We are going to jump straight into game. Press the button. Game start. That's what we got to do. Twitch chat will always complaining about us not pressing the game start button. But we are going to be jumping straight into picks and bans. RNG versus JDG. As we jump in now, RNG are the higher seed. They have opted to go for the blue side in game 1. We're going to see the Zoe, the LeBlanc, the Veigar. So much priority onto Yagao in this first stage of bans.
Yeah, really heavy bans. And I like this because I feel like he's had spectacular performances in all 3 of those so far throughout the split, and also in playoffs. The Veigar was a big one. What's interesting is JDG actually banning the Zeri, because they didn't ban this at all against Weibo, and Weibo picked it, right? They let it go open. They let them take it. They are going to target that here. Nautilus also taken away. This is something that RNG love to pick up, but they will get that Ahri. Hecarim, though, still available. To see if JDG want to prioritize that.
And I really do like this from RNG right now. They're basically saying, look, we banned out 3 mid laners. We're going to first pick our mid lane. We want the priority. We want something that can work well for Xiaohu. And again, he is the catalyst for what this team is. Xiaohu is the heart and soul of how everything in RNG works. So getting him that priority on something as powerful as the Ahri that can roam around and get that side lane pressure, huge for the side of RNG.
Especially when you banned away the likes of Veigar and LeBlanc picks, you often see into it. We do see the Lee Sin coming in for Kanavi, who's hovering the Viego. I much prefer this. I want that activity early. Now for RNG, the 2 junglers in my mind are probably Viego, or Volibear is a great option if you want to counteract that early pressure from the Lee Sin. Hecarim's also possible. I think Hecarim and Viego sync very well with the Ahri, but clearly Wei wants to match Kanavi. He wants something to have that early pressure. We actually see the Varus come out.
I love this coming out from RNG. Very decisive and saying, look, yes, you get the Xayah, but we're not going to pick the Aphelios or the Jinx. We're going to go straight for that lethality versus lethality matchup, which I assume is going to happen. And we're going to put the Varus into Gala's hands. And this is someone, Gala has had a okay split. Not exactly exceptional, but, he is a player in my mind that when it becomes playoff time, when it becomes down to these best of 5s, he levels up. And on Varus, getting those extra resets in terms of the attack speed, being able to put down that extra poke, it can be something that can just be detrimental to JDG's comp if they can't deal with it.
And I think RNG already have fantastic single target CC can take down. That's how they like to play the team fights, good target selection. What I will say though is you sent 3 bans at Yagao and he ended up with Ryze, right? And I feel like Ryze is obviously a stellar pick in the current meta. We've seen lots of teams prioritize it. Absolutely great for Yagao, so they've managed that quite comfortably. Going to the second rotation, JDG are targeting supports. They know they'll have first priority if they want to take it and can leave counter pick 4-3-6-9, something that in the last series they looked to do very excessively.
Yeah, they look to try and just get that counter pick, get them trying, as we talked about as well, into that top side for 369. They will ban away the Kennen. I like this from RNG. Again, just covering their options and saying, look, 369, we get it. You play this. We're going to back ourselves away. And honestly, they may be able to put them in a little bit of a hole if they're able to put in a couple more bans. The Camille's already taken away. The Kennen, we could maybe even see the Gwen. We'll see how the rest of the pick bans go.
Yeah, could maybe see a Rakan ban come up from RNG as well. Something that, heavily prioritized, great with Xayah, provides some of that engage potential, because something to bear in mind is we don't really have that primary engage from JDG. Lee Sin works in a pinch, but he's better at skirmishing than sort of forcing a 5v5. especially when you're up against the Varus. So we'll see. They obviously have the option of putting another top lane ban in, but I think Rakan would make a lot of sense in my mind. And then, obviously, RNG, I expect them to be able to get counter-pick support. I expect JDG to take that support on that first pick. And then 369, I think the big thing for me was the fact that we've seen him willing to bring things out like the Lucian to ensure a really strong position. And they don't end up going for the Rakan ban, they go for the Malphite. I feel like JDG probably just take Rakan here.
Honestly, I think they're kind of pigeonholing them into taking the Rakan, because you look at the composition at JDG, like you mentioned, you've no engage. There's no real hard engage there. Ken and Malphite now taken off the board. Those are big, heavy, hard engage champions that you no longer have access to. So the Rakan is locked in there, and I think for RNG, you're okay with that particular trade-off, because like you said, you now get counter-pick into the bot side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they end up taking support in this situation. There's a lot of tools for RNG to get in. That's one of the things with the Varus is that you have that engage. So I feel like you have freedom to go in pretty much any direction you want for Ming. Typically, would love to see him on the Nautilus, but obviously that's not there. The Karma makes a lot of sense in my mind, right? You have that movement speed. You have a little laning prowess. Rakan is someone who, has a safe lane, but if you're against something with a lot of harass, he doesn't have as much threat as like a Leona Nautilus to sort of force them to sort of punish champions like Karma who want to avoid engages.
That's it as well, and not only that, but the Rakan is good when he's able to get out onto the map early, kind of get those grand entrances on top of mid lane, maybe even go towards top. But with the Karma having constant push with the Varus, means that volley Karma combination becomes even more lethal. And for RNG, they are going to go and blind the Graves. It is pretty safe given the circumstances of what has been banned away, but now you got 369 with the potential to counterpick.
Yeah, there's still Trinamir open and available. Which we have seen is the highest banned top laner currently in playoffs. Not sure if he's going to go towards it. He just ends up taking the Jace, so something that has a pretty fine matchup. The Graves is going to have priority early with Jace. Quite comfortable in that one just to scale up. And ultimately, I feel like RNG have done a lot to ensure that they have tools to contest JDG. And that's something I was concerned about, because for me, the win con for JDG was have Kanavi pop off early. You have something with Yagao who's going to have early prior. We can roam to the sides. I think JDG will be looking to snowball their Lee Sin and lean that pressure, particularly towards top lane, would be outstanding. But my concern is for RNG, bot lane. Yeah. Right, we've seen that they love to get Gala ahead. They have a Volley Bear who post level 6 spectacular at going for those tower dives, and they're just going to permanently have prior, right? Varus Karma into Zyra Khan, the poke power, the AoE is really going to be a bit of a pain point for JDG's bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I will say about RNG taking the Karma, yes, it's great. Ming's not really an enchanter player when it comes. Not the first thing that comes into mind. I think of Alistair, Nautilus, Leona. I don't really think of enchanters that can push the wave. So I'm curious to see how he'll be able to utilize that particular type of pressure and change it ever so slightly. But like you said, the pressure from RNG is going to be huge. But if you can get that Lee Sin up, if you can get maybe an early Drake, you get a good fight around the Rift Herald for JDG, this comp starts to snowball away from RNG, and there's not really a lot for them to get back into it. They don't have a hard engaged Malphite or a Kennen. They don't have big engage tools to maybe 5v5. They are looking to try and, as you say, snowball that bot, and if it doesn't work, they're up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, and I think for me, in my mind, Rise, great getting the early prio. Lee Sin as well, level 3 is a spectacular skirmisher. Whereas for the Volley Bear, I mean, he's good pre-6, don't get me wrong. But really, I think the Ahri Volley Bear, so much more power comes available to them once they hit that level 6. That's where really I think RNG, level 6, with a bot lane with prio, they can start playing around things like the Herald, which I love to do. For JDG, I wanted to come in a little earlier. I want you to look for windows. Can you find a gank mid? Can you get early prio with Yagao, lean that top maybe and punish Bin? I think there's options there, and I really feel like this is on Kanavi. And we've seen what Lee Sin can do. We saw Chan with it yesterday. More of that, please.
Absolutely. Well, no more hypothesizing, no more speculating. We are jumping straight onto the Rift. This is RNG versus JDG, second seed versus third in the LPL 2021 Spring Playoffs. And already we see RNG putting down some early vision. They need to know where Kanavi's going.
Yeah, it's vitally important in this situation to be able to track this Lee Sin. I think particularly with how bot lane, I mean, essentially, bot lane and top lane are going to be finding priority for the most part, right? Graves so good at pushing the wave because of those AoE autos. Bot lane, as we already said, gonna be able to just challenge constantly on the wave. So it gives loads of windows for Kanavi to potentially gank, which is why so important to keep tabs on him, know where he is. Ideally, what you can do here is they'll see that Kanavi is going to start top side, assuming he goes for his red after the Raptors. Gala and Ming can go for an early push and then look to bounce the wave back so they're not in a vulnerable place, or they can have Wei just path down to cover them. There's a lot of options once you have that information available.
Well, we've already seen now a bit of skirmishing in the bot side. This is, again, part for the course. We don't really expect anything else from the Karma and the Varus. They will just kind of push this wave pretty much exactly as we see it now.
I don't expect them to miss both of their abilities level 1 though.
True.
Especially
true.
with not Envision, but, you know,
they go for it. You know, we didn't use the Mantra Q'd, so they can actually kind of go for something a little bit more aggressive, a little more hammed, and that's going to be a flash have to be used by Hope. This is the priority, and honestly, JDG, they got a little bit too sure of themselves.
Yeah, I think they were kind of contest the wave a bit too much, and RNG super confident. I love the early heal from Gala to ensure, like, yes, you burn a summoner, but it means that the Ignite for missing won't do much. The big value of Ignite is cutting that healing, so it just meant that Hope gets completely chunked out, and he actually has to recall here, so
this is huge.
Such a rough spot. And critically, because RNG didn't fast push the wave there, he's actually losing so many minions. Like, the wave is going to push eventually, but minions are just dying as Hope is in base. This is spectacular for RNG.
Oh, and this is get Gala going. This is exactly what we talked about, the priority that they put in towards this bot side that can lead into Dragons, Herald, and plays around the map. And you wanted to see it post 6. We are seeing it pre-level 2 right now, and already Wei recognizing that he might have an opportunity here, but he's going to be spotted out on awards. So good knowledge or good feelings from JDG to recognize they're probably going to get dived.
Yeah, the critical thing here for Wei is that he's there to assist his bot lane, right? When the wave is built up like this, the worst case scenario would be Kanavi finding a route in and then them looking for the engage with missing and finding a gank. So because he's here, he's able to allow them to crash the wave. He will be spotted with Kanavi there. This wouldn't be a dive you want to go for, and he might be in trouble.
He might have to flash here. Yep, going to have to use a summoner. Oh, he's going to try and turn this one
my
around,
lord.
though. A lot of damage will eventually flash over the wall, but flash has to be used by missing as he was about to get hit by a piercing arrow to the heart. And that is, again, good pressure. We talked about a little bit in our pregame about how JDG love to play towards topside. We didn't get to see the clips or anything like that, but they are topside titans. They are guys that love to link in 369 and Kanavi. But when your bot lane is hemorrhaging this much, you have to babysit. You can't prioritize any other
playing
lane.
support right
He's
now.
9 CS!
Yeah,
9!
Look, they literally have Kanavi playing support. He's literally just sitting there babysitting Hope because it's going so horrifically. And Wei as well. I think what was fantastic is that you were even saying you think he was going to flash out. I thought he was going to flash out, but instead looked for that window to turn the trade around a bit, burn more summoners from missing and force his reset. Now we do see some heavy trade in the top lane, but you know, I expect no one to garner too big of an advantage unless, you know, I mean, maybe if 369 hit that shock blast. But either way, just spectacular play. And look, missing still level 1.
He's still level 1. How do you even do that? How do you even play this right now? This is just such an oppressive start right here from RNG. And this is not what I expected to see in the 2v2. I expected it to be very much a hotly contested. I think both these bot lanes are very, very similar in terms of their skill level. But it's just RNG are smacking them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why you have to be so cautious about blinding Rakan. Because we've seen it before. I specifically remember early in the split, we had Hung pick Lulu into a Rakan, and they just bullied it out of the lane. Just isn't able to function. And the thing is, if you have something like a Leona or Nautilus, you can't do this as easily because they have so much kill threat in the 2v2. But realistically, unless you massively misplay, you're not going to find a 2v2 kill, even if you're even here for JDG pre-6. And on top of that, if you go in with a W on Rakan, all Karma has to do is shield the target, the movement speed gets them out of it, and then suddenly you're in trouble. You have no threat, and as we saw level 1, they traded back so heavily.
Very strong start from RNG. JDG, though, they haven't lost any lives yet. They are just falling a little bit behind. I will say, despite the scoreline being 0-0 across the board, that advantage of about 800 gold is purely in the bot side. It's nothing else. But we can have a look at everything else. We did see a reset coming in from the side of Bin and 369. Funny enough, actually, Bin kept his TP, whereas 369 immediately used his. So we are going to see maybe a little bit of priority in that top side go towards the Graves. And again, mid lane, waiting for those level 6s to be hit. They are just finally being hit. So you have Realm Warp, you have Spirit Rush. Let's see what either of these mid laners can do now.
Yeah, and often we see RNG go for a dragon about this point, right? They pick it up about this point of the game, and then they use the they then can reset, get Prio bot, and then swap up towards that Herald on the top side. So pretty par for the course they end up going for this one. You can see Wei starting off right. We have Ari with level 6. We have the bot lane who have reset a Dirk already for Gala. Means no real contest can come for this. And this is just perfect for RNG, right? They are not the most kill-heavy team in the early game. Very much around securing those neutrals and still accruing gold leads in the lane. So they get that first dragon. That's a tick in my book. And now we look towards the Herald in a minute 40. With the amount of pressure and prio they have in the bot lane, RNG can very freely just swap their bot lane up top and look to contest. Oh, they're looking for a bit of contention now, but looks like Missing will just get out. But as I was saying, they can easily swap their bot lane top and look to contest that Herald. And JDG are kind of trapped because if they try and swap their bot lane up there, and let's say hypothetically Gala stays bot, he will just take so many plates.
Yeah, he'll just be able to take the tower. It's already down to nearly 3 plates already. They've almost got that second one purely off of their own back as we see a little bit of a trades in the top side. And again, despite the the ideas that JDG probably wanted to come into this game with, they can't really execute on them. Yes, you got counterpick into topside with the Jason to the Graves. It's kind of a pseudo counterpick, just more priority more than anything else. But you would have loved to see this Lee Sin do stuff early. Like you mentioned, get it snowballing, get the moves going. But it just can't be done in this environment. You have to be constantly bottle side because you'll just hemorrhage.
I mean, look what's happened. We now have 14 CS difference between the junglers. Kanavi hasn't been able to make anything happen. He's level 5 to Wei's level 6. Simply because of the amount of pressure come down. And now, level 6 from Volibear, so easy to dive here.
Yeah, you can't stay here. You have to walk away. The Spirit rushes over the wall. They're going to try and burn as many summoners as they possibly can. And there's nowhere for you to go. 2 birds, 1 stone. That's 2 kills to RNG.
Yeah, just flawless play. And that's the power that I was talking about. The Volibear Ari post 6, you lean into a side, and there is just absolutely nothing you can do. And you look at the top side, right? Kanavi is stealing away some camps. But Bin, he has plenty of wave clear at the moment. He doesn't seem too concerned. And even, in fact, there might be time for resets to come out. Wei and Xiao, who are back on the map, no opportunity for JDG to go for a dive. They are going to look towards that Herald, but they might even be in contest. Actually, you see the bot lane, as I said. RNG love their Heralds. They aren't going to let this one go without a fight.
They have a 6th sense, and they know something's going on. This is a level 4 hope and missing going in to try and contest this one, trying to help out their team as much as they possibly can. Wei, though, with no ult, is a little bit of a sitting duck. Just about got it off cooldown, but it's not enough, and that is a rare mistake from RNG in their macro play, just not respecting the rotations from JDG.
Yeah, and I think this is a smart one from JDG. If they gave over the Herald as well to RNG, it'd be a bit of a disaster. But just critically, oh no, Yagao.
He might be in a lot of trouble here. The tether nearly goes on. He had to flash there. We see another flash being burnt on top side. So the map has been split open. JDG, I like this from them. They're saying, look, we can't continue in standard laning phase. We have to move around the map. Otherwise, we're just going to completely lose everything. I like the play towards the top side. Yes, they're sharing the gold and the experience, but it's something.
Yeah, and you know, I'm actually going to say it, right? Because I talked a bit before how if JDG went top side for the Herald, you could see the side of RNG just take plates bot. But RNG, sometimes to their fault, are so heavily focused on the Herald, they go topside right, they move the Varus up, and for a lot of time, Gala hasn't really been doing anything. He went mid, picked up some CS there, but now he's heading towards bot, and that tower is still fairly healthy in the bot lane.
It's going to be a 4v4, though. They're going to go for the full fight, and that's Hope dead and buried. They're going to have the TP coming in from the right, so it's going to be another native 4v4. Remember, you don't have the Varus here as the charm goes wide. Kanavi trying to see if he can stay alive. One more Mantra Q will be tanked by JDG as they keep themselves alive, but you've had to commit everybody up towards that top side, and Gala's free hitting bot.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't got to the tower yet. I think that's the critical thing, is that JDG, trying to find these windows, they are definitely at a significant deficit and they are struggling in these fights. But I feel like RNG could have potentially gotten more if they either kept Gala bot lane or they were a bit more reserved when they came towards the Herald. They are trying to make good on that. They are trying to find these opportunities, but not quite right yet. But what I will say is this bot lane deficit is obscene right now.
It really is. And again, this is just RNG kind of smacking them with their wallets. They know they're stronger. They know that Hope and missing aren't even level 6 yet. You are so far behind right now. This Xayah is just... Yes, you can have a flash and a cleanse, but a lot of your early survivability comes from your ultimate.
Yeah, and I think JDG can honestly just be happy that they only end up losing Hope there. In the literal sense, not the metaphorical
I was going to say, like, they're not out of it yet, Ox. They don't have to lose Hope just yet.
And I mean, we can look at the bot lane. Gala already with the Eclipse in pocket. 97 CS to 48. Double the CS of his lane opponent. The level discrepancy is 2 levels up. That's the problem right now, is JDG, they kind of have to look for these cross-map opportunities.
He has flash, and he will get the knockback as well. But again, small little summoners, small little advantages, which mean that JDG have to be careful where they go. They have to make sure that they're buddying up, sending multiple people, multiple resources into areas, because they cannot risk getting caught. It's going to be a full tower solo to Gala pre-12 minutes.
Yeah, and again, I'll say maybe they could have gotten this a bit earlier if they sort of decided to just focus on that bot lane instead of swapping the Herald. We will see him, I think, pick this up before we get the Herald down from JDG. But JDG are going for a cross-map, and this is the right call when you're at this much of a deficit. You don't want to contest RNG head-on, especially not if your bot lane is involved because of discrepancy. But they'll drop the Herald top. They won't get first tower, but they'll get a bunch of plates. And I like that even though they have this massive deficit, JDG are still trying to be proactive. They're still trying to get something in the tank.
Finally, Hope has level 6. They are finally able to let the feathers fly. We will see another charge from the Rift Herald. Don't think they'll be able to get the tower, as there is a pretty stoic defense here from RNG. But again, like you said, making something happen. They're not laying down and accepting their fate. They are saying, look, we are only 3,000 gold behind. It's a lot, but it's not insurmountable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just rough because I think particularly when you look at the composition of JDG, Jace, Xayah, and Lee Sin are all champions you want to have ahead, right? If Jace or Xayah being lethality champions, they're ahead of the curve, it makes such a massive difference, right? The Lee Sin as well as a champion you want that gold investment into. So I'm a little bit concerned at this point the fact that they don't have that advantage. But there's still lots of windows, lots of opportunities, right? They hold it pretty well if they play a wide map state with the Rise. They can fish for picks on the back of that. Lee Sin on top of the Rakan, very good at like punishing targets out of position. And especially a big thing to be mentioned is Ming is playing Enchanter, right? And if you're trying to establish vision as a Karma, it can be risky. Missing a lot of health now.
Yeah, he's definitely missing a lot of health. And again, he's still not level 6. He's still missing that quickness right now. So not too concerned about that. The support generally goes a fairly long time before they are able to get that at level 6.
It's been a while.
But it's been a little while. You would expect it at 12, 13 minutes that we should be getting to that point. But
it's got it now.
We're going to got it now, but 369, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to see if they can try and catch him out. They know exactly where he is because he's after pushing the wave and he's on a little bit of an excursion, a little bit of an expedition. They actually don't know exactly where it is. This could be 369 007ing it right now.
Yeah, I think they're not committing too heavily. You can see the bot lane have just gone back mid. As much as they could just try and chase down 369. A lot of places for him to hide in the jungle. It's not really worth it, so he should be able to get... I was thinking he'd be able to get out, but they might be looking for a play mid with the flank coming in.
They have no Chain of Corruption. That's going to be a nice little bit of damage already onto Gala. The big, healthy man is dead. They are trying to push him now underneath the turret, though. 369 will fall. That will go over to Ming. It's a trade of 1-for-1. Not exactly ideal from JDG, but opportunistic.
Yeah, and they get a plate as well. I just find it amazing that 369's chased out a bot lane. Oh, they're looking for more.
Wow, that's a flash forward as they try and take down this Karma. Finally, a little bit of gold income goes over to Hope, but you got to deal now with the jungler and the mid laner. Never mind, RNG are too slow in the rotation, and we got equal kills on the board.
Flawless play, honestly, from JDG. Despite the deficit, they find this opportunity. 369 chased out of his lane, turns it into a long flank. I just feel like RNG completely caught off guard, and the execution there from JDG, excellent, honestly. The single target damage that they have between the Rise and the Lee Sin, the fact that they can lock down that target and pin them down, but here, they just really did not expect. I mean, your assumption is 369 is going to recall, right? But no, wants to turn it into a play. Obviously, does go down to the tower, but think he's kind of okay with that one. But then the confidence from Yugao to go in for the flash route, so easy. And this is why we see this combo with the Lee Sin Rise. One has the CC, one has that burst, single target execute damage.
I will say, yes, you get the kills. Congratulations, you've kind of brought the goal back by about 500-600, but you do lose mid lane priority. And RNG are stacking Drakes. That's the big question I have right now, is that you have an Infernal Soul coming in for a Graves, Ahri, Karma, Varus, and a Rift Herald going over as well. Yes, it's good from JDG, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, there's still the deficit, right? And there's still concerns, because the thing is, especially when you look at the fact that Gala is also playing a lethality champion, he is just going to, for the whole game, be ahead of the curve in terms of items. If you're playing like a lethality champion to a crit champion, you know, sometimes you can get some cheaper spikes. Manimune is super gold efficient for its cost. But when it's also Gala going a similar build path, he's just going to be doing more damage. And critically, the Varus will be doing it at a longer range than you, which makes it even more painful.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I think that the Varus kind of does a lot of what Xayah does better. But you kind of swap the ultimates out from a survive to an engage. So lots of different opportunities here for now for RNG to maybe make something work, as Ming with some cojones of steel to make sure that he didn't get caught out just there. But with the priority they now have into mid lane, this might just be a tower straight away. All 5 members of JDG are here, as RNG went for the early reset before that dragon in a minute.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll quite be able to get this tower, but just applying so much pressure here. Oh, do you see Wei looking now?
Here we go. Everfrost doesn't quite land. Yugao gets stunned up with the charm. They're going to pop down the Chain of Corruption as here goes the Volley Bear. They get 1 kill on the bin, and that's going to be another one as well. RNG finally tearing apart JDG and saying there's nowhere for you to go, nowhere for you to hide. 2 kills for Xiaohu, and this game has finally been blown open.
Yeah, I mean, RNG find a window to punish, and with a beautiful flank from Xiaohu, they look to do so.
They get an inhib turret.
Yeah, Herald as well. They can easily get this tier 2. I think they're just going to leave it after that, not too concerned about the inhibitor, but they will look for resets before that Dragon. That's one thing to be noted. There's a TP on your Gao, Kanavi are missing or respawning, Dragon in 20 seconds. They want to be back on the map, they want to get that third Dragon, and honestly at this point, one thing I will say is a lot of ults were used by RNG, but similar for the side of JDG, right? Quickness down, the kick from Kanavi. They're in a rough spot if they try and contest this.
Gao, he's on a flank of flanks right now as Wei finds him. It is going to be a level 11 rise, kind of putting down some pretty decent damage here. He's going to try and turn it back just to get the stun off. Should be able to survive, I would say that, but with the shock blast. Oh, there it is. A little bit of scorch damage right at the end, and that's going to be the jungler dead, which means you don't get this Dragon, and that's a big win for JDG. And despite RNG coming out on top in so many of these plays, it does feel like JDG have got some answers.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just don't believe in gold deficits at this point.
The Realm Warp, it's good, and it's found Gala, and that's going to be a kill coming out, but the TP is here. Now Xiaohu looking for those resets, will miss the Everfrost as he trying to land the charm. He's looking for a good opportunity to make it work as Bin is dealing with hope as he tried to make this one work. The Kanavi is almost dead, but he's on the backside. He smites to keep his health alive. This is such a scrappy fight as everyone's going, but when all things are lost, hope shall remain as JDG have somehow come out on top.
I don't know how they keep doing this. There's such a deficit. They just don't care. They don't believe in it. They consistently look for these challenges, look for these fights. It feels like RNG are being caught off guard again and again. The pick on a way into the Dragon. A lot of teams would go, we're behind. We pick the jungle, we get the Dragon and an objective buy. Fantastic, that's enough. No, JDG push for more. And yes, they're still behind, but they should be able to pick up this mid tower here, I think, with it being so low. They picked up that Dragon, which is instrumental in stopping the stacking coming out from RNG. Oh man, just stellar play considering, again, the amount, that's how far behind they were in the bot lane throughout this entire game.
Hope's 4-2-2. Hope has 4 extra kills that Gala doesn't have. Yeah. Let's have a look at the replay right here, because again, this is kind of a bit of a scrappy one, but Gala gets completely isolated and he's nowhere near support.
Yeah, and I love the fact that the Realm Warp is used so well here. You got nearly knocked out by that Blast Cone, but once they get onto this no flash Varus, nothing you can really do, and then we get Bin TPing for this extended fight, but the coordination and the gameplay in this from JDG is just stellar. You see Kanavi get a massive amount of healing using the Gold Drinker there, and then this kick that came
longsword. That's it. That's all he's down
and
right
actually,
now.
His mana is fully stacked.
Yeah, he's actually ahead of the curve technically, because it's actually about 100 mana left on that mana or Mer mana for the side of Varus.
And we're getting to the point where it's a really big spike for JDG. So critically, the Rise, you know, we talk about the tank Rise. He's starting to get tanky, right? He has the Thimble Winter, very bulky, still doing very good damage at this point of the game. And on top of that, we're close to having both 369 and Hope with that fully stacked mana immune Eclipse Spike. Still a bit of a time for 369 to have it, but both of these carries are doing a lot of damage. So yes, RNG are still up in gold, but I feel like there's a lot of strength afforded to JDG right now, which is why they're playing so confidently around that.
I mean, they have to be right now, and you talked about the single target damage. If someone gets caught, which we have seen multiple times now from RNG, one person getting isolated, moving around by themselves, not really respecting the fact that JDG could make things work, but now, as I say that, maybe a little bit of an overextension here. They're going to look for the charm. It goes right between the sticks. They get the knock-up on the Xiaohu, and Xiaohu is dead. They're going to take down the Rakan. It's a bit of a response, but Hope is shredding it right now. JDG are ahead in this game. JDG are going to turn for the Baron, and JDG are going to be able to control this map.
I mean, just what a flawless fight, and missing. He sees Xiaohu dive in and turns it around onto him, catches him on the very final Spirit Rush to get that play in. JDG this whole game fighting from a deficit, able to absolutely deliver, and can now turn this into a Baron and will finally have a gold lead.
We're going to see them now going towards that Baron, and this is just JDG. Honestly, what an incredible comeback. They played so smart. They played so respectful towards how they could, and RNG just didn't give them the same juice.
I feel like, you know, I'm even going to say this is sometimes something I've seen from RNG in particular. Like, their series against LNG game 1, they fell behind, and it just felt like they had no way of getting back. If you don't have the gold at the top of the screen, and you look at how JDG are playing, it didn't actually feel like they ever were at much of a deficit. They just honestly didn't care. Consistently looking for these opportunities. And something I want to highlight here in particular is Missing's play on this Rakan. You know, had a rough time in the laning phase, but just an absolutely flawless catch on a Xiaohu here. And you can see Xiaohu going in, and then dashes out, and just caught out on that W from the Rakan. Really flawless play. And yes, Rakan dies, but the job is done. They're able to find that. And Yagao just a complete beefcake on the front line.
I love what Hope did there as well. He initiated with his ultimate so we can get the immediate pullback, get the route down so there was no escape. Now, JDG, about 2,000 gold ahead once this tower goes down, 2 kills up, and they're going to have priority over this dragon as well. So we talked about the dragon stacking very much earlier on for RNG. This is now spiraling against them. 2 Infernal Drakes, maybe even leading to 3 or 4, is ridiculously powerful for JDG.
Absolutely. I mean, the extra AD for the likes of a Jace and for a Xayah, really stellar. And I'm still just amazed at the deficit we saw in the bot lane, and they managed to bring it back. Just deliver in such a fantastic way, but they will secure that second dragon. They still have a minute 40 on that Baron in pocket. We can see RNG looking towards that top side, trying to get this tower before the waves become too much of an issue. And ultimately, because that tier 1 is still up in the bot lane, there's no way that RNG can really defend this anyway. So JDG will be looking to stack up a wave and try and take a tier 2 on the back of this. And I feel like that will give them a pretty sizable goal lead overall.
Let's take a breath. Let's start resetting ourselves. I think this is a state of game where we have seen ourselves, probably not the way we expected to get to this state of game, but definitely something that we expected. It's still very close between these teams. JDG will have an easier time of aggressing. It is a trade, though, at the moment for the tower in the top and the tower in bot, but right now it's going to be JDG putting down a lot of hurt. They've still got a minute left in this Baron. They're going to basically take every single outer turret. As I say that, maybe they go for a little bit of an engage. Kind of difficult right now to try and stop this push. You got the cannon minions going to be able to push this one down. You have to back away.
And the problem is, right, is we talked about how the Rakan was a great tool for JDG to have that reliable engage. We often look at Ming for RNG to be that reliable engage in the later stages. He just has speed. He can speed way up, but a volley bear running at you, especially if you have someone that's available or have a way of like disengaging, isn't that effective. You're never going to pick off Hope, right, if you just have a volley bear charging him when he has the ultimate, the cleanse of the flash. Xiaohu fishes for these charms, but it's very difficult to force something for RNG. Gala does have the Chains of Corruption, so it's kind of just relying on, you know, moments like that. And Navi dodges it away. That's one less tool available.
It is one less tool available. Yagao putting down some decent damage onto Bin. His mid lane turret now under siege. Hope at a fantastic spike with the Jace. Should be able to burn down this tower. RNG, they are tickling down these health bars ever so slightly. And JDG, they don't want to overstep. They don't want to overcommit. They broke open the base. They can now back up, reset, spend that gold, and get themselves back on the map.
Yeah, but a lot of damage done, right? And we saw how well executed JDG were playing around. Even when they had a goal differential that was in favor of RNG, they're now up 3.5k, right? We've gone from a deficit to being up quite significantly. They got those 2 dragons in pocket for those extra AD. And so JDG are in a position where they should be continuing their aggression. They should be looking for windows and trying to challenge. You have 2 minutes and a bit on both of those objectives.
Oh, Bin.
Oh, 369, look, that's a lot of damage.
That's just one shock blast. I will say it is accelerated, but it is still just a shock blast. You got to be so careful right now. We'll say Bin going for a little bit more of the scaling build as well. Has gone with the Immortal Shield Bow into the Collector, most likely going towards that IE third. So is going to try and just one-shot people when he gets right up in mid lane or melee range of them. But that's a little whiles away, and you kind of need a little bit more damage right now. I feel like JDG are pumping the gears. They're pumping the iron right now, and they're feeling confident.
It's also like the thing is, he doesn't have like percentage armor shreds, so he's going to struggle to cut through the Rise, right? He already has that gargoyles.
God, Gao's huge. I never even noticed.
Yeah, he is an absolute beefcake. So he's going to struggle to cut through Rise, and I think the problem is you're never really going to be able to comfortably hit Jace or Xayah, right? Jace is going to be at distance with a shock blast. If he does come in range of you, it's because he's going to burst you. Yeah. And Xayah similarly.
He's not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in there with him.
100%. and Xayah as well, if you're in range to get rooted by the feathers, you're in a painful position. So you know, that's why sometimes we see the lethality graves, because it does work at that longer range. You either dash in for a quick burst or you use the ultimate. But we see JDG, something done fantastically this game is use the pressure from that Rise. Yagao now pushing in that top lane, and the rest of the team apply pressure mid. They'll rotate upwards, sweeping the vision out. They're going to try and crash this wave and look for this tier 2. And despite the fact that Baron is gone, it's still going to be tough to defend with it being so low. They actually have to burn the TP to try and make sure they are there and available, because they do not want to lose this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they can't. They can't lose this right now. There's so much gold they've hemorrhaged in the last 3 or 4 minutes alone. They are going to try and catch out Yagao, though, who does pop himself on top of his ultimate, or excuse me, not his ultimate, his stone plate. Hasn't used his ultimate just yet. It was the ultimate of the volley bears. They've got another charm coming out that's missing down to half HP. But again, it's so difficult. The big issue you have with the Ahri is your damage is just not as significant later on in the game when these resistances come in. The Merc Treads, the magic resistance. You're just not able to 100 to 0 people as you were, say, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, this Rise is just far too tanky, especially as the gargoyles, which you can pop to give that extra on your shield. But something I want to mention is we have 45 seconds till that dragon, right? And we just saw in that last fight, Gala ended up burning Flash. 369 in a bit of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble here. They're going to flash in on top of him and try and catch him out. He is dead. That's a key pick. These are long death timers right now. That's 50 seconds of the map. And Baron's just spawned. JDG will not have that big poke.
Yeah, I think you look for it, and you have the ability to turn if you catch someone with that Chains of Corruption. If Xiaohu can look for someone with the Charm, JDG going to have to try and respond for this. There is opportunity for Knavi to steal, right? The Lee Sin, great at stealing Barons because of that execute damage with the Smite. But this is where JDG's solid game could go out of control.
Here we go. TP coming in, but RNG are prepared. They know it's going to happen. They're going to immediately go in, so Yagao has to flash as soon as he arrives. But Gala's already dead. The Everfrost stops Xiaohu from moving as he gets his Spirit Rush to try and catch out Knavi, who's a little bit isolated from the rest of the team. But it's still a 4v4. They're trying to burst down this Lee Sin. There are the feathers going flying, and Hope turns it back. No jungler shall survive, and it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, but I mean, the big thing is 369. He was already dead, so he's going to be able to TP in. And they're actually going to look for the Baron now. RNG, this is a hard contest, so Xiaohu, no ultimate. The Ahri will be significantly subdued here.
Yeah, they're going to be significantly subdued and a lot of poke damage. Xiaohu went down to about half HP. Baron down to about a third of its own. As we see now, there's the Realm Warp coming in. They're going to try and just kind of dissuade them. It's going to be on Ming, but he can't get in position in time. They are going to try and get themselves out, or maybe they look for the fight. JDG get the Baron. They are hunting. They need to be a little bit careful, though, but Yagao is so tanky. He's such a big, beefy man that you are just intimidated, and you have to walk away, because that will happen. Karma is popped, and there's nowhere for you to run right now, Xiaohu. You need to try and get out as quickly as you possibly can. JDG will turn back for the dragon. That's going to be their Infernal Soul point, and RNG are thoroughly on the ropes.
Just again, great play coming out, and particularly Knavi. Yes, he ended up going down, but something I highlighted was the lack of flash on Gala, and he found a beautiful kick, and as soon as Gala dropped, it's like just RNG lost so much of the pressure they had coming into that one. Just really excellent player, and that's the thing, is you can play around these lack of summoners on these immobile picks, gets a Sonic Wave, they kick in as well, an easy follow-up for the rest of the team. And yes, Knavi does end up dying, but he buys so much time with the stopwatch, and then the what's it called? Gordrinker as well. He buys so much time in this play for his team to end up following up and critically killing Wei as well. They wouldn't go for that play if the enemy jungler was still alive, but because they took him down, because they traded, they felt confident on it.
Now JDG 6,000 gold up. There was a time in this game they were 3,000 gold down. This is an absurdly fantastic turnaround here in this game. And honestly, RNG have nothing. Oh, I'm stop myself very quickly here. They might try and look for an engage. Wei is dead. Wei is so damn squishy right now because he just doesn't have the resistances. He went for the Zhonya's build, which means that he just doesn't have the HP to survive. And now, with RNG going for that play, you're not really set up to defend.
That's the problem. They don't have that engage. It's literally just run at them or hope you land a Chains of Corruption or a Charm, and they're just not able to do so. So JDG will continue that pressure. We have Yagao pushing in the bot lane, but has that Realm Warp if he needs to join. And right now, 369 in particular can just look for poke, right? The Shock Blast, look at that damage.
God damn it. This is the thing. Yes, you have the Varus. Yes, the Varus is decent poke, but... Oh, very decent poke. Oh, Jesus, they got the ult out of Hope right there, but...
Two things.
Yeah.
One, Graves is a collector, so it's very close.
Yeah, very close.
And two, if that was a lethality Graves, Hope would have died.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying on that one.
There we go. I knew I could get you eventually to comment on the build. You waited for it. But yeah, again, RNG, they will survive. They will be able to continue, as I'm about to sneeze.
He did sneeze, I can confirm.
Yeah, just needed a second there. But RNG are still in this game. However, JDG, how do you take them down? As you said, you need pick potential, but it's so unlikely. I just don't see it coming happen unless there's a massive mistake in positioning from JDG.
Well, I think as well, Missing has played this game so spectacularly because the thing is, it is a squishy pick for the Ricard. If you get caught by CC, you'll just go down. There's the Charms, there's a Chain of Corruption, there's even a stun for the Volley Bear. If any of those connect with you, you will just go down. But whenever he's been looking for Warden or contesting areas of the map that they don't have control of, he's been just, darting back and forth, making sure they can't connect, using his mobility. And it's not like he's just played defensive, he's played passive. You can see on the screen right now, he plays aggressive for that vision, but they still just haven't been able to find him. And he is the target, ideally, that RNG would like to be able to connect some CC on to try and get that pick, but it's just not happening right now. And JDG going to try and keep applying that pressure.
Gonna look for it in the top side. Baron has subsided, but they are still looking to try and take down this tier 3. See Yagao now pushing forward, unafraid, just putting down so much work onto Bin. Bin can't trade this back right now. He's gonna get taken out if he doesn't go stasis straight away. So that's his Zhonya's all of a sudden taken off the board. They are going to use the Realm Warp, bring some minions towards this top side, and they're just stretching RNG, pulling them in different directions. RNG are struggling to keep it together.
Yeah, and there is some good poke coming down from Gala, but the ult comes in, but no charm connecting from Xiaohu, and now that's a big tool not available. JDG feels so confident.
They feel so confident. Wei does go golden to try and keep himself alive. Has to use his ultimate defensively, and we talked about how they don't really have engaged. Now even less engaged with the Volibear having to ult away as Gala loses half his health bar from one accelerated shock blast, and JDG, they may look for the end right now.
Yeah, I mean, they can just keep applying the pressure. People are having to reset from RNG. There's a super minion. They are pushing down.
Oh my god, there's so much damage there onto the Nexus turrets, and they're not going to overstep. There's a minute until the Dragon Soul spawns. They know that they have everything going for them. They just need to dot their I's, cross their T's, and they should be able to come out of this game with a win.
It's so difficult to approach, because now JDG are going to sweep out a lot of this vision towards the Dragon and then go for a reset. And the critical thing is, if RNG ever face check in, the threat of things like the shock blast coming out from the fog of war, so hard to dodge when you don't see it coming, and the damage,
oh my god,
it's obscene. And this is, bear in mind, they just picked up a bunch of gold there as well. This is pre-reset. They're still doing so much. And missing again, just dodging every charm that comes out. He's so confident on this pick.
Yeah, Xiaohu might be trying to maybe think of a name change right now with these. Oh, as I say that though, they find a pick, and that's missing dead.
Praised him too much.
You praised him too much. They miss it now on this particular support, but Xiaohu, is he going to get caught out here? He does miss the charm again. But it's a 5v4. RNG, this is your best moment. This is your only moment because some super minions are pushing into the base. You can see they've got 2 TPs. They could look for the end.
Well, it looks like Xiaohu's going to reset, and then he has to TP to join the team if he needs. Do you see 369 hovering out of vision so they can look for it? But I think the commit is going to be onto this Dragon. If they get the soul, it's going to be even harder for RNG, so they're fishing to try and contest this one.
Here we go. 4,000 HP onto the Dragon. Wei has to go in with the ultimate. They're going to try and burst it out, and it's taken by the Varus. It only gives you a little bit of a respite, nothing more. Here we go. Kanavi gets the kickback, but maybe he gives his life. No, he had the GA, so he's totally fine with that one. And Hope is aggressive. Hope knows how powerful he is. He said, you bully me in the early game. Now it's my time to shine.
Double TP coming in. They're going straight for the end, and RNG, Gala's in trouble.
Gala is in a lot of trouble, but he's got a lot of damage. That's Kanavi dead. Now you're only got yourself 2 people to defend.
There's a Jace in your base.
There's a Jace in your base with a Rise as well. They both TP'd in. You have to try and get there somehow, some way. They will have been. They have got the 2 auto attackers. It's big damage here from RNG, but they've got a lot of minions to deal with.
Oh, Gala's up for the poke here.
He's got a little bit of it, but it's going to be so difficult. They're going to be able to take down the Nexus turret number 2. There's a great charm coming out as well, and that's going to be game 1. JDG. How do you come back from that?
It's just so crazy to me. I was like, I want to see Kanavi being active early, and let's be real, the early game was a mess.
Oh,
right?
It was awful. It wasn't even a mess. It was awful.
They got bodied bot lane. RNG, they got the first Dragon, they got the first, they didn't get the first Herald, but they won the fight around the Herald, and it just felt like, things were going how they wanted to go. And then JDG, I think what was beautiful is how they played around the pressure in the side lanes, right? Yagao would push up, and then sort of Realm Warp in to assist the team, go for those flanks. And just the fact that they played as if they didn't care that they had a goal deficit.
Yeah.
And I think what's hilarious is that we saw first rotation, 3 bans towards Yagao.
And he still got Rise.
And he got Rise, and he was massive on it. I think RNG, you had 3.5 weeks to prep for the series. I feel like I probably, it's already gone out the window a little bit because that strategy just didn't work.
Yeah, there's a little bit of honestly, that's a little bit of a tilter for me right there. That is a unfortunate loss because, again, in the early game, for all intents and purposes, everything went your way.
That's the problem, because I feel like if you get crushed in the early game, you're like, Cole, it's a best of 5.
Whatever. Yeah, we flipped bot lane for some reason, and we messed up.
If JDG had lost that series, they could have easily said, okay, too much pressure on the bot lane, it's fine, we go and actually change up the draft. I think the fact RNG got such a big advantage and were unable to capitalize, it's really rough, and I think the mid game from JDG was honestly just absolutely stellar.
Yeah.
That's something you can't just tick a box and fix. It's not something that RNG can just suddenly answer at a whim. So not a great start for the series.
Don't lose advantage.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Maybe the strategy is don't have a gold lead and then you can't lose it.
I mean, that's the V5 way, They tend to win from a goal deficit more often than not. But yeah, it's fantastic win from JDG. Really love the resilience, really love the tenacity to say, like you mentioned, just play the game. Know your strengths, understand when you're strong, when you're not, and just beat RNG out their game. I honestly, that, if you took, again, I love saying this because it's a very, very kind of typical thing for casters to say, take away the nameplates, and that doesn't look like RNG to me. That didn't look like a stereotypical RNG game.
And something I'll say as well is, you know, we talked at this the other day about how RNG like to invest resources into Gala. There have been a lot of times where Gala has been caught out.
Yeah.
Not just in this game, in this split so far. And when you allocate those resources to your AD carry, and your AD carry has so much power, and then he's getting caught out, like we saw the great kick from Kanavi coming in. And bear in mind, that was not a hard kick because, like, he landed the Sonic Wave on Gala.
Yep.
Right? If you're, you know, he tanked a hit from Baron, the Sonic Wave connected from him as well, your whole team is there and you get hit by Sonic. It should never be happening. And I feel like as much as that wasn't the core reason why they lost, you know, if you're investing so many resources into your AD carry, they can't be making mistakes like that, because despite the fact Hope was so far behind, he really bounced back.
I mean, great performance from him. And again, just playing smartly, knowing when he could and could not go into things. And he died, say, twice in the early game and then didn't die again. That's how just smart and safe this Xayah pick is. And honestly, like, this is a big issue now for RNG, because Varus and Kamara, well, you're two counter picks. You got to pick them both after you saw the bot lane. So how do you change this? So honestly, it might be a thing of like, look, we better get him back on the Jinx Aphelios because at least we know how to play against it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've had such weird dynamics because we've seen series where it felt like, I particularly remember the EDG series when it felt like Viper on the Aphelios was so strong, so fed, couldn't auto-attack because he was up against the Xayah and he just couldn't even get close, right? The Xayah being able to play the lethality build and use that longer range on your QE just offered a lot more. So I feel like that's why you've seen a bit of a shift, especially with the nerfs to Jinx and Aphelios as well. But ultimately, I don't even think like the picks were necessarily a problem in the bot lane. It really was, execution was a massive factor. I will say, you know, the Graves didn't really hold too much weight, right? Especially I think into that comp that the enemy team had. You know, the only person I ever really saw him auto-attack more than once was the Rise, and it didn't look like he auto-attacked him because it just did nothing. So potentially that's something they can change, but either way, man, RNG, a lot to look for in that game too to bounce back.
Yeah, well, JDG will go into the series with a 1-0 advantage. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, picks and bans for game 2 will be happening very soon.
But now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the factor now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Gang, kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, told us I'm a monster.
Going down here, the Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target from the wild, goes with himself. Jankos looking for it. Jankos gets it!
Jankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
Here. They do not know that Selfmade's their control ward now going down as the Dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. Cap! No! F***ing way does Cap steal that from over the wall. He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Jankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been for the way my home.
These two birds trying to get one down, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and they fight it. EDG won't go down. Os Reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, Matheus gastou, que belo ultimate! Do combo! E Flamatilha foi a caça! And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away. Just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer. Diving in for more. Kill number 2. Kill number 3. 100 Thieves just walking over Cloud9. Chovy takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler
is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The snap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me,
yeah. I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see
one and all, to the LPL playoffs. We have just come back off of JDG taking down RNG in Game 1. It was a great game for RNG, right up until it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, RNG had a really convincing early game, and then it kind of just fell apart, I think was the critical thing there. We saw them manage to accrue a pretty significant goal lead. They really punished the bot lane in particular. And then we ended up seeing a scenario where JDG, with beautiful use of their silent pressure, would lean Yagao in, would lean 369 in, look for these plays around mid. And then it just felt like the consistent thing was that JDG didn't care that they had a goal deficit, right? They just didn't look at the numbers. They went, we're going to find opportunities, and it worked.
And the funny thing is, despite how horribly that bot lane went, MVP goes to Hope. When all things are gone, Hope shall rise above everything else. The man was on a mission to make sure that, like, look at the kill participation. He died twice in the early game and then never again.
Yeah, literally, it was quite hilarious. I was literally thinking, right, the Thaldi champion against the Thaldi champion, you're outranged by Varus, you're behind the lane. There was a point where Gala had 100 CS and he was at like 50. It looked really dire. 2 levels down as well.
Yep.
Like, all these things that made it seem like the game was just doomed for Hope. But what a performance to bounce back and consistent in those fights, finding those massive big ultimates on the Xayah, pulling the feathers in and just destroying RNG.
Really did, and that's the best way to put it. RNG were picked apart. RNG were just non-existent in that mid game, and I do think it just came down to just lack of good execution. They floundered a little bit. It felt like they kind of got complacent with their early lead and didn't really push any of the, the buttons that they needed to press in order to push it, get it further.
Yeah, and I think, we talked about the Karma being a really strong laning pick for Ming, but I feel like when I want Ming on things like the Nautilus, and in my mind that's a big pick for him. It was obviously banned in this situation, but picks like that where he can be aggressive, he can be the initiator, I feel like he's so much better suited in that role. And you saw once RNG fell behind, it felt very desperate. It felt like they weren't able to find those opportunities or those windows to pick off members of JDG. It was kind of like, okay, if someone walks into a charm, that's what we're working with.
Yeah, and that's not really a great game. And again, I feel like having comfort is a bit more of a bit better in terms of these things. I want to see Ming on engage. Like, I want to see him on Alistair's, Leona's, Nautilus's. I want to see him on things that can impact the map. I like the Karma. It worked well. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying it didn't look like Ming. It didn't look like the guy who was able to kind of, yes, they're at a little bit of a deficit. They need a big engage. Karma's not going to be that for you.
And I'm going to say, right, you banned LeBlanc, you banned Veigar, you banned Zoe, you first picked Ari. That's 4 denials towards Yagao, and he ends up with Ryze. So, like, what was the point? You could have banned away the Lee Sin from Kanavi. Yep. You had options that you could have looked for in that situation. I feel like to invest so many bans towards one member, and he still comes out with not only one of the strongest picks in the meta at the moment, but also a pick that he's just been fantastic on.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a great plan.
No, not a great plan. We'll see if RNG do change anything. They are on blue side for this game, and it's going to be tough. Again, this was a game that honestly was theirs to lose, and they did lose that. So there's going to be a lot of different conversations around, can this team bounce back? Can they look to kind of, again, like we talked about yesterday's series where Top Esports, they got smashed in Game 1. But again, you can accept the smashing and kind of go, right, we just didn't play X, Y, Z, or we can change this around. You had all the early game advantages, and we're seeing a completely different first 3 bans here from the side of RNG. They are not focusing on those 3 picks in the mid lane. They're going with the Ryze, the TF, and the Malphite.
And you know what's hilarious? Oh, they actually go with the Xayah here. So, committing to one of those lethality picks. Could end up picking the Jace up as well, because obviously Malphite's something they banned. Is good into that. One thing to say that is kind of funny, these are the same 3 bans JDG had in their Game 1, right? In the series against Weibo, it wasn't those 3 bans, but JDG banned TF, Xayah, and Lee for the whole series, both sides. They're like, this is what we're banning, and we are sticking to it. And so far, they're going in a similar direction. It's like, we aren't going to let Ming have Nautilus. We're not letting Gala have Zeri, and we are just committing to that so far. They will get that Aphelios, though, for Hope. We'll see if they opt to pick up a jungle. I feel like if you want to get that Lee Sin, now's a good opportunity. Kanavi, pretty stellar on that pick. For the most part, even though obviously he didn't have the greatest early game, but that was mostly because he had to sort of protect his bot lane.
Again, yes, JDG's early game didn't go exceptionally well, but they didn't hemorrhage gold. They didn't lose kills. They weren't getting absolutely smashed in terms of the team fights. They were making plays around the map where they needed to, and straight away, RNG going back to the volley bear, and then LeBlanc locked in here for the side of Xiaohu. This is something that we expected, and we talked about RNG earlier today, and we said that big impact picks that he likes to go for. LeBlanc, the Vex, and of course the Galio. The LeBlanc is definitely something he can cause havoc on.
100%, and it scales so exceptionally as well in the later stages. Can be such a menace on those flanks, looking for those opportunities. And the fact that Yagao is on this Ahri, we've seen this matchup a few times, right? There's often a lot of skill expression. Scout, for example, played the Ahri side of it and really found favor. But I feel like if Wei and Xiaohu look to apply pressure mid, very easy to find a kill pre-6. Now, seeing a lot of support bans come through. Rakan actually banned away by JDG on this side, interestingly enough, but we do see the Thresh taken off, something that pairs exceptionally well with that Aphelios.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Leona ban here by JDG, and then possibly a Tam Kench from RNG, take away that safety in the bot side from Hope, who, again, like we said, despite going down so early in game 1, is big, but they actually don't go towards Leona, they go towards the Alistar instead, and I like this from JDG, a little bit of adaptation, is saying, look, we know that Ming is your big playmaker when you need it most, and he's going to be able to not have as big an impact without his big pick.
And also, if you trade Leona and Alistar, you don't want to be playing the Leona into the Alistar because she can kind of handle him quite comfortably. So I feel like RNG, if you let the Leona go open now, it really puts JDG into a comfortable spot, maybe force to ban it themselves. Or JDG could even look for a top lane on this 4th pick if there's something they're really comfortable with. They actually go for the Gragas ban away from 369, and that kind of leaves that Leona as, you look at how many supports have been banned out. A lot of the answers you typically take into it aren't available. So we can see what RNG will look to do in terms of response. There obviously are things like the Tom Kench, the Braum even, are options that RNG could go for. But when we talked about that engage potential for Ming, it's not really there. But the Jace, I feel like this was kind of telegraphed from that Malphite ban earlier on, right? Having the Jace side, these big lethality champions, you don't want something that has super hard engage and stacks so much armor. And they're kind of stealing a bit from JDG's playbook, right? These longer range lethality-based mid-game spiking champs.
Yep, absolutely. Big spike there with the 2 items, the Eclipse and of course the Muramana. RNG now going to see what they can go with the last one. I will say the set support is a bit of a Ming special and does okay in the bot side. Has definitely been, as you say, a bit more of a fringe pick after the likes of Alistar, Rakan, Thresh and Nautilus. So we'll see if that is what they want to try and go for this one. And it would give them a little bit of engage. So locked and loaded here for RNG.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, RNG have a lot of poke tools to play with. Like, LeBlanc can provide some poke off on the right angle. You have things like the Set and the Volibear, which can definitely pin down targets who overstep. But, I feel like it's going to be around playing around those big spikes and also getting that mid-jungle ahead. But JDG, looking for options in the top lane. We talked about the Malphite, obviously being someone who can stack a ton of armor. A Sion can do that as well, right? The only real magic damage is going to be that LeBlanc, and obviously typically not the one pumping damage into a beefy frontliner. So I like that they have this Sion. He's going to be able to block Shock Blast, which is importantly, honestly, a thing that this JDG lineup does actually need.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got a very good front-to-back team fight now from the side of from JDG, excuse me. You've got the Sion, the Leona can go in. You can keep that Aphelios safe. The Lee Sin can be, like you said, a little bit of pseudo-engage if you need it. And there are ways around making this kind of work right now. For RNG, it is more about that poke pick. It is about kind of, setting yourself up to find an isolated target, get them bursted down with the Jace and the Xayah on maybe the LeBlanc, and move forward from there.
Yeah, and I think critically the range discrepancy, the fact that, LeBlanc is hard to pin down, it can be annoying. Jace is long range. The Xayah can sort of operate with pretty much impunity against the Aphelios with the longer range feathers, with the lethality build. I think JDG, it's going to be about those engage tools. It's going to be about the Sion, it's going to be about the Leona, it's going to be about the Lee Sin, finding opportunities to close the gap onto these immobile members like the Jace. So, I feel like RNG have given themselves even better tools than Game 1. I think they've come into a position where I would be favouring them off the draft, but we saw JDG kind of just don't, things like draft, gold advantages, winning early.
They're just
they
numbers.
Don't care.
They don't matter.
Right? They're just like, we're just going to team fight and rock up and win. And, I feel like for that reason, JDG have a composition they could still very comfortably do that, particularly missing again on a support where he has a lot of agency. I think is something spectacular. But on the opposite side, the Tom Kench can also be pivotal, right? If you're trying to pick something like a Jace, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to make anything stick from JDG, because the only member I think is an easy target is the Jace. It's not even the Tom Kench. I know I said that they switched the set, right? So they don't have that necessary safety tool, but a lot of peel and disengage between this composition.
We'll have to wait and see now if JDG are going to keep riding their momentum, and if RNG can honestly bounce back. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting one here as we jump straight onto the Rift. JDG already 1-0 up in the series, and we're going to see now if there's any real shenanigans. Again, RNG in that first start, going to do the exact same thing. They're looking for early vision, early ward control, and with Xiaohu taking the distort, it's very easy for them to get that.
Yeah, get that over the wall, and Kanavi didn't even, you might suspect it, but he didn't even actually see the ward go down, so he doesn't necessarily know that he's going to be on vision for that one. Do you see JDG potentially fishing for their own vision on the bot side, but not going to go for anything themselves? And ultimately, I feel like, once again, we see RNG very good at playing towards those neutrals, very good at picking up that first dragon, playing towards that first herald. That is something they can do exceptionally well. I expect more the same, and I'm looking over JDG, and I feel like Kanavi on this Lee Sin can be such a big propagator of that early aggression, finding those opportunities to punish. I think top lane is a great one to look towards, right? Because of the fact that you have this Jace. 369 can potentially set up his decimating smash, and then it's an easy play.
I love this from JDG. I love the idea of you using the Raptors, get a full stack there. And
that was so fast.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because you get the full decimating smash, hits all the Raptors, you're not tanking anything, and it just becomes a much better setup for the Lee Sin. So I like what they've gone for there. They will be spotted out, but it's just going to be a nice little setup here for Kanavi.
It's so sad, because if they knew the ward was there, then we could have seen like 369 switch to sweeper. He could have swept out that area. And then if you go for a play like this where you're clearing so fast, the enemy team doesn't expect it, you can really pull off some hijinks.
Yeah.
So, super vital that RNG see where Kanavi is and understand this dude's already done 2 camps and is moving down towards boss side. Might actually fish for something mid.
Oh, I think did he get spotted out there by Xiaohu? Very difficult to tell, but it's just kind of fishing around as the Lee Sin does. Level 2, level 3, extremely powerful spike for the Lee Sin in any lane, anywhere, and it's just going to be a lot of danger for RNG. I will say, though, nice moves here from Xiaohu to push Yagao underneath the tower. It is pretty much par for the course, though, as you do get a lot more priority here with the, LeBlanc, as we do see Kanavi now being spotted out. And this is good from RNG. They're keeping tabs on where he is. They're also seeing how much CS he is, so they have a rough estimate of what camps he's done.
Yeah, they should know, right? They saw him go on the red at level 2 already. They should have a pretty clear idea of where he's been. But just keeping tabs on it, especially when RNG's bot lane pushes up, the fact that they go and get that vision, the fact that they're going to have Wei on side as well, means they're not going to be as vulnerable. And Xiaohu is again, just like moving up towards that side. He doesn't have a ward, but constantly just scouting out. And the critical thing, so we didn't see, JDG didn't see Xiaohu ward, right? And he just walked into the enemy jungle and came back with no ward. But the thing is, JDG see him move, and they're going to assume he just warded the Raptors.
Yeah.
Even though they actually have no idea if he did or not.
And this is nice as well. They're kind of using this right now. And you see Kanavi saying, look, I'll go towards the bot side, not knowing that there's a big old bear waiting for him. They're going to go in and try and maybe get some damage down. The charm does land, but it's a lot of damage already been traded back. The Q does hit for Kanavi, but needs to be a little bit careful. Both mid laners down to about a third of their HP.
25 gold.
And 25 gold goes over to JDG. Net positive for Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was kind of a difficult one for RNG to find. You see the concept of how this mid jungle can really punish the Ahri, right? You land the chain and the stun. Because the wave was so close to the tower, engage coming in bot.
Yeah, they're going to go for it now as they can get a little bit of a gravitum to stop this engage from happening. The flash and cleanse has to be used by Hope, as well as the cleanse from Gala, who has the flash in kind. Missing now, may have to use his own little summoners. They do not quite have enough damage while that's been happening. Top side, we didn't get to see it at all in game 1, but Bin not quite going down. Kanavi not quite able to get the kill, but this is what we expected from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, I expected this for the series as a whole, right? Is Bin often falls prey to early ganks, and Kanavi is someone who will lean towards 369 to find them. And unfortunately, they don't get the kill. They do get the flash, so it allows for potential follow-up. But Bin just escaping on a sliver of HP, and we are seeing a lot of action. No kills as of yet, but both teams doing their best to try and find these opportunities, try and find these windows. And a lot of summoners Bin in the bot lane, but Bin also missing out on that flash top. And something I always like to talk about in the early game is return ganks, right? Burning a summoner, it does make a difference to how a player plays, right? If you don't have a flash, you're going to play a bit more defensively, maybe not find as many aggressive windows. But I feel like ultimately the whole point of burning someone's summoner is so that you come back and kill them when they don't have it. So I want to see both Wei and Kanavi potentially fishing for those opportunities.
Especially for top side and bot, where not really the greatest amount of escapes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Kanavi knows what's up. He knows he's going to be able to do some alcove gaming. This is as well going. You see Bin going very aggressive, and this is not exactly what you want to be seeing here. They're just baiting him in, saying, "Look, we know that you think you're safe. You know that you think you can't get away." And there's just only so much Bin can do. First blood goes to JDG. That's just smart gameplay.
Yeah, really smart, especially as the wave was going to end up pushing towards JDG. The critical thing, I feel like if the wave was stacked up more, Wei might have come top and helped him crash it. But ultimately, see Ming looking here.
They're going to find Missing, has to flash, and that was important. Remember, he didn't burn it down on that last engage, and he has it here to keep himself safe.
Yeah, so again, fishing for windows. I love this 3-man trio of Ming, Wei, and Xiao who can really deliver when they work together as a unit and just providing all the threat. Now Yagao, he's trying to crash this wave, but it's very difficult when you have the enemy support and jungle hovering. So currently in this just uncomfortable position where RNG might fish for something.
There's
Kanavi is
Kanavi
here.
now. Both supports and junglers here in the mid lane. It's a bit of a party of threes, but eventually they get the crash because Kanavi recognized I need to help out my mid laner.
Yeah, and now they can actually move through the river, force way out, and potentially sweep out some vision. May look to prioritize the dragon, but I think the problem is you don't have bot prio, so Hope does need to pick up that wave first. But critically, they will secure that Scuttle Crab, which means RNG shouldn't be able to at least go for it themselves. Now top, Bin.
Oh, Bin, he's going to be in a lot of trouble here. That was the unstoppable onslaught coming out there from 369, and he does trade his ultimate out, but important enough, Bin had to back away because there was an ignite for 369.
Yeah, I mean, the power of Spellbook, and I think, you know, I've brought this up so many times. You even joked about it to me. There was a series between the Shy and Olive where the Shy was playing.
You just want to let Olive die. Like, just leave him alone, man.
You know, he's had a playoff spell, still bring it up, but he got bodied by the Shy Scion. And I think the thing is, right, if you fall behind on the Jace and the Scion's able to find these engages onto you, you can really struggle, right? He can all in, you can 100-0 you. And on top of that, Jace is a champion who, if he's ahead of the curve, he's monstrously strong. But if you're against a Scion who's stacking armor and you fall behind, you will just feel useless.
Yeah, again, this is why you pick the Scion. 369 again in first game and the second, he's getting that counter pick. He's getting the priority.
Well, I wouldn't even say it's a counter pick. I'd say this is a good matchup for Jace, but if you mess it up, like, Jace is his damage. If you don't get ahead of the curve and you don't have his damage, you know, this is what happens, and you don't have the ability to avoid things like the Scion QRR.
No, you do not, but maybe we see a little bit of a move here as Ming does sweep out and try and see if he can get Wei here. Null level 6 right now for the Volibear, and yeah, I just think it's very difficult for them to really do anything right now unless they really hard forced it. But again, not great engage options. And now Kanavi recognizing that maybe he has an opportunity in this top side as Bin's going to get this wave crashed into him. And this could just be, again, more priority in the top side.
I mean, Kanavi has ult. This should be so easy for them.
Yep, there it is. They're going to land the Q as well. He's going to get the decimating smash down. They get the ignite. And the kill goes over to Kanavi. It's as easy as that. Textbook, if you will.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he kicks him in a 369. He just drops the ignite. Now, we look at the counterplay coming out. Once again, we have that level 6 from the Volibear. This is very difficult for JDG to deal with, and critically, Hope, still no flash.
Here we go. They're going to try and go for it. There's a TP on 369. They're going to try and use it straight away. They turn off the tower, and they've killed off Hope straight away. 369 is here, and Yagao's Spirit rushing to the scene. We will see the Haymaker, but it's only to deny the inevitable as we now get more and more engages coming out. They will not be able to trade back more. It's a 2-for-1 in the extended trade. JDG still answering RNG well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we actually saw Xiaohu moved down and then backed away, right? So they didn't actually have the coverage from mid, which is why Yagao was able to be there and turn things around. I mean, it's still a 1-for-1. I don't think RNG are too upset about that, especially since they got the TP from 369. But it was very weird that Xiaohu just backed off, and at the end, they only get that one kill onto Hope. He burns the cleanse, but his flash is now up and available again. But yeah, a bit weird from RNG, but I don't think you're too upset about how that one turned out.
You got yourselves the kill. You do lose the Rift Herald on the top side. Dragon's still yet to be taken, and Hope has to lose his...
He literally just got it back and it's gone again.
I was going to say, off cooldown loses his flash. 369 helps him crash that wave, but I do need to see a little bit more from Xiaohu. Yes, he's winning the lane. He's up about 15 or so CS, but I want to see a little bit more proactivity, as we can see it there. Just in the bot side, Xiaohu actually got the wave crash. That's why he went back. He felt like he couldn't really give up that massive wave, and yes, you get a kill here from the side of RNG, but you do trade it back.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have the mid priority go for that play.
I think the minions created a wall for Ming there, and he couldn't actually walk forwards. He had to go the long way around.
Yeah, I remember looking back and I was thinking that Xiaohu was moving, but I guess they just never had the prio, so he wasn't able to move over. So, you know, a little bit for... You have to go for the quick play and get the kill, and it does end up getting traded back because of the TP. But ultimately, you burn the TP, you trade 1-for-1. You put Hope behind, which RNG have very much enjoyed doing so far this game, so won't
hasn't stopped Hope, but they enjoy it. Oh, we're going to see now maybe Yagao getting flashed on. Nope, not quite in range, so... Was an opportunity there while RNG knew that the Spirit Rush was most likely down, but it shall not lead into anything. And Wei, sadly for him, he's falling behind in ganks, he's falling behind in CS. He's not really having an impact on this Volibear, and this is a bit of an issue right now for RNG. They need to try and make something happen.
Yeah, and the Herald's been picked up by JDG, so something we often see RNG prioritize is that early Herald, especially when they have prio on bot lane. They just let JDG take it. Now 2 plates gone mid.
3.
A lot of gold. Yeah, 3 plates gone mid. A lot of gold into the pockets of JDG. And it means that second Herald can easily take that mid tower. So despite the fact that Xiaohu has a CS lead, he is going to be falling behind because 18 CS compared to an assist and those plates. Yagao's completely happy.
Yeah, and this is going to be Dragon as well. They have the priority in the mid lane. They didn't really have the bot lane in position to try and contest. So JDG slowly but surely picking themselves up 1,000 gold lead, getting those neutral objectives. They're already starting to stack up those Dragons. So this is a great early game from JDG. And honestly, RNG, they need to start thinking about how they're going to try and bring this one back. Where do you want to see them prioritize to maybe try and make something work for them?
Well, I think playing around the neutrals, and particularly it's just spikes when we see the Xayah Jace, right? They both have Eclipse Mana Immune. When those are built, I feel like that's where they can start to feel really oppressive. If they land some critical poke onto Yagao or Hope, and actually, you think about the nerfs that came in for the Aphelios, base armor was one of the things nerfed. So lethality, it's like super effective against them now. Really painful, especially because we sometimes see an Aphelios go Bloodthirst a second to mitigate poke. If you're able to get the Eclipse and the Mana Immune before he has that, which is probably likely the case, that's where RNG can really spike. But for now, leading those resources towards Gala. Again, Hope has been without Flash for pretty much this entire game and has to play so defensive.
Yeah, the cleanse will only do so much. Wei will have to... Actually, no, he won't. He got the smite down. Nicely done there. But I will say, from RNG, they put a lot of resource in this bot side. It is giving them dividends. You've got a fully finished up Eclipse alongside nearly a full Mana Immune as well against a couple of half items right there for the side of JDG's bot lane. So I like what they're doing with it.
And this is kind of why it's different from that game 1. Because game 1, it was the same power curve between the Varus and the Xayah in terms of what items they're building. You know, the fact that Gala is going to be building the Mana Immune, which is such a gold-efficient item that is quite cheap, and Hope, his second item, likely going to be more expensive, it just means that you're going to be ahead of the curve.
Don't well up. It's okay. Don't be worrying about it. It's okay. Yeah. Don't worry. He did well in game 1. We saw it. Don't be scared for him. But yeah, I completely agree. I think you do have an opportunity as RNG where you have got a little bit of a better, as you say, spike to make something work for yourself. As we can see, 369 starting to put in the hurt, and this is Gala maybe in a little bit of trouble, gets the plate and should be able to just walk away from this. You've kind of used a lot of your engage right there. There's the Moonlight Vigil coming in as well. You've got the Gravitum. Gala not quite. He's holding on to his cleanse and his ultimate like it was his life depended on it, and he just doesn't lose anything.
I fully respect missing though for warding the brush before walking forward.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, Gala's really inching here if he's alone. There must be something off.
I must be missing something here. Where's the volley bear? I haven't seen him
either
in a while.
Gala's really trolling or something's amiss, and he does check, doesn't go too far forwards, but a lot of plates taken on the bot side already.
Ooh, 369. He's getting pretty well hammered down right now. Will lose about 2/3 of his HP as we see an engage coming in. They're trying to catch out Kanavi, who flashes away. Oh, that was beautiful from Gala. Follows him all the way, missing his stuck. And Xiaohu, that was so clever from Xiaohu. He goes back to the distortion and says, hello. That's 2 kills to RNG, and that's the explosiveness they needed.
That was so nice from Ming and Gala, honestly. Just completely destroying Kanavi. He didn't get a chance to use the kick there. But JDG try and punish, right? The bot lane has been bleeding out a bit again. We see Gala 4 plates taken in this situation. And just, this is force from Ming to hit everything. So actually ults him back and then gets the W off, gets the true damage down, and then this flash ult to help the ignite finish off. And then here, I mean, to be honest, missing, you know Xiaohu is like there. As much as he might not have seen him go back to distortion, you saw him on the control ward. Just save the flash, man. There's no way you're getting out.
This is a good move now for RNG. They're now up 1,000 gold.
Oh no, they're up in gold.
They're up in gold. It's a bit of a precarious situation, but the important thing is, and this is the difference between Game 1 and to Game 2. Game 1, they had very little engage. Now you have a set. Now you have someone who can actually put themselves into a position to actually make something work.
I feel like they don't even need to engage as well. I feel like Game 1, it was more for Reliance. They need to find those opportunities.
Hope. He's in a lot of trouble. They're going to turn off the tower and try and just jump in on top of him. He's already used his cleanse. He's got his flash, his Gale Force. Can he get himself away? He cannot. Xiaohu picks up a kill. The mid-jungle combination that RNG loves so much.
It's just kind of like, you know, we talked a lot about getting Gala ahead. I feel like we might have misidentified it. It's not just getting Gala ahead. It's about bullying the enemy AD carry into submission.
It's not about getting Gala ahead. It's about bullying bot lane. And if Gala gets ahead, that's fine.
That's great. You know, we'll take it. But yeah, because I think one of the stats we looked at was goal difference. It's like, oh, so Gala gets a ton of gold. No. Hope gets none.
Yeah, he's not above the average gold god. He's above the average in terms of his opponents. So nicely done here by the side of RNG. They get a kill. They get the tower. They will lose the second Herald, which will be probably dropped mid like we talked about earlier, but it is still good from RNG. JDG faltering just a little bit. They need to try and pick up the pace again.
And what's interesting...
Oh, no. He will flash, but oh my god, if he didn't, he was dead.
It's literally... Okay, this is the third time he's used flash in 15 minutes. Right? It's like...
You're not... Oh my god. The maths checks out.
It's like it comes back up, and he uses it. And it's just like, I feel so bad for Hope. And in his fairness, he got MVP last game after a rough start, but it really feels like RNG are heavily punishing him and finding those opportunities. And now you have Xiao who's strong on this LeBlanc. You're closing in on those spikes we're talking about. Those tiers are stacking up nicely and will be at the point where they're completed when you get those mana mutants for Bin and Gala. That mid game is where I really see RNG able to blow the game open, right? But that is also where they fumbled in game 1.
Exactly the point as well. Mid-game was a massive problem for RNG, and you're in a composition that cannot falter at that. If this goes late, the Scion, the Aphelios, they will just become too big to deal with.
Yeah, and they're looking for more opportunities.
Oh, no. Oh, Hope. He's going to have to try and use his Gale Force to get himself away. Missing, does not have Flash. He's going to use the Solar Flare and the Moonlight Vigil used, so a bit of a Sun and Moon combination as we now get a full 5v4 coming out now. It's going to be JDG really making this one work, and RNG, we just talked about the mid-game. It goes completely wrong for them. They will gain the top lane tier 2, but that was just rough.
Yeah, so I just wanted to illustrate what RNG shouldn't do, and they helped me out by just showing it on screen. Don't do that. Trying to force an engage, they end up not being able to connect with Hope, and they just can't kill Missing quick enough. Now, Bin is doing so much in the chase. He's got that tier 2, a lot of extra gold, so they're still ahead. But one thing to say is talking about how, you know, I have concerns for them to go later. A big thing is the dragon stacking from JDG. This is a team, one of the best dragon stacking teams in the league, highest for first dragon, and they will do that because then when it comes to those team fighting mutants later on, they have the advantage. They can feel more comfortable going into them. And now, with 2 in pocket and another coming up in about 4 minutes, the pressure is going to be on RNG.
No, 369's used a lot of his mana, used a lot of his abilities as well. So now he's just going to kind of be run down here. He doesn't have his ultimate because he used it to get away. He's actually used an exhaust that he picked up from his Summoner Spellbook. Big old volley bear. And finally, Bin has arrived in this series. As I say that, though, we got the 2 big tanky boys. JDG have wasted enough of their time to try and make this one a little bit harder. And they're going to turn it all the way around. They thought they had the kill. They thought they were able to kill the Scion, but it ends up being so bad. Good guy minion tanks up the charm as Yagao still pushing forward will land the Everfrost. 2 kills traded back. JDG not to be outdone.
And it just feels like RNG keep leaning into the tankiest members possible. It's like a Scion or a Leona, and they burn so much trying to take them down, and then JDG just answer very swiftly. So now 2 more kills going over. We're just praising Bin having that pressure in the top lane. Because they look for that kill, we now see him 0-3-0. You know, gold is marginally ahead for RNG, and we are approaching the spikes, right? Both mana mutants finished for RNG, and we're about 30 stacks away. So for this next dragon, that is going to be the point where RNG are really spiking. But again, they've just thrown away their gold advantage. JDG had the 2 dragons in pocket, and we've seen how comfortable they are playing around these engage tools as they have. And here, you know, there's some of the Spellbook coming in clutch. Not only the exhaust to reduce the damage on Bin, but also the heal to gain time. And the problem is, they just don't really have the damage to finish him off quickly enough, and JDG are very swift in responding.
Yeah, it's just little things like that. Little small moments that lead into much larger disadvantages. That's 600 gold. Going straight over to JDG. And funny enough, going over to
Even
Kanavi.
More, the assist gold
yeah,
as well.
exactly. The assist is probably closer to 1,000, to be perfectly honest, and if not more. And now we're going to have to look at the picture in picture, though. There's a little bit of a fight going on. We need to go back to live. Screw the replay. Thank you very much. As we're going to go straight back in, and we're going to see a full 5v5. Ming is dead. And now we're going to see them getting taken down even more. JDG in this mid-game are decimating, destroying, disintegrating RNG. RNG are falling apart at our seams.
And I just don't know what they were doing. Because, like the big thing for me is you have a Jace, you have a LeBlanc, you have a Xayah, right? In particular, the Jace land a poke from a distance. The LeBlanc is such a threat because you can dash in, chunk someone out, dash away. But it keeps being RNG looking for engages. And now, JDG on the Baron, Bin. You also try and Shock Blast over the wall for a steal. you know, ends up whiffing completely. I think this is just gone.
I think it might just be gone. They might try and get some kills off the back end of it, but they're so tanky on the side of JDG. They're not really taking any damage whatsoever. Missing goes forward. They get the Baron. They will kill off the support, as we can see them now maybe going in. Xiao Hu tried to do something, but he's just not able to continue the damage. It's all falling apart. JDG now 2,000 gold ahead with the Baron in pocket, a minute till Dragon.
I mean, they're just absolutely crushing right now. And again, RNG get a goal lead in the early game, and then it all falls apart when it comes to the mid game. This is where it really starts to feel rough, because you lose one game in a series to something like that, and you're like, cool, whatever happens. Game 2, though, RNG losing this one, be staring down a 0-2 position, being forced to reverse sweep to come back in, and we are now 30 seconds on that next Dragon. With Baron in pocket for JDG, they can get back on the map. You even see this Sen Yugao top playing because he has that TP, so you can apply some pressure there. I expect the rest of the team to pick up this Dragon and then play around these waves and start to pick up those tier 2s. And particularly the tier 2s in the side lane with so much gold when you're able to pick them up. So right now, 2,000 up, could easily see that explode to 4,000, 5,000 on the back of this Baron.
And for JDG, you're very happy to take a 1-3-1. You put the Ahri in a side lane, the Sion, no one's going to be able to kill him as we look at the replay here, as we get the full fledge of it. They just think they've caught Missing, and they just overextend for a support. Again, the tanky members, they just commit so much to.
It's a Leona, dude. It's not that deep.
Ming.
Oh man, it just feels like it's happened 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row, they just commit under these tanky members. And I think you have to credit JDG. JDG being really sharp and making sure whatever anyone's aggressed on, they're in position to respond. But right now, when you see Yugao just going toe-to-toe with Xiao Hu in the side lane, but the rest of the team pushing in with these Baron-empowered minions, that's going to be a free tower take. No real way for them to defend on this one.
I will say in that last replay, Ming, you can see him trying to get behind Missing. He wants to showstopper him away from the enemy jungle. He just doesn't respect the fact that he's just so tanky and he just can't make it up for him. So
he's thick.
He is thick with 3 Cs. That is what he is right now. And honestly, I'm looking at the build as well. Looks like Ming's going towards either I think it's a Frostbar Gauntlet right now. So not really the typical support item, which means he's actually behind the Chem Tank. Oh, sorry, excuse me. You're absolutely right. But still, not exactly the cheapest of support items that we tend to see right now. And it's just going to take a little bit longer for them to try and get back up to these power spikes, and they're already losing it. Again, you can't falter in the mid game with this composition, and yet here they are faltering.
Yeah, and one of the problems is now Hope has a Bloodthirster, so if a Shock Blast lands on him, he can sustain up really easily. He also has that shield, right? 369's actually picked up a Warmogs. So there, I mean, you see a Shock Blast land.
Exactly what you said.
You know, the tanky members don't take too much damage. Hope, although he's chunked now, will be able to heal up quite easily. We have the Warmogs on the Sion, so any poke on him really isn't going to stick, and he can just tank Shock Blast. It's starting to feel a little bit difficult. I know I highlighted that Spike has been a big one, and we are going to see the Sereldas come in for both of them. That'll help them really start to hit the side a bit more. Although he's quite low in armor already, has just now picked up the Warden's Mill as I said that. But either way, RNG, I sort of had that specific window. I'm like, I really want you to capitalize on that. And it's not over, right? If they do land poke on the right targets, particularly Yugao doesn't really have the sustain that the rest of his team has. But it's definitely getting harder. And they have 3.5 minutes to problem solve, because if they end up giving up that soul... Oh, Bin.
Oh, Bin. Going to get caught out here by Kanavi. He's going to try and burst him out. Will not land the Q. Bin still ticking down, but not quite dead. That red smite almost doing it. But that's the jungler. That is their jungler taking out your full damage Jace. We can now see Ming finding 369. You can see Wei. He's like, no, dude, you got to get out. I can't help you here. Can't even take the blast gun over the wall. That is going to be an unfortunate unstoppable onslaught. Will not land the feathers. As we can see now, 369 just jumping onto Ming. They're committing everything because guess what? He can't go anywhere. It's your resources that you use, but there's nothing to lose off of it.
Yeah, and it's just an easy pickup again onto Ming, and now JDG can continue their pressure. They're trying to push his wave in mid. I think Gala should be able to clear this out with the feathers, but definitely needs support from his team to come through here.
Moonlight Vigil does land. They will get the Gravitum down on top of Gala, but he shall not be losing his ultimate just yet. We will see them putting down some decent pressure onto this mid lane, but look at the damage going to 369. It's negligible. They don't care right now. Kanavi with the flash kick lands it onto Bin, and that's going to be him dead in the water. Flash has to be used, so the charm does not land. Yugao now pushing forward with Missing. Xiaohu's here, but Xiaohu doesn't really have the damage. Never mind, he does. He flashes in and finds Gala. 369 is still going to be able to take down this turret. The rest of his team, they should be able to escort themselves out to safety.
You know, and as much as they force them away, I talked about the goal lead being built up by JDG off the Baron. They are now 4,500 ahead, right? They lose hope, and it's a big shutdown for the LeBlanc, sure, but we're 2 minutes from that Dragon. JDG will reset, they'll get back on the map, they'll start setting up this objective, and I feel like RNG, it's here a bust, right? Because if they get that Dragon, it's just gonna be. It's gonna
How
be
do you
so
run
hard to
away?
compete.
You can't run away.
It's gonna
like,
be so hard to contest, and especially when you have things like the Ahri. If the Ahri ults forward, applies that slope on the Hex Tech Soul, and then it's an easy charm. We see a replay. I think Kanavi's just been stellar on this Lee Sin so far this series.
I love this as well. He was focusing on Wei, and then snap of a finger, he swaps back out for the bin. He knows who his target is, and he's just so lethal on something like this. Honestly, I feel like you either have to pick the Lee Sin away or ban it. You can't let him get this 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the series yesterday as well, Tian so stellar on the Lee Sin. It's really been problematic for these teams. 7-1-3 now, 3 items on this pick, and Wei just hasn't had the same impact.
No, not at all, and it is just a struggle right now for the side of RNG. I feel like they haven't really found their footing. Like, yes, Xiao who's ahead,
it's
but...
a 4-level lead between junglers.
Yeah, like that's 4 levels. I thought you said full level, not 4 level.
Yeah, full.
I thought you said full. I was like,
Kanavi's highest level in the game, right?
Kanavi is a monster right now. My God, I can just seem like my brain just realizing, no, he said 4. But that is just such a difficult position now. You can see them, maybe they're going to go for the Gala has to use his ultimate straight away. As the Solar Flare was going to be hit. There's the unstoppable onslaught. As we can see, Ming has to use his ultimate. That's a great pullback, though, to stop anyone from joining 369. But he's so tanky. He's so big. That's a good shock blast onto Yagao. He takes about half his health away. And RNG, they survive to fight another day, but they've lost so much already.
Yeah, JDG, some of the health bars are low, but again, Kanavi has a ton of sustain, right? We have 369 with the Warmogs. They burn the ultimate from Gala and Ming. Those are big tools to not have coming into this dragon fight. That's all important for RNG.
You have to fight it. You cannot let this one go to the wayside, and Kanavi is absolutely huge. The dragon has spawned. We are going to see a reset from Yagao. He's coming back onto the map. So, RNG, you got to hope, you got to pray, you got to look to try and see if you can get something. If they can take out the big primary damage carries, they have a chance. But even then, you still have a massive Kanavi, a massive 369. Wei will get himself a little bit of healing and come back onto the map, missing his finally joined. 5v5 and Dragon has started.
And looks, 369 is going to back off the heal. Kanavi can heal off the Dragon as well.
Here we go. They're looking for Kanavi. He's taken down to about a third of his HP, but he should be fine. They're going to go in and try and take it! Wei gets the steal, and RNG survive to fight another day, or do they? JDG not happy to let this one just go. Bin gets himself over the wall with To the Skies, but look at the damage coming in the Moonlight Vigil. It's good. The GA has to be used by Kanavi as they try to look for the Xiaohu over the wall, looking to see if he can find something. It's scrappy. These health bars are low. It's going to be down to the carries of RNG. Bin is down. Can they take down 369? I don't think they can. He's just too damn big, and there's nothing they can do. Hope will eventually fall down. Gala is going to be chased out by Kanavi, and JDG are going to go 2-0 up in this series.
Once again, from a goal deficit in the early game, JDG answer back. Kanavi massive on this Lee Sin, and 369 feeling immortal on this Scion now. Respawns are coming in from RNG. Not sure they'll be able to close this out, but they're going to try.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for this. It's 2 tanks. It's a set and a volley bear. What are you going to do to try and defend this? Fun fact, you can't. Spoiler. And they're just going to lose so much. They have a massive wave coming in as well in towards that top side.
JDG don't need to end now, right? Yes, they didn't get the soul, but they can all just Hexgate out, right?
Train's leaving, boys.
Yeah, reset, head towards the Baron. It's super minions in the mid and bot lane, which is going to be a pain for RNG to deal with. They can just slow play this very comfortably. They're so far ahead, 6,000 goal lead. I want to see a replay of the fight. So the steal from Wei was pretty important, right? Vital. But here, RNG, their concern is if they lose any more members, Baron is just forfeit, right? And RNG just getting caught out by JDG for trying to turn things around. They get the GA from Kanavi, but think how much damage. We see the Scion tank here, right? They're constantly trying to move forwards. You see moments like Bin and Xiaohu trying to dive the backline, but 369 is just standing there playing bodyguard.
Yeah, we're going to see the picture-in-picture. A lot of posturing around that Baron, and as soon as you mentioned it, they are going towards a slow and steady wins the race. Gala will eventually fall down in this replay. RNG trying to defend as best they possibly can, and JDG can tank this up. You have a Warmog Scion. If he wants to be on that dragon, he can. I will say there's a great ward right there for RNG on the Baron pit. They know they're separated. They know they can go for something here, and they know that JDG maybe thought they had full control. They do not. Showstopper not quite able to get the face breaker. That could have been the moment. Now we get the unstoppable onslaught coming in. The Gala is dead. Missing will be taken out on the backside by Bin, but can they make anything else happen? Yagao is just pushing forward with the Spirit Rush, knowing how big he is, knowing how powerful he can be. JDG will get 3, they'll only lose 1.
Yeah, and they don't even need to look towards the Baron. They can just try and push for the end here. We'll see what they have to do in this situation. Xiaohu is still alive, but clearing the wave is going to be difficult against 4 members.
269 can just tank. He doesn't care.
Bane went mid to clear the wave there. The super minions pushing in bot, though, and this is the problem, right? Third inhibitor going down. JDG can just look to walk this one in.
Top side kings are JDG, as 369 Kanavi and Yagao are just unstoppable right now. They are looking to try and make themselves a 2-0 start. Yagao gets out by the skin of his teeth, and Kanavi says to the side of RNG, Xiaohu is Emperor no more. They are pushing in. They are looking for it. They are going as hard as they possibly can. RNG still surviving, though. RNG need to get these health bars down, but the zombie Scion is good. They're trying to get onto Kanavi. It's going to be on Gala. He's pushing in. They're going to keep it alive. They can't take it yet. They will not be able to end. They should be able to clear out these minions, and RNG survive.
It's so close, so the respawning minions will help block the supers, and oh my lord, RNG unwilling to let the second game go down. It was so close. 369 hammering away the Nexus. They will just keep it alive.
Baron?
And actually
missing.
Wait,
Look at missing. Look at missing. Look at missing. He's gonna try and go for it.
369. All he needs to do is just
drop a ward.
Yeah, I mean they have
not
minions.
even. They have minions. They can just go for it.
The ward
go
there.
missing. Go missing. Go. He's gonna go for it. They got so many wards. He's not gonna go for it just yet. But look at the pressure being put down right now. Look at the pings on the mini map.
RNG know they have to do Baron, because if Baron's, I mean, you can't do it when you take damage. They know if Baron goes, there's stuff. But look, TP coming in. They're gonna collapse.
They're gonna collapse on them. They're gonna say, "Hey boys, how's it going?"
No.
There's nowhere for you to go. Nowhere for you to hide. And RNG, they threw the Hail Mary, but they had absolutely no receivers in the end zone, and they just look like fools. Thanks for the leash, JDG. They should be able to end the game after this.
I mean, RNG held on, but, you know, there was still only just a pinky finger keeping them going, and that will finally fall down. JDG pick up the Baron. They're going to push in 3 waves of super minions plus the Baron. When you're 2 members down, basically impossible. JDG going to be able to secure that 2-0, and RNG crumbling.
If Bin and Xiaohu can survive this.
Nah, dude, it's gone.
I know, but if they can, never mind. It's game over. Xiaohu's dead. Right, that's going to be it for the side of JDG going into game 2. That is a 2-0 start. And we're looking at a... RNG got a reverse sweep. Yeah. They got to do it. Otherwise, this is going to be a 3-0 to JDG.
And it kind of goes back to what I said of the first game, right? You come out with like, if you fall behind in the early game and you lose that, you're like, okay, you know, maybe we had bad lane matchups, maybe we messed up something, you know, in our setup for Herald, things like that. That's kind of easy just to kind of adjust and switch. But they've been getting crushed in the mid game despite having a lead. That's the problem, is they come in with a lead, feels like RNG are doing what they want in the early game, and then they are just crumbling, and it feels like the execution in those fights, right? Target selection, things like finding these opportunities, using the pressure from the side lanes, all these things are being expertly done by JDG. And, you know, we wanted to highlight the top jungle, 369 on the Scion, immortal, right? Kanavi on that Lee Sin, absolutely stellar. And I think going in this game 3, you have to ban the Lee Sin. I don't think that just banning the Lee Sin fixes everything.
No,
right? That's the problem.
It's a plaster on a broken arm right now.
Yeah, but you have to do it because they clearly just cannot handle the pressure coming out from this pick.
No, they really can't. And honestly, I want to see RNG on red. Stop giving 369 the full information, and stop giving him an opportunity to get the counter pick, and not even a counter pick as such, but just something safe that he can't die on. And
I don't know what I want to see.
Just not that.
Yeah, I think you need to change a pace. I feel like you're going for this volley bear, right? The Viego's open available. That's something we've seen Wei have a lot of success on. He's going for this volley bear, and he's not really matching Kanavi that well, right? He does a couple of good dives, the ultimate, and then he just falls off a cliff, right? We've seen Ming, the set, not obviously the highest priority engage pick, right? Didn't work spectacularly there. 1 and 7, I think. 1, 7, and 6 in the end. Perhaps getting him on something higher prio, right? They left the Leona to go over to missing. I don't know. There's a lot of questions. That's the problem. Is like... Yeah. They lose another game, they're going down to our losers bracket, and they will follow the fate of V5 that we saw yesterday, which would be crazy, because then we know one of them is getting knocked out.
Yeah, either V5 or RNG would be knocked out should RNG fall today, but I mean, like, we talk about the JDG bans, even Game 1 and Game 2. They banned away the Zeri. They know they don't want to deal with that. They banned away the Camille. But then they also just, like, hard ban into support. They just put in so much priority. We've seen the Tom Kents, the Nautilus, and the Leona all banned away or picked away in this series. And honestly, right now, it just feels like they recognize, like, look, Ming is your guy. Ming is the guy that helps, you know, get Xiaohu to do Xiaohu things, covers Bin, and does everything that you do as a team. If we just keep him from doing anything, it doesn't matter if you get an advantage on bot side. You're still going to lose.
I think what's hilarious is how much pressure they put onto Hope. It just is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Like, they bullied him so heavily this game. The only game I've seen AD carry bullied that much was Game 1.
Yeah.
Like, both games in a row, they just made Hope's life hell,
working.
And it just doesn't matter at all. And like even this game, we talked about the big spikes coming out from Bin and Gala, and look how much damage they did, and it just didn't mean anything. The Scion probably probably did more damage taken than everyone both teams combined, it feels like. He was just soaking every single bit of poke, which is why the Scion 369, once again, leaving him to last pick so we can get the ideal pick for the scenario, worked flawlessly. And as you were just pointing out there, Kanavi did some damage.
Kanavi did more damage than almost every single person bar the AD carry on his team. That's absurd in terms of how he was able to make this one work. And again, the Lee Sin is just giving so much priority. The safety, the agency that you mentioned as well. Like, it's just a lot of stuff going in favor of JDG. And RNG, they look shaken. Honestly, this doesn't look like the RNG of regular season. This looks like the RNG that went against RA and got 0-2.
3.5 weeks, new patch as well.
Yeah.
And I did the prep for the series, and it's like, this is what I expect from RNG. I thought this would be a good matchup stylistically for JDG, but I'm like, they've had
You did predict JDG to win.
I did. Me and Jordan really won. But I was like, RNG have been, practicing away in this new patch for 3.5 weeks. They could bring out so many different things and completely throw a curveball. And as much as I thought, maybe it would be different expectations, I didn't expect this, right? I didn't expect them to get bodied 2 games in a row, because frankly,
that's what
it hasn't
is.
even been close.
No, it hasn't been close. We are going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will have Game 3, potentially the final game of this series. Picks and bans happening very shortly. We'll see you guys soon. But now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now...
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening. The Shy finds his mark, and that's 2 more kills over the Waybill. They are taking control. Health bar, and he is taking him down. There's the hostile takeover. More of a CC than anything else. Free gets exhausted as he goes in with slicing mouth from the Moonlight Vigil over the wall. Is good, but Q trying to keep himself alive. Oh! Massive move from Strive. He doesn't get the
Doggo!
But Doggo is even bigger. Strive almost had the hero play, but Doggo shall not be denied. Important to note, Scout has double stopwatch. He's got a Zhonya's and a stopwatch in hand, so he's going to be able to use both in potentially this fight. SOFM takes a little bit of a chunk as the Shy and Angel go forward. They're trying to find Flandre, and they will be able to get him out. There's the Undying Rage coming out as Angel gets knocked up by the Dreadline. They've killed off Angel, as you can see there. Scout has been the focus, but they can't take him out. They will take 2 kills as Viper goes in. Scout trying to make this one work. He goes golden. Remember, he'll have another one to go if he should need it, but he doesn't right now because he's just doing the damage. He's just putting in the hurt, and Scout is keeping EDG in this. Hello, Swan Bomb. I'm JJ, and that's going to be sold.
I need to see it because the fight's going down. Elder's still standing. Mako's dead. Klit's now dead as well. EDG jungler going golden, and JJ is going to get a world of surprise. He comes out for Scout, but the Emperor survived glide in the back line. Sends him to Viper. That's express delivery. And Scout flashing away was so clutch. Elder on FPX's side though. Jello who's coming back in. No ulti. Care in front of the Elder. Scout does it. Everybody's dead except for Flandre. EDG want to try and get some of these low health bars, but they're being corralled. Herd
drifted away into the danger, into the darkness of Weibo Gaming's jungle. And Weibo, they know they can't let this one go. These two birds, he's trying to get one down, but no, not quite able to find one bong. The flash is good. Angel is here, and he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world of Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. SOFM, he's got ult again. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and then Fight and EDG won't go down.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and we fall our hearts. We see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. It's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Oh, the skin, wondering. Landscapes we're discovering. Whole new worlds so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I say it's a die, your beauty from inside, glowing light and shine. I am with you. Oh, you're so mean to me.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL playoffs. We find ourselves in a very unlikely situation. JDG 2-0 up against RNG.
This is the problem machine. Whenever you look at the most unlikely situation in the LPL, just flip it, right?
Yeah.
And that is suddenly the most likely situation.
You did
right?
say that at the start of the
EDG
year,
getting knocked
yeah.
out, Top Esports reverse sweeping V5, JDG being 2 up against RNG. You have to expect, you just roll with the punches. And this is also why my predictions have been terrible so far. But today I predicted JDG.
And
they're one game away. Only me and Lyric were the only ones to pick JDG
It was true.
in the caster team. And I'm one game away.
I'm gonna be so happy if they, if they flip it back and we get a reverse sweep. But never mind that. We gotta talk about our MVP from Game 2 before we move into Game 3. It was Kanavi. We talked about it. He was 4 levels ahead of his enemy jungler, and honestly, this man is making Lee Sin look as busted as anything.
I'm just gonna be real. Kanavi's been the best jungler so far this split. I feel he's been absolutely stellar, and he's continued that form into playoffs. This series in particular, absolutely just monstrous. And I think the thing is, we talked about how they were targeting Ming's support pool. I feel like Wei and Ming as a duo are strong, but I feel like Wei in isolation isn't that much of a threat, and we've seen consistently, he has the lowest jungle participation. It's like, I think 19th in the league or something ridiculous. Jungle proximity, sorry, not participation. His jungle proximity is extremely low. Like, he doesn't really give that much attention towards his laners or find many ganks. He's just kind of doing the neutrals, right? Does Dragon, does Herald, his team group up with him for those. But Kanavi is like, I will really push the game ahead, right? And even though we've seen him fall behind early, he's constantly finding these windows to punish, to step up, and in these skirmishes, it's just stellar. And, we said it before the break. I'm going to say it again. Don't let him get Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, this is now where we're going to see what RNG adapt to, because they're moving on to the red side. It will be JDG first pick, and we also get to see if JDG change anything. Like you said, in their game against Weibo, they just said, these are the picks, these are what we're banning. So far in the first round, it's been Zeri, Camille, and Nautilus. That's been the picks, but we'll see if anything changes.
I'd expect if they go on blue side, they wouldn't need to ban away Zeri. But it was really weird, because in that other series, they banned, it was TF, Xayah, Lee, both sides, all 5 games. They left Zeri open. They didn't care. They're like, these are our first 3. So it'll be interesting if they do that again. I definitely think they'll probably keep up with the Nautilus. I feel like if they were banning Camille on red side, they would definitely want to ban it on blue side.
Absolutely.
The Zeri, there was the one that they could end up being like, that's your job to ban. But we'll see.
Yeah. That's on you guys.
Yeah. And then that's where things get a bit more problematic for the side of RNG, because suddenly, okay, well, we have to ban Zeri, obviously. We have to ban Lee Sin. That leaves you 1 ban left. And it's like some of the things they've left open have been painful. What's interesting enough is that, they've changed draft strategy, ban strategy quite heavily from Game 1 to Game 2, right? They banned 3 mids. I mean, they still went heavy on the mid laners, but 3 different champs from Game 1 and Game 2. And it feels like they're kind of struggling to be like, okay, what's the solution?
I mean, honestly, I think the solution isn't even in mid. I think at that stage, if you're banning so many things, you can leave it in a situation for Yagao where it's choice paralysis. Yeah, they're going to go for the exact same thing. But RNG, they ban away the Lee Sin. Now JDG, they have to change their last ban because, sadly, RNG stole it.
They get a bonus ban.
I
feel like that's
the bonus ban. I like that.
We kind of expected Zeri and red side. It's just kind of par for the course. Lee Sin as well. I'm glad they're taking that away. And then it's TF banned by JDG. So not wanting RNG to unlock that global pressure. Another pick that spikes so well in the mid game. Now for RNG, I feel like the Rise could be a decent shout here, but it obviously depends on what they want to lean towards. They're actually going for the volley bear, so despite the fact it hasn't really worked for them, they know how much agency this pick can have in the jungle. They really want to limit Kanavi heavily, and JDG happy just to take that Xayah for hope.
I would love to see AD carry support right now for RNG. I would love to them to lock that in. Then you can still go, whatever they pick on the JDG side, you can ban away supports, you can go for mid. There's so many ways you can go for there.
The thing is, I feel like the problem with that is you can be counted in support, whereas if you leave it till 3rd pick, you're going to have a good matchup. They could end up picking something like the Thresh, which people are probably more comfortable blinding if they go the Aphelios here. But we will see. Maybe they just want priority in a jungler. And, you know, we talk about Wei, his best jungler for the split, the one he's played so much has been that Viego. They will go for that. It's not going to have as much early pressure as things like a Lee or a Volley, which is why it's important they banned that into this situation.
Yeah, well, they got the Viego here for themselves. And honestly, the Viego's a great pick as well, because if JDG decide they want to go towards, for example, the Hecarim, which we haven't seen at all this series, it is something that's waits till 6 anyway, so it's not going to have that bad of a time. It does do very well in terms of scaling. However, as we mentioned a million times over with Viego, you are heavily reliant on those resets. If you do not get those resets out, you just don't have as much power. I've seen people make it look broken, and I've seen people make it look useless. So it depends on what RNG can make. And honestly, on a pick like Viego, Wei has to step up.
100%. I mean, he has just been very underwhelming so far this series. And the thing is, at least with the Viego, even if you fall behind, you can still have value in those team fights. You don't have to have as much early pressure as a Volley. Now, we all see the Kennen for 369, something he's very popular on. And RNG has a lot of choices here. They can match a support pick, they can match a top pick, or they could go for something mid, like potentially the Ahri, and then it means that JDG can't ban out those 2 remaining roles that haven't been answered. I feel like they have a lot of flexibility in this regard. And I feel like all 3 are good options. You could pick something that heavily counters this Kennen. We saw 369 pick the Lucian specifically into the Kennen in his series, but they are going to commit the Ahri. And I like this with the Viego because it has those double reset mechanics. You get a kill, you keep moving forwards, and you can really take over skirmishes because of that.
Yeah, I think that's a good call here to get Xiaohu something he's got quite a lot of priority on. He's quite good on as well. I just need to see him hit maybe a couple more charms like we didn't see in the first game. But for RNG, now you can start banning away mid laners. You can start taking away some of those Yagao picks and honestly start thinking about where you want to go with the last few picks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because I think LeBlanc is something that I expect as a ban. Veigar could also be taken away here, but the thing is, you've already got 2 stun champions on JDG. It means that Merc Tread's tenacity, right, will be so high value, so maybe they don't want to go into that. They could also look towards the jungle pool, because obviously they've taken away those 2 big picks for Kanavi, but they are going to go for the Veigar as well, so really thinning out these picks are going to cause problems for Xiaohu. JDG look for those top laners that Bin could end up taking into the Kennen, and we're going to see what RNG go for here. I feel like you can just take a support, you know what the matchup is, and you sort of know what you need from your support as well. I think you kind of do want a bit of engage coming out from Ming. I'm saying that they might actually lean into the Renata, right? The anti-dive, especially against things like a Kennen, which has like a limited amount of burst. Renata can be very effective with the Felios.
Absolutely, and again, look at the champions that JDG have drafted for themselves so far. Leona, Xayah, Kennen, relatively short-range composition that do need to be fairly close to you in order to be doing damage. But now, JDG, they've got to pick their mid laner. They will be able to get a pseudo counter pick, shall we say, into the Ahri. And honestly, much like Game 1, this Ryze will do fairly well in the laning phase and will just scale into an Uber tank.
Yeah, something I'm going to say here, though. I mean, I expect we'll probably have an AD jungler come out from Kanavi, but a lot of AP on the side of JDG already. And if Hope falls behind on the Xayah, you could see them struggling a bit. But so far, RNG doesn't have anyone who's too tanky, and it looks like they might look towards a Hecarim, which you've seen mostly ignored so far this series, despite the priority in general. And I think a lot of the reason is that we see people looking for more early pressure in the junglers in the LPL, right? Hecarim, somebody can be bullied out early. We've seen lots of examples where people look to challenge it and invade it in the jungle. Now, I think Viego is a pick where you're not threatened too much, so they're comfortable with go for this. And right now, JDG, you know, they're going to have mid priority. They have that roam potential to rise. They have insane dive threat, team fight potential, and lockdown. But I feel like if the fight extends, if RNG get a reset, their comp just is absolutely stellar. And if they go for this Gragas, it's going to be able to farm up fine into the Kennen, but also they disengage, the peel, right? You basically sit on Gala on this Aphelios, and anyone who comes close, you dispatch them, you lock them down, and that's when the resets start to come in the chase potential. So I actually really like RNG's composition, and I feel like with Kanavi no longer on the likes of the Lee Sin, maybe this is one where they're not going to bounce back so hard in the mid game. But I'll still say JDG, we saw them expertly handling those skirmishes come mid game, and they have the tools, they have the Yagao Rise as well.
That's the big thing. Again, JDG, as much as we love to see them as an early game, you know, kind of Kanavi activity, this hasn't been about the early game. RNG have won both early games. In terms of the pre-15 minutes, RNG have been on top more in one game than the other. But it has been about those mid-games. It's about being smart with your engages. It's been smart about where you're taking your fights. And honestly, JDG have just been that. They've just been smarter, better at executing what their composition is. And just honestly, just looking like the much better team on the day. RNG, you need to step up. We know they can, but it's similar to when we were watching the EDG series earlier in the playoffs. Yes, Scout had a godlike performance on his ear. That was one game at a 0-2 where he had to do it 3 times in a row, and he couldn't.
I think one thing to be said is, RNG have won both early games, but this composition, you want to be ahead, you want to get control of areas early, and you want JDG be coming into you so that you just basically use your disengage tools effectively. I think if RNG fall behind, whether it's early or whether it's in the mid-game, it becomes very hard, because again, they don't have Ming on an engage champion you can just force in. Wei also on the Viego, it's not like the Hecarim where you just charge forwards. You kind of want people low to get those resets. So RNG, if they have a good early game, if they can take the game at their pace, control it, and then ensure that they are at objectives first, this should be a fine match for them. But if JDG pull ahead, if JDG pull off some of the magic they've had in those first 2 games, it will be rough.
And here we are. We're jumping onto the rift. JDG one Nexus explosion away from getting a 3-0 over RNG. The reigning MSI champions, the Emperor of Spring himself, about to be knocked down into that lower bracket. It is about this game. It is about the early stage, and I want to see now what JDG and RNG can do. I will say from RNG's side, it is going to be a little bit harder for them to try and get that big advantage in bot side. I think the Xayah Leona will just have a much easier time going into the Renata and Golov pre-6, but if you can survive that, like you mentioned, it's all up to them on execution.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like the level 6 spike for RNG's mid-jungle, because pre-6, Ahri doesn't have nearly as much power, right? You don't get the resets from the ult. You don't have the ult as that mobility and extra damage tool. But also Viego, in skirmishes, he's okay pre-6, but the problem is, one, you don't get the ult reset, which is tons of damage. But also, if you go into a champion like a Leona, you want to use your cooldowns and then jump out. You can't jump out until you're 6, so I expect RNG to get a bit more pressure when they get to that point. JDG, though, they have Prio from Yagao in the laning phase on the rise. Kanavi is taking Ignite critically on the Hecarim, so that really adds some power to the skirmishes. And oh my god, we've already seen a lot of action.
Gala's going to have to flash. He can't stay here. He has to back himself away. I will say that. There it is. They're going to flash in. Flash forward! Didn't get the Airy back in time, and now both AD carries summonerless. But we'll see as Xenoblade coming in as missing is far healthier than Ming in this exchange.
This is one of the weaknesses of Renata, is that your cooldowns are so long, and you just can't really do that much. You burn your E right there is what happened level 1. You burn your E, and you can't do anything else to help your AD carry. And Gala, particularly on this Aphelios level 1, doesn't even have an ability. Now, Hope and Missing are still looking for windows, but Gala and
level 2's going to be hit first.
Yeah,
by
they
RNG.
should get the level 2. And he actually has the Q. He should actually be able to find Missing.
Yeah,
no,
not quite able to get the level 2 there for Ming. Actually, Ming wasn't in range of one of those minions, so wasn't able to get that first engage.
A lot of summoners bitten, though. But I love this. This is such an LPL Leona thing, where you E in level 1, particularly when Glacial Augment started being used. You E in level 1, the snowfield's down, and you just walk at them. You auto them.
You don't need your Shield of Daybreak.
Yeah, you win out the trade just thanks to your base stats and the extra damage you get from your passive. Obviously, level 2 is a big spike for Leona, but I'm glad they're trying to apply that pressure. Cleanse and Flash being down for Gala means it is a definite gank window. But for now,
speaking of which,
he's looking mid.
Yeah, he's going to look mid. Xiao, who remember doesn't have the Spirit Rush and will probably end up having to use his Flash if Kanavi did fully commit there with the Q, but good for the side of RNG. He does not end up getting that, so just a little bit of early pressure. And I will say that I'm not a huge fan of those ganks, mainly because it does kind of reveal to the enemy team where you're going and what you're doing.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those situations where if you're not in a position to be punished, it's not a big deal. It's been a bit opportunistic in trying to find the window. But it doesn't really come to fruition. But, you know, you looked, you'll move down towards your bot side and clear out your red. No real capitalization. I think critically as well, if you have an idea of where Wei is, it's not as punishing. And they did get down that early ward to track him.
Yeah, well, Wei very, very unlucky there. Just as Missing came out of the brush, he gets spotted out, so they know exactly what was going on and towards his bot side. And will be a little bit of a freeze coming in here from the side of JDG. Never mind.
Just a wave position, it would end up bouncing back. And they could have like held it for longer and stacked up a big wave, but I feel like if they're not going to capitalize on it, there's not really much point. They're just going to push in, get the reset, and try and pick some items. Particularly Hope, getting an early tier on a back would be nice. Would be an situation we've seen. Yagao is reset now and picked up his, well, he already had his tier, already has the stacks, but picking up some extra health and mana there.
Despite the early skirmishing in the bot side, it is going to be a pretty quiet early game. As I say that way, he's going to find himself in that top side. They will keep 369 in check right now. using the fact that they got it early back in the top side to, you know, maybe get an advantage there, but not going to be happening. I will say that, you know, despite the Hecarim maybe having a slightly faster clear than the Viego, it is going to be the double scuttle going over to the side away. So far, so good for RNG, and we talked about how level 6 is huge for them. They are halfway there.
And we see, essentially, Wei comes up top, looks for something on 369, but won't find it. The wave was pushing towards 369, so no reason for him to contest. And then we see Knavi was actually potentially looking for a gank onto Bin, but was spotted out. So Bin won't be punished here. You know, I feel like this is something I've criticized Bin for quite extensively over the course of the split, is overextending when the jungler's near. But because of that vision provided by Wei, he's able just to play things out safely. And had a bit of a slower early game. I am looking towards those neutrals, often something that RNG do lean towards, particularly that first Herald. So they can find priority in the bot lane in particular. They can then swap up and lean towards that, but still a few minutes away.
Still a few minutes away. We are also going to see level 6s coming in very soon for these topsiders as we get first game of this season for Ming. First competitive Renata he's had. He's 0 wins and 0 losses. And I actually saw from JDG's side, 369, 14 games on the Kennen, 11 wins and 3 losses. This man is more than comfortable on this pick. And
he's played a lot of Kennen as well.
He's played a lot of Kennen. The guy knows exactly what's going on. And with the buffs coming in as well, it feels nice.
We've seen a lot of people playing Kennen in playoffs, but, you know, 369 was doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
It just had a bit of favoritism for it. Now, Bin, this is...
Got explosive cast.
know your team are playing towards the bot side. Don't go for a trade.
Here we go. They're going to get the flash slicing Maelstrom going in. The ignite goes down. Bin will be able to get himself away just about. Nice explosive cast to put him away from the turret, but now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He will have the belly flop now in about 2 seconds. He needs to just try and survive. It's going to be difficult. He's going to try and maybe take down Knavi. Knavi's actually in a little bit of trouble because here comes the rest of his team. It's going to be Xiaohu coming in, maybe trying to get those resets with the Spirit Rush. Not quite able to get it. Yagao flashes forward the Rune Prison. RNG get the Dragon, and importantly, they survive.
And this is standard Xiaohu, right? When you see a play going on the bot side, you expect Xiaohu to join, but often he goes and defends on the other side of the map, comes in to help Bin survive, because honestly, if Xiaohu didn't turn up, I think they probably would have just been able to get the kill onto Bin. Bit of a precarious one. He is down in farm. He missed a lot of that wave, but he does survive.
That's the big thing right now. This is what we saw from JDG in Game 1. Yes, their bot side hemorrhaged in terms of the CS and the gold, but they didn't die. They weren't giving over those more resources, those better rotations.
And critically here, right, Dragon picked up for RNG. Way up in farm, level 6 achieved, and we are seeing the bot lane of RNG, particularly as we have the Infernum from Gala finding fire, so I expect them to shove this next wave in, and we can start looking towards playing for that Herald on the top side that's coming up in just 40 seconds.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty big power spike here coming in now for RNG. They've got access to the Heartbreaker. They have access to the Spirit Rush as well. And like you mentioned, those resets should be pretty damn big. You will be waiting for your level 6 here on the bot laners, but nothing too untoward as you have a little bit of a push. I will say, though, again, with the Xayah and the Leona, very easy for them to be able to kind of push this one back. Wei is on the bot side, though, to maybe help them out.
They were kind of... RNG were playing very respectful in the bot lane there. I think they easily could have just forced the push, but they weren't too focused on it. You know, Gala could have just burned his Infernum ammo to make it happen.
Oh,
but
here we go. We're going to see the cleanse used. They're not going to try and get the pullback just yet. Gala trying to just run away. He will flash, and that's 2 summoners down on the side of RNG. But now here comes Wei, maybe looking to try and catch out the side of Hope as he tries to go forward. He does have flash, but he's not going to use it. And in 8 minutes into the game, we get first blood going over to RNG.
I can see why RNG's bot lane was playing a bit cautious in that 2v2, the threat that Leona provides. But in the end, Wei comes down, they're able to secure that kill, and looks like they are moving up now towards the top side.
Yeah.
They know, they expect Knavi will start up this Herald, but he sees that they're moving. He knows he has to back away with the member down on the map. Actually, you know, going to keep it leashed and make it reset. But ultimately, RNG do respond. They will get there for the Herald and look to at least force him off it.
Yeah, you still have Heartbreaker available for Wei. Remember, he got that Heartbreaker reset off of the fact that he just killed off the AD carries, so still has that available for any potential skirmishes. Ming hasn't gone back just yet, but does have the hostile takeover as we wait to see now where RNG want to prioritize. If they can catch out 369, who does not have flash, that could be huge.
Looking for it now. Bin just needs to land the cask.
Here we go. He's going to go for the belly bop. Doesn't quite land it just yet. They will get him in, but there is the slicing Maelstrom, and on top of the onslaught of shadows comes in, and they won't get the reset. It's a disaster in the top side. 2 kills to Knavi. He was ready.
And this is the top jungle of JDG outperforming. So much was burnt from RNG, and critically, the Heartbreaker, it's an execute, right? It was used quite early On to 369, the AoE comes in, and Wade does not get the reset. Things completely change if he gets that healing, if he gets that extra rotation of abilities. But Kanavi now, 2-0 on the Hecarim, able to sort of discourage RNG from doing the Herald, and now they're in a pretty comfortable spot. For the first time, we've seen a bit of a gold lead for JDG in the early game.
Yeah, well, we'll wait until 15 minutes hit, and then we'll see where it is. But again, this is just 369 going in where they can't see him, and then immediately recognizing if he just pops the Slicing Maelstrom before he's stunned, he will survive.
Yeah, and it was just a bit of an early hot range, but also I feel like the problem was, you know, they were trying to be patient with the cask, and as a result, when he walked in the brush, like, I don't just want to blindly throw it in.
They waited
I will wait, right? And then because they waited so long, Kanavi was able to get there. Horseman, obviously very fast, and able to turn that around. Just a bit of a flub from RNG, and I think ultimately this series, top and jungle haven't been too stellar. Now, Gala's going to get forced away and losing a lot of plates on this tower already just in the 2v2. And I think this is a problem with that Renata, is you just don't have the most presence in the laning phase. You are a bit of a liability. Obviously scales exceptionally, and particularly in a game where you have like a Viego who can get resets, the W so valuable. But for now, it has been JDG's bot lane with the pressure advantage.
Yeah, and you know, looking across the board, apart from mid lane where it's fairly even, it's pretty much CS leads for everybody. I will say 369, nearly 40 CS up in that top side is pretty ridiculous. As we come in, there's the Moonlight Vigil, going to be answered back by the feathers going flying, but Hope.
Yeah.
Oh, Hope. He will pick up another. Yeah, he got a plate, and that's what he wanted. They're going to try and donate this one over to Gala. They should be able to do it, no problem at all. And that is a good response here from RNG. They should be able to get a push down on this bot side. Rift Herald is going to be started, but they can trade it for Dragon. So actually, RNG coming out on top in this trade.
Yeah, and I think they're happy. And honestly, interestingly enough, their last series before we went into playoffs against OMG, all 3 games, they didn't even touch First Herald. And this was such a big change from the split, where this has been a team who'd lent so heavily towards it. It's interesting enough, we've seen in this playoff series as well, First Herald hasn't been as much of a priority. Obviously, they're down 0-2, so I can't really comment too much on that. But ultimately, Susie Bin potentially
this is
in
hard,
trouble.
though. This is very difficult for them to make it work, but Missing will go in with the Glacial Augment. They're going to try and get the Slicing Maelstrom down. It's just so much single target CC. There's not really a lot you can do there. I think Bin was caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you need Merc Treads as soon as possible
Yeah.
on this Gragas, because the CC layering
on
is
everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Merc Treads across the board feel like a good option here. Now, Xiaohu might have to ult here.
Lands the charm, and that should slow down Kanavi enough for him to be able to walk away. As I say that, he does get the Onslaught of Shadows out, which does force the Spirit Rush. So, trade of ultimates. I think you're happy as Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're quite comfortable just going back in the jungle and farming, but mitigating that pressure from the Ahri, quite important. Now, RNG managed to get that Dragon on the bot side and are going to take this first tower all for Gala with no response from JDG. You know, the Herald is great, but the whole point of the Herald is you want to be getting that extra gold income.
Gala just got a full 5 plates to himself. Renata was off playing, you know, keep away with the wards, making sure that was literally 100% all him. So that's a fantastic amount of gold. So Gala's going to be able to come back with a pretty decent spike for himself, and we see how much damage this Aphelios can do. As we have a look towards this top side, it's part and parcel for the that's our phrase of the series. As we come in now, Missing just goes in again, single target, not a lot you can do.
I think you kind of needed a body slam Missing to interrupt the Zenith Blade.
Maybe get rid of the Slicing Maelstrom.
I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the micro, right? Yeah, you're stuffed. Yeah. It might make them get a bit lower.
Unless you play that absolutely perfectly.
I think even if I think the other team has to misplay as well, right? Is the problem. Is why I'm like shutting my point down, because it's just so hard now. JG will get some plates on the bot side for Kanavi and Yagao off the back of the Herald. They're not getting first tower, so it's a bit rough, but they have received a lot of plates in this game because that top tower very low, so a lot of money in pocket.
Yeah, they got 4 on the top side. They're able to get the full tower now in the bot side as well. They did give over that gold to Yagao. This will be a Rift Herald. Sadly not getting another push here for JDG, but they will get a lot of damage down onto Xiaohu. And a little bit of miscommunication there between the jungler and the support. Now Missing, forced to flash away. The Heartbreaker misses. Can they get any more resets? They are trying to chase down this JDG jungler, and they will be able to get him. JDG, for the first time this series, with a rare mistake.
Yeah, making a bit of a flub there and getting punished on it, but ultimately RNG won't find too much more, and Hope is in the mid lane picking up plates, so as much as the kill is nice for RNG, not really going to be able to transition into too much else as of right now.
Did have the Moonlight Vigil with the Gravitum. I was thinking maybe he flashes in, but he was almost out of that gun anyway, so gets himself onto red and white. Sadly for RNG, it is a Cloud Dragon. It is nice for them in certain senses, but definitely would have preferred something a little bit more concrete, shall we say.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, for JDG, you'd probably have preferred the Cloud Soul, right? Because with the Hecarim, with the cannon, really powerful.
Seize Hecarim, Cloud Soul, baby.
Yeah, literally, that's how it is. But But yeah, just a bit of an overstep from Kanavi in this situation. When you don't have ultimate as well, very easy to re-engage. But ultimately, you know, with the flash coming out from Missing, they don't get that much from it.
Look at the picture-in-picture. We are going to see Missing getting caught out again. He's probably going to go down. He has no flash because we just see it on the replay. That's just a straight-up mistake coming out from Missing. That's 2 in a row now from the Leona. And JDG, they need to be careful. Yes, you're ahead. Is that like the problem with this series? If you're ahead of 15 minutes, you lose?
It seems like that so far. You know, whichever team has a gold lead ends up backfiring. But ultimately, just good play from RNG, looking for those picks. And that's part of the power they have between the Ari and the Viego. They have the ability to chase the target down. And now Bin, yeah. You'll end up there after this play.
Yeah, Bin. This isn't a good spot for you. He hasn't even got tank stats. Like, he couldn't even survive for long enough. He's got a lost chapter, and as I say that, we're going to see the mid lane. Gala feeling confident as he pushes forward, Missing as well. A little bit of trouble. There's the Realm Warp. Going to lead to nothing, though, as they try to get him away. Now the TP coming in. You still have the Slicing Maelstrom coming in. Solar Flare is perfect onto Gala. There's the hostile takeover, but it's not enough to save this fight. As I say that, Missing goes in on the Zenith Blade into the stasis, and they will get the resets there for Wei. Now, do you land any more charms, any more CC? The Onslaught of Shadows comes out. It's a 3v3 in the mid lane, but you don't want this fight, JDG. You can't get the resets off, and there's going to be so much more now for the side of RNG. There's a charm going down. Can he get any more? He cannot, but that is a good response here from RNG.
They take out Gala, and you can see how confident Gala is playing with Ming as that backup. With that W to allow him to go so aggressive, but then we have the scenario where the Kennen TP's in. The W's not there. The turnaround can't come, but the extended fight, that is where RNG wins out those longer trades. And the confidence here from Gala, right? Just charges forwards, you pop the W, remember, it gives you movement speed towards enemy champions, and he can just run Hope down. And this is why I feel, despite the lead that JDG had, going to the late stage of the game, RNG have a lot of tools to mitigate and shit. Didn't have the cooldowns for when the Kennen came in, the exhaust wasn't enough. But it actually comes back up available for Wei in the extended fight. And once you start getting resets with this comp of RNG, so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned it in pick and ban, the Ari and the Viego, getting that extra spirit push, getting the extra mobility with your ultimates is absolutely huge. And now, RNG, they're going to put themselves on the sole point. It is still a win condition. Bin wants to be some kind of positive right now, so he's going to be able to try and help out Wei. But this is still RNG, despite the huge amount of pressure being put into that top side, still coming out on top of these fights.
100%. And, you know, I feel like Gold's close to even, but it's like JDG, you know, Merc Treads are going to be coming out. We've already seen them for Wei. Bin has them as well. A lot of tenacity, I think, especially because Wei's going to have tenacity, I would assume, in his runes. But it just means stuns aren't really going to stick. And there's not like a ton of damage, right? You have a tank Hecarim, you're going to have a tank Rise. This Zaya's behind, and again, she's got the lethality, the burst, not like 100 to 0 potential. Especially if Wei gets like a death stance, even more so. And they even have exhaust for the Kennen. So in these extended fights, if you can't cut through things like the Bloodthirster from Gala, they're going to turn it around so much so. And I feel like that's why JDG, you know, trying to find opportunities to punish. Ming may be a target they can pick off quite easily.
Oh, well, that's Scryer's Bloom. Not going to hit anybody, sadly, for the side of RNG. And now they're in a little bit of trouble. The charm will land, but as I said, it's over a wall, so it'll go over to the side. JDG looking to see if anyone was going to go towards this second Rift Herald, which is alive and well, and they're going to start it off themselves. However, they don't have perfect vision control, and they need to be very careful with how they take these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for this one. I feel like RNG, one thing to talk about is what I said of this coming out of draft is that RNG want to be in control of the area. They want to be there first. They want JDG coming into them, which is why, despite the fact that RNG have been confident in these fights, they don't feel comfortable approaching right now. They want to be there first, and when they aren't able, they kind of just give it over.
I mean, as well as that, like, you look at Bin, he hasn't even got his first item yet. He doesn't really want to be going into a 5v5. He's not really built for that just yet. So in a 5v4, JDG are always going to have that advantage, and RNG are happy to let that one go. It probably is going to go down in the mid lane and take that one down, but not going to be too big of a problem for RNG.
Yeah, I expect to be thrown down there. Easy, just pick up that mid-tier one, and that really opens up the map and allows for a bit deeper vision to come in from JDG. What do you think is going to be important, especially when you're playing around the Kennen? One of the big things, talking about this composition from RNG that wants to kite back, right, deal with threats to the approach, if you come in from a flank on things like the Kennen, even the Hecarim, can be particularly threatening. So getting that deeper vision, allowing 369 to use that teleport is something that JDG have been stellar at throughout the split. That's why the Kennen has worked so well for them. They find those angles, those opportunities, even when they're at a deficit of getting 369 into and on the backline.
All right, 2 minutes 30, a little bit more than that till the next dragon spawns. That is Cloud Soul, which at this stage of the game, 21 minutes into the game, that is significant. That is a significant buff to have for your team.
Go fast.
You definitely go fast, and you're going to mitigate a lot of the slows as well. You know, Glacial Augment not as powerful, but that's neither here nor there. RNG, they're going to be looking to try and maybe make something work. Where do you want to see them work around it? Do they even go for this dragon? Do they just use it as a buffer to keep themselves relevant to later in the stages of the game?
I think, you know, as they're approaching the objective, you can look to try and establish vision in the area, try and contest that mid-prio, especially when JDG throw down the Herald. The critical thing is trying to maintain control of the Dragon Pit and the river around it, because if JDG are funneling in, that's where you find it favorable. And for JDG, I feel like, you know, if you use the Herald to get prio and you get in first, that's where you can potentially start to threaten, right? If RNG force forwards, a TP flank can come in, you can find these angles of approach. I think playing around vision is vitally important. But as you can see, Bin finds an opportunity to move from bot, and they are just constantly trying to do their best to maintain control.
Yeah, you can move from bot, but he was spotted there on a ward that was sitting in the pixel bush. So now we'll see what the side of RNG want to do. They are getting collapsed upon. I think they need to realize they are sitting on vision. No one's really walking towards them. They are not really in a position to kind of catch anybody out. TP going to be used by Xiaohu to get himself back into mid lane just to cover for this Rift Herald fight, but just over a minute now until Dragon spawns, and we are looking at potentially another big fight. Big important notice right now, as I say, that Hope, huge. He won't have that ultimate now for the next fight.
Yeah, so a tool down for Hope, does still have summoners, but critically, RNG have grouped early because they don't want the Herald to get thrown down. But if you look at the side lanes, Yugao has pushed in bot, 369 is going to push in top lane, so a lot of minions going to be missed, and you see Bin's actually moved bot to answer that. So this is now a window where JDG can look to group up and then apply pressure. But RNG are forcing to have control of the area by having Xiaohu with them. Looks like they might even just sacrifice those minions in top because they are so hell-bent on maintaining control of the area.
I mean, the Soul is their goal right now. Soul is the goal.
Their goal.
Soul is the goal right now for RNG. And again, they are the ones 0-2 down in this series. They are the ones basically playing best of ones until they win 3 in a row. That is how this game goes right now for RNG. So they have to maintain control. Banshee's Veil was picked up for Xiaohu. You have a Bloodthirster. A quick look at all summoners available except for Xiaohu's teleport. This is going to be a full 5v5 missing. Oh, thank God.
What a great ward.
Great ward missing. Well done, you.
And now you can see 369 and Kanavi hiding in the brush. Yugao on the flank. And remember, I think if they just charge train RNG, they will struggle. Hostile takeover, fantastic there.
Yo.
They aren't really finding a flank angle. It's going to come down to the smite.
Here we go. Both junglers are there. It's a smite fight, but it's not even taken by the junglers. It's secured by the Aphelios. They try to get 369. He didn't get the positioning right. The Moonlight Vigil goes off. We built it up. Nothing happened but soul to RNG.
He tried to realm over and over and he botched it. He didn't even get over the water. I mean, I feel like it was probably a bit late, right? RNG will be backing away. But regardless, they end up getting the dragon. They are going to go for a reset here, and they are losing out. This Herald is going to push in bot tier 2, and I think because of the resets, they might just look for mid tier 1 as well. This is a lot of damage being done. Sure, RNG gets soul. I'm not going to say it wasn't worth it, but they are losing a lot in return.
Yes, they absolutely are, and we are going to see them now stop just shy of the inhibitor, so they will not be able to get that. But there's a charm down onto Missing. Gets himself about a third of his HP taken out by Xiaohu, who has gone a bit more of a defensive build. Like we mentioned, he has the Banshees to keep himself safe. Now in mid lane, RNG are maybe fishing, looking for something. Kanavi, though, in a little bit of trouble, has been caught out and taken out. Now they can reset. Now they can keep pushing forward and look to try and make this one work. The heal onto Missing is good to keep him alive for now. The flash has been buffered by this Hope, but there's going to be a flank there from 369. He will not get anything else, and all of a sudden now RNG, they can run towards the Baron.
Yeah, jungler down, they can head towards it. They did use a lot of tools, but they still have the hostile takeover.
369! They catch him out, and they're going to be able to push him back. He will be taken out and taken away from this fight. RNG are pulling the strings. They are puppeteering this match right now, and they are dragging JDG across the stage.
They're using the lack of vision around the Baron so effectively to look for these plays again and again to find the picks. Now, they took out 369. He has teleport, and Kanavi is back up, but I think they're too slow. They're not going to get them in time. The DPS from this team means Baron is secured, and RNG, After a disastrous game 1 and 2, they realize they're able to take this one in the mid-game using these reset tools from the Viego, from the RE, using these picks so effectively.
And RNG now finally in this game have themselves a gold lead. It's probably going to be taken away now.
All they had to do was lose early. That's
lose early, but not by a lot. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But it is a dead even game in terms of the gold. It is going to be a soul now. But the thing is, you have the Baron as we look at this replay. Elder spawning in 4 minutes.
I think it's just so good. It's a lack of vision over there. The flash engage from Bin, just given no opportunity. And also, I love the cast. Cast him away from his team, but not into his team with the cannon.
Oh, they found another pick right here, and Kanavi gets caught. RNG are doing what JDG did to them in game 1. As we can see, they catch him as well. They're not able to get the minions up in time, but that's a teleport down. That summoner's not available. RNG are running with this.
And that's so big. The teleport for Kennen is one of the best tools for JDG, and it is now unavailable.
Here we go.
They're going to push up with that Baron. Bear in mind, Wei now has Stopwatch and a Death Dance as well as his Divine Sundra, so he is so hard to take out, and I feel like JDG is just behind the curve. They really cannot cut through RNG, and they win so well in those extended fights.
They're just taking everything, top lane, mid lane. They're going for all these turrets because they know, again, we talked about it in pick and ban. You are such a very short range composition. It is hard for you to get up on top of these minions. Mid lane tier 2 goes down. They can now rotate back up and try and use it. They still have Baron for a minute and a half.
Yeah, they're getting so much off the back of this.
Oh, Moonlight Vigil. Not quite able to get enough damage.
Just gonna poke them out, that's enough.
Yeah, and then look at Wei. Wei's 1v2 right now. They're going to push forward onto Missing, who does not get hit by anything. Eventually gets hit by the Everfrost. Will not go down. We will see the cleanse used by Gala and a flash. He might have gone a little bit too far here. There's the Hawktail takeover. They didn't take out the turret before they can really disengage. That was a little bit risky.
Guys, you kill the turret, then you go past it. Like, I'm looking, I'm like, they're so deep. And it's not being taken
Legends
out.
101.
Yeah, little bit scrappy, a little bit messy. But I just want you to picture that moment, right? If Kennen had TP.
Yeah.
If Kennen had TP and could flank there, that could have been the moment to get back in.
There was even a ward on the blue buff.
Yeah, so the fact that 369 didn't have TP, honestly a godsend for RNG there, and a bit of a pain point for JDG. That was absolutely a window to get back in. But ultimately, RNG reset, they spend a lot of gold, and they're going to start making a push on the bot side. That tier 2 is still available. They'd love to close that out with the last 40 seconds of the Baron if possible. But they don't really have much of a wave for now. They're just going to push in and get control of this Dragon area. Remember, it's a minute 40 until Elder.
Oh, Missing. He's going to take a lot of damage here. He can't move. He can't go anywhere. He doesn't have flash. And he is dead. Now you do not have your support, your main warding position. Yeah. In a minute and a half, the Elder responded. You can't walk in here.
Exactly.
This is not your jungle.
Like, the Leona's going to be back up, but without being able to contest the vision, you're put into such a rough spot. They'll use the last of the Baron to try and push in on this tier 2 in the bot lane. And should actually just be able to get this, honestly. There's going to be more gold in pocket. You can see a reset come out from Gala and Ming here just to buy as much as possible. 3 items for that Aphelios going into this. And it's a 3,500 gold lead. We've definitely seen much bigger gold leads in this series in the LPL. But RNG, if they have control of the Dragon area, it feels so hard for the enemy team.
Deja vu. Deja vu. I've seen this exact play. They don't land the CC, but they get the onslaught of shadows. That's your big, unstoppable ultimate. 50 seconds until the dragon spawns. RNG, they're just destroying JDG.
Yeah, I think they are doing... Just compared to game 1 and 2, especially, their mid-game was so sloppy.
It's a different team.
Yeah, completely. And they know their win con is to have control of the area. We saw earlier how they were willing to sacrifice waves to make sure Xiao Hu was there so they had control. They have that now. There's a couple of wards. You can see JDG moving in, but Kanavi, you have to be so careful. Wei will scout out 369. And the critical thing I've been saying all game, flanks for JDG. If they can find a route to get the Kennen behind, that's well worked. The Realm Warp is a way you can cheat to get him behind the enemy team, but if you just dive straight towards RNG, they will love that.
And also as well as that, yes, the Realm Warp is a way to cheat in, but the Realm Warp is so telegraphed. If they see it coming,
it's not subtle.
Yeah, it's not a subtle ability, as we can now see the Dragon has spawned. This is a 28-minute Elder Dragon. You still have Soul for RNG. They don't need to go for this. They can just go straight forward towards the mid lane if they need to. It's going to be so close.
You can't sack the Elder, though. They will pull over, but they're making sure there's no flanks possible to come out, right? You see you get on 369 hovering. They are going to potentially look for the Realm Warp combo to go in.
Here we go. Xiao Hu now in the back of this. Missing has to flash away. He's lost it. There's the Realm Warp coming in, but they know it's coming. They know it's telegraphed, and they're going to jump straight on top of him. The exhaust comes down a little bit too late. Xiao Hu has to run away. There's the hostile takeover, though, and stops all the momentum. That was huge. He will be able to try and trade this one back, though, as they get the resets, and Wei is running away with this fight. I will say, though, Hope does a hell of a lot of damage, but not as much as this Viego. This game is all but done. The Heartbreaker over the side stops Yagao from getting anything more, and that's a 5 for 2 and Elder Drake.
And honestly, it was a good attempt from JDG, right? They got the Realm Walk flank on, they found that angle, you saw how much damage he did, but you're down in gold. You're playing up against RNG's composition, which deals so well with engaged threats, and they're able to turn around. Scrappy, sure, but at the end of the day, they're going to secure that Elder Dragon, and things are looking dire for JDG.
They're going to even wait until everybody spawns, because guess what? Elder Drake, you probably want it on your damage carries. You probably want it on Xiaohu and Gala. They know they can do this. They can just wait around. Even Ming saying, look, I'll stay here with you, buddy. Don't worry, I'll hold your hand. And they are going to be able to take this one now, and this is a huge moment there. I feel like that was it for JDG. I think they had to get it there because of Baron in 30 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to contest it.
Yeah, and now they have full Elder on everyone on the team. They can have it with the Baron. So hard to contest. And again, this is the thought process. This is the right plan. The ult coming in from the Kennen is huge. Great AoE CC, great damage. And critically, Gala repositions to get away, right?
Everybody was hit by the hostile takeover.
Yeah, it's the turnaround. It's so effective against the composition JDG has. And as much as you see great play from Hope to burst out Gala, the resets start coming in, right? We have Wade charging forwards as a horse, able to then ult out the back as well. Him being so strong is such a problem, and this is why we often saw this pick banned away from him, because he's such a powerful user of the Viego.
Yeah, and with Elder Drake, yeah, JDG, you can't contest this. You may try and look for it, but that was your one flank ward. Probably going to die. Oh, it didn't die just yet. Now it will die. They know that it's the only way they can get back into this fight, but JDG now against an Elder, against a Baron. There's so many buffs here. A bit of a missmite there from Viego, but RNG now, they need to try and end this game.
Well, the good news is that they used that time to push the waves out deeply, and a lot of the Elder was actually used up, right?
Yes.
They still have a minute 25, and basically JDG need to stall for that amount of time, and then when it's just a Baron, that's when you can potentially look for an engage. But until that point, you can't really fight the Elder, especially when you're at such a deficit, so it is just stall and clear minion waves. We saw 369 get a deep push in the bot lane, and you can see bot lane for RNG are pushing mid, while Xiaohu's trying to push in the top lane, and JDG just trying to ebb and flow, clear out the minions. It feels like they're doing a pretty good job, honestly, of managing this so far, but now the big mid lane push comes in. We'll see if JDG can mitigate this.
There we go. You got a minute left in this Elder. There's going to be the...
Oh my...
me!
Where'd he go?
Where did he go? Excuse me? And look at Gala now, just free hitting, running rampant. Bin finally becomes relevant in this game, and the game's done!
Yeah, never mind. You know, I'm talking about just you need a mitigate. Gala just walks forward and one hit your carry, and the game is done. RNG... looking to start off a potential reverse sweep with a very convincing win to put it at 2-1.
2-1 to RNG. Sorry, RNG. To JDG. RNG bouncing back. It is one game. They still have to do 2 more. They are still 1 loss away from getting knocked down into the losers bracket. But that was a much better RNG than we've seen all this series.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like the thing is, you know, they went behind early, but I like the comp. I liked how it functioned into JDG's composition. They had great itemization choices with Merc being very effective. They also had the reset potential. It's like you dive in, you have the Renata W, you have the Viego, you have the Ari, all of them able to reset, and they could just push back in and re-engage. And even when we saw JDG play their comp how I wanted it with the flank for the Kennen, they were a bit too behind, but also it's just, it wasn't enough. So JDG, they still have a comfort zone, right?
Yep.
But RNG finally show up, right? It's been 3.5 weeks and 2 games, and they're finally here to play.
Absolutely. And honestly, the Viego was key. It looked so good for Wei. It looked so comfortable for him. And excuse me, getting those things like the Lee Sin and the Volibear off the table, I think that's where your bans need to be. Yep. Like, you clearly see that the Ryze isn't an issue. The mid lane is fine in the second rotation of bans. You just need to hit that jungle pool early.
I think the thing is with the Ryze is like, the Ryze is very different when you're playing for Kanavi's Lee Sin.
Yes.
That's when it's like, whoa. Well, like the Hecarim just never really came to fruition for him. And ultimately, we also got Wei's, former one-trick champion in the Viego, which is something they so heavily lent on, which worked so well for them. So I think JDG definitely have responses to this, primarily ban the Viego. I definitely feel like they've had a bit more comfort in terms of deciding what they want to ban. But ultimately, RNG, a much-needed win.
Much needed is probably putting it a little lightly. It was essential as such.
Slightly. Yeah. If they didn't win there, they would have lost and then they would have lost the series. So
if
I
they don't
wasn't
win here,
wrong.
I think you said that to me yesterday. We were on Discord watching the games. It was like 0-2 to Top Esports. You're like, if Top Esports lose this third game, I don't think they can come back in the series. I was like, really?
If RNG
you were correct. You were correct.
If RNG lost that game, I feel like the chances in the series would have been drastically lower.
Yeah.
Which is this is the analysis I'm here to provide.
You know what? You are correct. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Yeah.
But again, I think for JDG though, you are going to go almost certainly go back onto the red side of this next game, and this is where we start to see if this adaptation sticks for RNG, because we've had 2 games on blue side where they got honestly just smashed. They smashed on red side, so maybe it's a red side diff. Maybe it's just giving the teams more time to pick what they need. But
this is hilarious because we had the JDG Weibo series. Blue side won every single game.
Yep.
And so far this series, red side's won every single game. So what have we learned?
Nothing.
Nothing.
All I know is that ex-pro players will put out hot takes of X side is broken. If you don't pick X side, you're trolling.
But also, I feel like something we've seen that's really interesting so far in playoffs is series will develop like their own mini metas between the teams, and
My
sometimes
favorite term.
teams will lean more towards one side priority in that series. Whereas like JDG against Weibo, blue side was really important, getting that first pick, leading towards things as well. You know, we often saw the RE taking on red side 1-2, and then the Vega, as a response. But it's been things like coming out this one, things like the Zaya were obviously prioritized quite heavily. Things like the volley bear haven't worked or have been banned away. And it feels like teams have been pretty good at sort of responding to what needs to be taken off the cards. Things like the Lee Sin taken away, and then you have 2 picks to come in and find yourself favor.
I mean, it does feel like the trade-off of 1 for 2. There's just so many things in the meta right now. There's so many things that you need to be so wary of that it's hard to cover every single base. And I feel like right now, again, even though the bot lane was very pivotal for both teams, it's not about the bot lane. It's about everything else around it.
That's the thing. You look at this situation, right? We had the Ahri come in 3rd pick, and then RNG banned away things that would make it difficult, right? The Vega, the LeBlanc trimmed away. Yes, the Ryze is priority early, but it's not really too much of a threat. And then we saw, again, the fact that on red side, you also get counterpick, which is something that JDG, I mean, that was a weird thing that in the JDG series, despite blue side winning every game, they got counterpick for 369 4 games out of 5. But I feel like, you know, in this series, being on red side, it can potentially, you pick something, you ban away counters, and you could also get that final counter pick for whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we know we put a lot of pressure on emphasis on the bin counter pick. Gragas didn't do a lot. I'm going to be totally honest. Gragas didn't do anything, really. He was kind of just a stun bot towards the end of the game.
That's all you need. That's all you need to do on Gragas.
One good belly bop.
Hey, that's the thing. As long as you're not giving 369 the freedom to pick what he wants, he has to pick Kennen, which we all know he really doesn't like to pick.
He loves it.
Yeah,
he loves it.
But the thing is, it's like, you can't necessarily, like things like the Jace into the Graves, very comfortable. Picking the Scion into the Jace and the Zaya, again, it's a scenario you're very comfortable with. He has to go with less information, which I think is definitely impactful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, RNG not dead in this series just yet. We will see, though, in Game 4 if JDG can finish the job or if we'll be going to Silver Scrapes. See you guys very soon.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干巴。
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心，平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？
太细了。
真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是吧？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托
没闪，可以逼个小队了。
再看，
啊，这样就死了。A 中了，
有点不起，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯。我顶，没事。雷克赛，慢点。
我死了，可以打，输出。
来一点，
你没闪了，
慢点。
行，我也登了，捡灯，可以打，
别个都没闪，
慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听会了。
稳点，赵丽姐，太着急，看你操作，回了。
我开吧。
对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲。
没事。
有点失望，赵丽姐。
看一下这波。
OK，
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点，
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
OK，
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，哪个菜不在？哪个菜不在？
我们下鳄鱼。
回个头。
别这么道歉。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇，上去了拿下了吧？
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了。
没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大刀把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，
被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，上鱼没闪，
跳走了，上鱼。nice，
黑这边，我追过去了，
可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，可以打，没闪，
你看，AD 没闪，
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作，打
断了，
这个，我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，
兄弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操真的拉满了。
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置靠，你们拉掉，推打，
就赢，推打，
杀人，
来上，过个好年。
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以，
来呗。
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，勾大，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打机会，挖掘机，来，哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来上。
过年
来，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. Who knew what's so new and welcoming? Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight.
Welcome back, one and all. I thought that was a flooded house there for a second. I realize it is actually intentional like that. Welcome back to the LPL. We are coming into game 4 of this best of 5. RNG still in the rut at the moment with a 2-1 deficit. JDG still flying high. However, that was a stomp of a game by RNG and maybe a good foot forward.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they had a good draft. I liked the way it dealt with the composition that JDG had, but also the execution was really strong. You know, early didn't go super favorably, but the mid game was stellar, and Wei, oh, he gets his one trick back on the Viego, and it just goes so much better than any of the Volibear games.
Yes, it really did. He looked like a completely different jungler, and it looked like the RNG from regular split. The way they were executing, the way they were playing around the map, being smart with the vision they were playing with, it just felt like RNG were back in their mojo.
And I feel like, you know, when I think of junglers like Volibear Lee Sin, I think of Kanavi, I think of somebody who's very proactive early and is going to make things happen, get kills. I don't think that's suited to Wei in the way he's currently playing the game. I think things like the Viego, even things like the Hecarim are better fits, right? Coming in strong in those team fights, able to deliver there. And, okay, we've seen a switch back of sides, and Viego left open, which I thought should be banned. So they can prioritize it. Renata is actually going to be denied, though, in this situation. And with that gone, lower priority probably on Aphelios, even though RNG obviously took as a response to Xayah. I think they just take this.
Honestly, I'm fine with this as well, because with the Renata down as well, you could maybe go for the Xayah here. You kind of force an AD carry, maybe even a support if you want to try and deny the Rakan, because you can go Rakan into jungle for RNG on blue side.
Yeah, we'll see what JDG up to. I think we've seen the Aphelios coming as a trade-up. We haven't seen too much Jinx in general. The priority has dropped in the playoffs just because you don't have as much early laning pressure. We'll see if Hope ends up bringing this one out. Definitely a pick he can deliver on. And then I expect jungle coming out from JDG. The question is going to be what Kanavi ends up going for. Well, actually, something to mention is a Nautilus left open. Something we see Ming often prioritizing. So I like JDG looking to take this away themselves. I think if you don't ban it, that's fine. But I wouldn't want to give it over to Ming because he'll definitely want to pick that up.
Yeah, and again, look, RNG can go support into mid lane here, support into jungle. The one thing I will say I'm not worried about is Xiaohu and his champion Ocean. He has so many things he can go for if they decide they want to go for it. Yeah, so jungle locked in.
Viego. I think that's a definite. And you know, as much as I'd like the Nautilus for Ming, I think they care more about the mid pick. LeBlanc's so good at bursting down targets to provide so Viego can get that reset, and also, you know, I feel like Xiaohu on this pick can just do so much.
Yeah, and now you're kind of in a weird situation as JDG. Do you pick up your jungler? Do you look to pick up your support to get an earlier or better version in the bot side? We do see a lot of action early on from RNG in that bot lane, but it looks like they're going to try and prioritize something for Kanavi. He has actually going to go with something a little bit different. Again, went with the Hecarim in game 3, can't go with the Volibear that leads in, so goes with the Xin Zhao.
I just feel like Hecarim's not something I feel like he's as comfortable on as other junglers in terms of the role he provides for his team. Yes, Xin Zhao has been nerfed and we've seen the priority lower. It is something he brought out in his series against Weibo, and definitely still has that early pressure, right? The only thing that mostly got trimmed was 1 second of his E cooldown, which is whatever, but the ult duration, which is mostly in team fights when you're already hopefully ahead in the game is the game plan. So now JDG, I feel like you can look to ban away the Nautilus unless you want to take it yourself. They're looking towards that Rakan initially, and I expect to see Missing come in with the 4-pick and get priority on support, and then a counter pick for 369. So maybe RNG, instead of thinning the support pool and hurting themselves potentially, just start targeting 369 here. Maybe things like the Jace, the Kennen, definitely things you could get rid of.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to start going for that, and I completely agree with you. I think, sadly, I don't like saying this about many players, Bin's kind of been a bystander. He hasn't really had any resources given to him, and he also hasn't really been able to deal with anything given to him.
In this series, on the whole split,
I mean, I'll let the chat
There's been
decide.
a couple
I'll let the audience decide that.
There's definitely been some series where he's been more active later, or the team have given him a bit, but for the most part, this has been, you know, such a bot-centric, and not just bot, but like bots out of the map, like mid and bot-centric team for RNG. Now, we do see Leona banned away there. Nautilus is still open. If JDG take that, I feel like you're okay with it. There's definitely picks you can take into it. I feel like if you ban Nautilus, then you're just sitting the pool more for RNG.
Yeah, I want to see the Kennen ban here. I think just get rid of it, get it off the board, and then see what 369 wants to try and counter into you. And yep, there it is. Going to take that one away. Because, you know, despite last game, 369 has had all the, you know, the resources given to him. We saw so much early priority for Kanavi. There was 2 kills on that top side for the side of JDG, just straight up on that top end. So getting rid of things that can carry super hard. I want to see what RNG now try and just take to mitigate it. I think the Gragas was fine. It didn't do exceptional, but it didn't need to do anything, you know, different other than just tank it up.
Yeah, you just chilled and provide the sort of weak side role for your team. And now Ming looking towards the Alistar likely. It's expected the Nautilus would come in as denial as well as securing that for JDG, but I feel like you do want that primary engage in the support role. Things like Alistar, Rel are kind of there, but mostly it's been that Alistar has been the fallback when things like Leona, Nautilus, Rakan are gone. Now, for Bin, he's just going to go for the Gragas again. He knows what his job is in this game. The question mark is, what will 369 take? Graves will be a fine lane matchup in it, just able to farm up and scale and be pretty strong. I do have some concerns of how he'll function in teamfights, right? Because it's quite hard to approach anyone from RNG. And he is obviously short range. You can go to the Thaldi build to extend that and be a bit more bursty. By the way, 369 will take that. And this is a comp to work with. Honestly, I feel like once again, RNG can be kind of happy with this one. They have the Viego for Wei. Kanavi, the Xin Zhao is definitely something that can have that early impact, but not being on the Lee Sin, another check mark that I would be happy for them with.
Absolutely, and again, Xin Zhao has fallen down our priority of junglers. You think about it, it has been Volibear, Lee Sin, Viego, and then you're kind of into the Heckrums, the Xin Zhaos, because it does feel like they struggle, and, you know, especially on 12.5b, that they don't have the exact same impact. Remember, at the start of the split, it was all about Xin Zhao, it was about his priority. He just got a couple of nerfs, and also the Gore Drinker Sterix nerf hit huge.
I think it's like the nerfs he got to him himself weren't like humongous, but it just trimmed power he'd already lost from losing, like Gore Drinker being weaker,
Sterix Gauge
as well. And I feel like before that, he was like such a... Not only did he spike so hard early, he was so strong early, so strong in the mid-game with those items, and then also late-game held up because of the ultimate. So still going to be able to find possible early ganks, but won't hit as hard after that point. And I think, again, I'm looking at Kanavi. You're into the Viego. You're going to have more agency pre-6. That's where you want to get the ball rolling. That's where you want to try and find some possible angles. It's a bit tricky because ganking Alistar Xayah, not easy. Ganking the Gragas, also not easy when your Graves unit set up. LeBlanc, not easy. So perhaps this is a game where we see JDG play more for their jungler, and we actually see them sort of look to invade with him and challenge this Viego before he's level 6 when he's just trying to farm up.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We are jumping onto the Rift. This is Game 4. JDG still looking to end this series out and put themselves up with a date in the winners final against Top Esports. RNG fighting to make sure they do not have to lose their life this early on in the tournament. It is going to be another interesting setup, especially around that bot side. It's been so bottom half of the map centric in this game, in this series, that I want to see now what these two teams can do differently.
It's just been bully Hope mostly for RNG in this series. And
poor Hope.
We'll
got an MVP in Game 1 though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He bounced back, but we'll see if they continue on that passage of play. I expect top lane will kind of be left to its own devices. There's definitely windows where you can gank the Ahri early if Xiaohu can find setup, but particularly I feel like it's just trying to get Wei to 6 without being really contested, and then lean your pressure down towards bot lane in particular. Potentially threaten dives, look to get them to have prio so they can reset for the Herald, all the standard game plan for RNG.
Well, we have seen a little bit of adaptation coming out here from JDG. They are stacking towards that top side to make sure they can get rid of that early vision. And now we actually might see, oh dear, they might be a little bit overzealous here and trying to go for this one. Ooh, doesn't land the pulverize. That was big, but now Xiaohu might be in a little bit of trouble.
Mystic's just so confident.
Yeah, I mean, he can be. Nautilus is one of the best early games in the entire League of Legends. He's going to see Ming flashing away. He can't run from Destiny. First blood to JDG. That was a good punish.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it just felt like Min was trying to play defensive there, play confident on the vision, and Missing just able to walk up, knowing there was very little threat to take him down. He had the back of the team. Critically, Hope gets the kill. 400 gold to that Aphelios. Absolutely stellar for him. And a good start for the bot lane of JDG.
And look what he can do with his Gala. You don't really have a choice but to just back away, as we can see here. Just Ming not really missing it. This was fine, but then missing the pulverize, not getting the glacial augment.
Well, it's the glacial augment from Missing meant he wasn't able to walk in range of him and land it. And then Missing just walks up, and I feel like Ming, you probably should have just instantly flashed over the wall. To be honest, you probably would have died because it just flashed after you. It was kind of doomed as soon as you ended up in that position. And critically, the Ignite isn't a thing that kills him. It's Hope who ends up getting that first blood. They will then zone away Gala and Ming quite heavily. And you see, they only just hit level 2 now because they're trying to stall it as much as possible and just prevent the approach.
Yeah, we're going to see another hook landing, but this time around it is a much better pulverize from Ming to keep that damage trade going in the favor of RNG. But this is great from JDG. Again, Hope, we talked about it for this entire series, has been bullied so heavily, and finally he gets to do a little bit of it back.
Yeah, and, you know, good start, and it just means Kanavi is pathing down towards that boss side, can play coverage for them, so Wei can't really find a window in. That should mean he's able to secure that bot side scuttle because of the priority that he has afforded to him. Alistair just notoriously pretty useless level 1, and the fact he's had it delayed so heavily before that level 2 doesn't really set him up to be in a good position.
No, it really doesn't. But now with Kanavi in this bot side, we'll see now. It's actually just going to ward and walk away. This is just so
cover.
smart. Yeah, it's just covering, saying, look, we know that most likely without the flash being on Hope, we are probably going to see the Viego maybe try and make something happen.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that when you have a lane pushing heavily like this, having control, trying to apply pressure, trying to deny away from the opposite side, you want coverage from your jungler. And, you know, the fact that they predict Wei is going to be on that bot side means 369 is very comfortable just to keep applying pressure. This is the thing with the Graves, is you can just easily shove waves in and then farm up to be strong.
Well, we know that JDG have that priority in bot side. I want to know where this Kanavi, you know, kind of Xin Zhao goes. Right now, it looks like he's just going to try and path himself up towards that top side. And honestly, with 369 on the Graves, that is another avenue in. Again, with something they are so prolific at in this entire split for JDG has been, you know, focusing those resources on that top side. We will see Wei finally realize that there is a ward in the brush, and he will just clear that one off while they get the push in bot.
Yeah, well, I mean, mostly Kanavi's just been assisting his lanes here, because I'm going to be honest, there's not like a ton you can actually do to really gank in these situations. None of the lanes are really that easy to find opportunities, but he'll just move around. You know, he'll collect the bot side skull. He's getting a top side skull as well. Helps a shove in mid from Yagao. He's happy with the way the lanes are going at the moment, and we're just trying to continue them going in that direction.
Yeah, might try and steal away a Gromp as well, should he feel so inclined, but does recognize with the Scryer's Bloom that the Viego is on his way up towards that top side, so not quite able to make that one work for himself as they get a reset here for Wei. And yes, it's an unfortunate first blood going over for the side of RNG against them, but they are stabilizing very nicely. It is just going to be that kill in the difference and then a little bit of CS on top.
But I mean, the critical thing again is that we want the Xin Zhao. Pre-6 is when he really spikes in terms of his ganking power. And then when Wei on the Viego hits level 6, that's where things are a bit evened out, in skirmishes at least.
Wow.
So
good charm.
Yeah, won't find the chains there. But it's been a fairly slow early game, and I feel like my sort of story for coming into the series, it hasn't really panned out that way, but it was always I expected Kanavi, and particularly in a matchup like this with the junglers, I want to see pressure from Kanavi, make things happen, because if you just let RNG play things out, they'll start to pick up the neutrals, they tend to lean towards that, but you know, it was 3.5 weeks between when last being seen, and I think RNG's prio on that first Herald has been lower than we've seen throughout the whole regular season. Feels like they're happy to trade it off and be a bit more comfortable in that regard, and not necessarily commit so heavily towards it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it as well. RNG trying to, and they've had some teething issues in the first 2 games of trying to change that style, shall we say, and hasn't really worked out for them, as we do see Missing now looking to see if he can maybe make a catch, but just going to take away the big cannon minion and give that over to Yagao. And I love that from Xiao, who he's just unafraid. He says, I know you're all here. I don't care. I'm a LeBlanc. Try and hook me.
That's the thing. You have 3 people there, and he's still confident to go in with the distortion because he has the ult as well to get away. And I think this is just why it's going to be a slow early game.
Oh,
right?
Here we go. They're going to jump straight in on top of him. He's going to be 100-0'd Ming with the redemption play in the bot side. And that just comes down to the fact that Missing spent too much time mid.
And now they can go for the dragon. And as I said, slow early game really sets up RNG to do what they want. Wei has just been farming comfortably. He's now going to pick up that dragon. It gives them a window to easily set up as well for that first Herald in minute 30. And I love the play coming out from Ming. Flash is up for Hope now. That whole... Oh.
No, we're good, we're good.
Okay, we're good, yeah. So his flash was down for the whole early game. Find the engage opportunity just before it comes up.
We're gonna. This is a bit of a pinch, though. I don't think you want to be here, JDG. They're going to try and go for this one here, but Missing is already dead, and now you're going to get reset. Wei lands it over the wall, even gets the passive down. He can't get out, though, because he's already only level 5. Just about hits him, but that's going to be Hope losing his flash.
I feel like if that's like a Nautilus grab from a standard LPL support, it's not that big of a deal. We see them do that a lot. It's still good, don't get me wrong. But the fact Wei's like, I'm a jungler and I'm just gonna bring out this Nautilus and land this sort of curve it around the wall hook. It doesn't obviously end up killing Hope, but I like the aggression coming out from RNG because I think they knew we have a numbers advantage here, right? We have a Viego as well, and sure, he's pre-6, he can't jump out of Missing, but the resets are very much still there. They burst out the Nautilus, and JDG know they just have to get out. And it's this
If he's level 6, that's dead Aphelios. The only reason he doesn't kill him is because he can't actually get out of the Nautilus.
And I think that's just such a broken thing about Viego, because you can play champions with broken hitboxes like Nautilus with his Q.
Without having to take him. You get everything the enemy is good at, so are you. But that is another kill, and the Dragon going over to RNG. They have brought back the gold nicely into an even state. And we are going to start seeing them now maybe look to try and pressure around this Herald. But actually, no, never mind. They're actually going to keep their bot lane relatively close to the bot side and look to try and maybe just deal with these lanes as they start to come in. But JDG, not to be outdone, they will start to push in and use their priority within mid and top to get this advantage, get those camps stolen away.
Yeah, Wei is going to be level 6 pretty soon. Right, that's a big aspect when, yeah, he's going to be a lot more comfortable with the fights. Be interesting to see this prio now achieved for RNG's bot lane. They could move up and look to play for this Herald, but for the time being, I think they feel confident in Xiaohu and Wei in just contesting JDG's mid-jungle away.
Love this from Xiaohu. They know that they don't know that Wei is here, so they're just trying to go in. Now they do know he's there. And they will just get themselves caught out, sadly, by the Scryer, but it is going to be a good start here. Both junglers just hovering here. This is kind of a who knows who and who knows what's going on.
Yeah, but they don't know that they know that they don't know.
Okay, everyone knows now.
Yeah, everyone knows now.
Everyone knows that Wei is there and also that they can just back away. So nothing gained, nothing lost. As both junglers find themselves in equal footing realistically, and we start to wait now, and this Dragon stacking kind of coming in for RNG. They're going to be trying to get that as quickly as they possibly can, similar to Game 3, where they did find that soul, and it was just, again, just another win condition for them.
Yeah, and, you know, trying to be said, top lane, pretty significant lead for 369 so far. Has only picked up that one plate, but clearly doing well. We finally see the swap coming through from the bot lanes, leaning towards that Herald. RNG a little bit ahead, and they might look for a pick here onto Missing.
He is going to sit there. He's very tanky, don't forget that.
This is the RNG I know and love.
Yes, this is the RNG. Both supports only level 5, though. You got to be careful. Here we go. Full 5v5. They're going to land the hook. The charm comes in as well. They're going to get themselves. But Hope is a little bit trouble here. Xiaohu tries to get on top of him. We'll have to go back to his distortion. Here comes the Heartbreakers, and the resets are all coming in. This is the RNG that want to fight over Herald. This is the RNG that feel comfortable. Flash, belly bop, and Yagao has nowhere to go. Gala picks that one up. RNG come to life around the Herald.
RNG fighting that first Herald. That is the regular season team, came second seed that we know, and the ability to find that fight with the Viego, the resets, so instrumental. This is why this pick has been so big for Wei, and they just absolutely crushed JDG. The Xin Zhao, something we wanted to see spike early, wasn't able to find the windows opportunities, and when it comes to fight like these, this is Viego's prime environment.
Absolutely. You said you wanted to see the Viego or the Xin Zhao spike, but he got dunked on by the Viego coming into this one. And yes, it's a great start, but you've killed the Alistair. Not exactly a high priority.
And I think what's flawless as well is the fact that Xiaohu completely chunks Hope, so Hope just has to leave. Because he knows if he stays in range of the Viego, he's just going to get ulted and reset. And it just means they can continue to chase down, find these kills. 5 and 2. It's only a 1,000 gold lead, but they do manage to find that advantage. Now, they didn't pick up the Herald. They didn't want to overstay for the resets, but they are back on the map. JDG have started up. There is a ward. They know this is going on.
Yeah, they know this is happening right now, so they can contest if they choose, but it looks like they're going to choose not to. Dragon is going to be spawning up in about 40 seconds. Yeah, and the bot lane's moving up from JDG, so this is just going to be a Herald given up, but you do have the Xayah pushing in on that bot side, so you are going to get that priority there, and it is going to be a little bit more, again, back to Game 1 and Game 2 from RNG, where they focus towards Gala and they start to try and stack those Drakes.
Yeah,
so good charm.
Well, they got the fight they wanted. Xiaohu just gets out without using a second distortion. I think critically, JDG's bot lane had started to move first, and I think that's why RNG weren't willing to go for it. So, you know, JDG had that initial prio. They don't want to take a fight where they're not there. And that's the critical thing. That first fight came from RNG being there first, being set up on the objective. But now they will look towards that Dragon, trying to establish some control. Not starting up yet, though. A reset coming in for Wei. I believe he has his Divine Sundra that he wants to pick up. And then play around that spike. He is really strong right now.
Yeah, huge spike now for Wei. And Kanavi is going to have to take a reset. He's no mana right now, actually, funny enough. I think he's going to get a little bit of a spike of it now as he takes the Gromp. But this is great from the side of RNG, but this isn't unheard of in this series. We've seen them twice in Game 1 and in Game 2, both on blue side, that they were able to get these early advantages, and still JDG were to come back. I will say it's a little bit of a different beast in terms of the drafts. It's a little bit of a different beast in terms of how they've been playing in Game 3 and 4, but now with Dragon being started up, it will reset. Oh, that's unfortunate for JDG, and they're not going to be able to get this unless they really want to go for a contest.
Yeah, there is a TP from Bin. 369's already walking, but he's going to be able to come in if they need, and Xiaohu posing a lot of threat here.
Yeah, if they group up, it's going to be a lot closer than they think. Here we go. They're going to try and get on top of everybody. Is missing, has to go. Golden doesn't land the dredge line. Ming is just tanking up everything in eternity, but Viego is the first to fall. Finally, to take out the Nautilus. Yagao's got himself some resets, but it's a 1-for-1, and RNG still get the Dragon, so you still think a net win for RNG.
A bit botched, though, I'm going to say, from Wei. He got the Dragon, great, but he ulted, I believe, before the stasis had worn out. Now, big pick.
That was huge there, but can they take him out? 369, not quite falling, never mind. Bin gives him a drink, and then knocks him under the table.
Bin finds a window, walks down, and catches his counterpart, so will be a trade up in the end for RNG. And ultimately, they got what they wanted. They got the Dragon. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, which, honestly, pretty nice, I'd say, for this composition. Gragas will be quite tanky later, Viego even. You know, good smite coming out from Wei, but I'm pretty sure he mistimed his ult a fair bit, and then as a result, didn't get the reset. So I think the timing comes in here. Yeah, the stasis is still there. And he's not able to finish off Kanavi, he's not able to get missing. It's still a trade even because of Xiaohu landing the chains, but you know, could have been a bit better. I feel like if you started chaining those resets, you would have got Kanavi as well.
Look what Bin does. He drops down the... he knows exactly what he's doing. He's like, I'm going to get full damage out of this. And in fairness, the Graves almost survives and they almost kill off Xiaohu, but it doesn't end up going that way. And Bin gets revenge, and finally Bin's coming into this series. Finally,
he's doing something.
He's doing something now in this top side, and this is the first time really all series that we've seen 369 under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's still fine in the side lane, especially he's gone Hex Drink, he's got Clips. He has gone for that Lethality Graves. I said I was a little bit concerned about how the crit Graves would function against this comp of RNG, so I do prefer this build. But ultimately, he's just going to be easy time in the side lane, but in team fights, that's where the Gragas can really flourish.
See what they're able to do as we come back into the game. It is about 8,000 gold lead in favor of RNG. We kind of get a couple of resets coming in. Ocean Soul, like you mentioned earlier, is Wei gonna have to get him to make himself scarce, I feel, right now, as he's not really gonna want to try and trade his life. As I say that, Heartbreaker comes out, the Charm's gonna land as well, and Wei, you're dead, buddy. I'm sorry, that was greedy and that was unnecessary. Hope picks up that kill, and that's the little things that we've talked about this series that are just really in the side of RNG. There's no need to give your life for a pink ward that, guess what, you didn't even get.
And this kind of feels a little bit reminiscent of Game 1 and 2, where JDG were a team who are better at punishing and grouping when someone's overextended, or maybe sometimes RNG would look for a pick, and JDG would be very sharp and responsive at dealing with that. And it's kind of a situation there. There's no reason for Wei to be their solo, right? You can just wait until your mid laner or your bot lane can pair up with you and support you. So a little bit messy. Gold basically even now between the two teams. In fact, dead even at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely dead even. Now Kanavi going to get over the wall with a blast cone, and this could be a bit of a surprise here for Ming. He needs to be very careful with how he approaches this one here. A lot of wards everywhere right now. They eventually pop down a sweeper. Yeah, they spotted him there off on the side.
Oh, and we get 369 roams down, the Bin follows. We've seen this before. They won't find anything there, but it just feels like both top laners trying to impact the rest of the map.
Yeah, and again, it is coming down to the bottom half of the map. It's not about the top half. It's about that Dragon side and further down. It is about getting Gala and Hope the resources and the time they need. They're both pretty even now on this bot side. However, I will say you are fast approaching the all-important power spike for the Xayah with the Mermana and, of course, the Eclipse.
Yeah, and we are approaching next Dragon. Herald, second Herald's going to be up as well. I feel like Dragon's a higher priority now because if RNG secure an Ocean Soul, it really goes a long way. There's a lot of burst available to the JDG. Again, I said tankier members like the Gragas, even the Viego when he took a couple of items, that extra sustain, it makes it so much harder to cut through them. And they are trying to get control of the objective of the area early. It is a Ocean Soul map, so I feel like having vision there first is quite important because there's extra brushes to deal with.
Absolutely, and for RNG, they're going to try and keep going for this. I will say they do have a little bit of an easier time. You've got a couple of different options for engages, whereas on the side of JDG, you're kind of hoping for odd number skirmishes. You're hoping that Xin Zhao finds somebody, gets the Crescent Guard off to isolate them away, maybe a land a Charm, and the only real kind of guaranteed engage you have is going to be that Nautilus, so it is a little bit more difficult for JDG to approach the fights, but if they're there first, they could have a much better time.
Yeah, there's a lot of single target damage from JDG. They do very well in the front to back, right, because Xin Zhao can buy so much time, and you can just have Graves and the Aphelios for DPS, but I feel like RNG has so many more creative ways they can approach a fight, which is why I feel like they're comfortable in this. It's now 30 seconds to that Dragon. Both teams are trying to posture for control of the area, but JDG kind of have the edge, but we now see mid-prio comes in, and RNG looking to respond.
Yeah, well, Bin does not have a TP, so he pushed out that top side. Now is going to try and push in here. We will see the dredge line land as they try and get a bit of single target CC down. They are going to get the knock up on the trees onto Gala as 369 tries to take him out. He will have to be using his ult and his heal. We are going to push back in. Yagao trying to get something going. The Everfrost, the charm. They landed onto Bin. He flashes, but it's all a little bit too late. And there's a fantastic hook from Missing right into the face of Xiaohu. JDG alive in this game.
Yeah, they find it, and they're looking for more.
Oh, they're looking for it to try and get on top of 369, but the Maw keeps him alive as well as the heal from Hope, and they are able to keep him going. It is going to be Dragon eventually going over to the side of JDG, but RNG, they are still very powerful.
Yeah, they're looking for more in this situation. They're trying to get this tier 1. It's so low in the mid lane. And ultimately, JDG just a great pick coming out. One of the strengths of the comp, having the RE, being able to dive forward and look for the charms. They get the mid lane tier 1. They're going to get this Dragon as well and deny the soul stacking from RNG. They're going to end up with themselves in a goal lead. And this is Felios for Hope. 3-1 and 2 now in a really comfortable position.
This is probably the closest game we've seen out of all 4 so far. This is just both teams going tit for tat, looking to try and make their advantages known. Yes, there were great moments for RNG, but JDG have fought back just as hard. So looking at this replay, it is just missing finding a great hook onto Ming and then another great hook towards that mid lane brush.
Yeah, we get the follow-up CC coming out, and then things like the Nautilus ult going through the Alistar onto the Desire means God has to disengage, and then again just great re-engage coming out here. The slow connects and the minions get cleared out to land the charm, and then once the Gragas is gone, I mean, you can see the control was there, but I feel like maybe Xiaohu didn't spot there was an enemy control within the brush, or maybe just overestimated his ability to react to Missing. But a great passage of play set up by Missing specifically on this Nautilus. And this is why we've seen this pick banned away. It's a great pick for Ming, but also Missing showing very capable of delivering on it.
Now you do have Rift Herald here now for RNG. Yagao is trying to take a reset. He should be able to get it off now. As I say that, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Yes, he is. There's the Spirit Rush coming out. They're tanking up. He's going to flash away. The Everfrost does keep him down. Ming is just tanking everything up. 4 days. They're going to bring in the TP, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. It will not. And now they've got the Charm available here as the Viego's going to come back in. They're going to Heartbreaker back on top of him, and he's going to be taken down. You feel like the Mama Murray's just doing work, and he's keeping himself alive, but for how long? Not long enough. And now we're going to see Gala having to go into his ultimate to keep himself alive, but 2 quick kills on the top side for RNG. They drop the Rift Herald as well. They might get a tier 2.
Yeah, really solid play from them, right? They find an angle of the map where essentially Yagao is just playing wave clear, just wanted to reset, and critically, because of the Xayah in the mid lane being such a safe pick, JDG can't even respond. The TP from 369 ends up backfiring massively, and the dive was just very well orchestrated, right? The Alistar there to tank with the ult, and then afterwards they dip in and out, and if you actually notice what was flaws from Xiaohu is the timing on that final Q, just as the Maw ended up running out. So some brilliant execution, and RNG showing they're very much still in this game.
Very much so. Such a close game right now, and that tier 1 goes down, so RNG bring themselves back into the ascendancy just about. But like you said, very well executed dive. Ming tanking up as much as he needs to, and they just burn everything off Yagao, and then they know it's a surefire kill.
Yeah, and Yagao, you know, he dips out to go away, but then has to dip back in, because essentially, you know, if he goes away from his turret, he's never really surviving. But in the end, the Alistar just able to combat your mobility by just targeting you. But if you look here, still has the magic shield, and then Xiaohu actually goes in, and then as it times out, he goes to the sigil. Ignites as well, so he would have died regardless, but just allows, just makes sure 369 can't do anything. And I feel like as we see fights in this one, I've talked about the resets mechanics to the Viego. Ahri also has the resets. It just feels like these fights are so snowbally. Whoever gets that initial pick, that initial kill, starts to find so much favor over the course of the fight.
We come back in now, and that's going to be Ludens here for the LeBlanc, and almost going up towards that, Void Staff. Not sure it's quite needed as of yet. It will help with 369, of course, but everyone else is kind of like, oh, there's a Banshees actually. Never mind, Yagao has a Banshees. Okay, it's a good build. Yeah, you know, Chakras, calm down. You don't have to flame on Twitter. But again, good movement here from both sides, and again, it's about building up that kind of pressure. You have a big spike here with the Xayah now at the Muramana. You are very, very close to a second item here for Hope on the Aphelios, who's quietly built himself up, just got the Bloodthirster. So now both these AD carries at our point of power, and we have a Dragon in a minute 30.
Yeah, a lot of spikes coming in across the board, and a Dragon in a minute 20, you know, again, it would be sole point for RNG. JDG would love to secure, but the critical thing is Baron is now up and available. Both these teams have a lot of DPS for it. I feel like if you win a fight convincingly around this Dragon, you are probably just going to be able to translate it into Baron. So both teams looking to set up. You can see RNG move 5 members initially, not as concerned about the side lanes, but they will move there to establish control initially and try and make sure they have presence throughout the vision. The reason this is so important as well is if you get LeBlanc onto a flank, if the enemy team push in and there's a pocket of vision they don't sweep out, that is where Xiaohu can absolutely deliver. And particularly, if you chunk out Hope to the point where he can't lifesteal because he can't even get close, it just feels like a one fight for RNG.
As well as, yeah, Gao will have the Banshees, which does help him a lot, but, and it's a big but, you lose that before the fight really happens, you're very skittish, you're very afraid to walk up as the Ahri. And remember, your Charm is a great tool for catching people out, but it's relatively short range, as we now see Yagao maybe looking to try and just fish for something here. Both teams 5v5 in this mid lane, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. There's the Banshees that we were just talking about, as Bin and Xiaohu push themselves forward. Gala almost dead right there, has to use his ultimate as the Charm comes in on top of Ming, who does get the knockback down, as Missing tries to just keep something going for his team. He knocks back Yagao. He's doing as much as he can to disengage. Gala picks up the honey fruit and keeps himself alive as Yagao gets a reset on the Spirit Rush. Now, 4v5, but a lot has been used from the side of JDG. Will they see another engage? Bin looking to try and maybe make something work. They're trying to go on top of it. Xiaohu's going to try and find Yagao, but he won't be able to get it, and Bin goes down. There's nothing he can do. RNG will have to forfeit this unless Wei goes for a miracle steal.
Might try, but I think you have to back away, right? Because you can ult and flash back in, but you'll 100% get chased down. And if you die, Baron's forfeit, right? Yes, the dragon gets taken by JDG. Yes, it sucks you lost the fight as well, but it's still 2 dragons for 2. I gotta credit 369 though. This is why I really like the lethality Graves rather than the crit build we saw before in these games. Because you don't need to walk up and auto people repeatedly. You just throw out your combo and you chunk out Gala, job's done.
Yep.
Right? And it means you don't have this sitting range of things like a Xayah, a Gragas, and Alistair, where you're in a really dangerous position. You can see that here. You know, smoke screens, combos, the second activation of the Q chunks Gala, and Gala is not only so low he has to back away, he's also forced to use the ult. Ming is the sacrifice to kind of let Gala get away, and so much value from 369 without having to repeatedly look for auto. So just excellent play coming out from JDG there.
And not only that, but you lost the flash off the Alistair, the ignite, the heal from Gala. You lost so many tools into this re-engage, and honestly, it just felt like it just wasn't really in a position there for RNG to fight. Yes, you had got good damage, but you're not really set up to win in that position.
And again, these fights are going to be snowbally, and particularly the fact that, you know, Viego can't just go in and decide, I'm going to win the fight single-handedly. He kind of wants people to be low. He wants people to chunked out. He wants targets to get resets off. That is when RNG find momentum. And yeah, just a better setup from JDG to force in. 369 in particular, just using that ult for poke, basically, finding opportunities when possible.
He's like a weirder Jace. As a flash has to be used, 369 almost.
A Jace, but instead of his shock blast is on like a 90-second cooldown.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's ideal.
Well, Moonlight Vigil does get popped out. Gala takes a lot of damage and actually goes into his ultimate, recognizing that, look, if he was getting hit by that, but now, look at the pressure you have on top side. You've got Yagao pushing in, and you have priority on this Baron. They may go for it.
Yeah, it's so weird that JDG is somehow managing to make this function as a poke comp, but it's working so far. And now they just look straight towards a Baron, and the thing is, they have to approach. Gala's chunked out and has no ult, but RNG should be able to get here in time.
There's good vision here from RNG. They know that they're going to be in the pit. They have a Scryer's Bloom there. And everything kind of comes in. Yagao hasn't been spotted just yet. Xiaohu might be in a lot of trouble, but oh, nicely done there. He had a spidey sense that something was up. Baron at Sap, maybe. That's a great explosive cast there from Bin to completely separate JDG, and now Kanavi needs to try and keep his missing support a little bit more safer as Xiaohu gets himself on the backside. They pop them out by Mortis, and 369 is dead. Look at Gala. He's free hitting with the feathers, and 3 kills out of nowhere. Resets for Wei, and RNG are back in the game.
RNG get a huge fight. Perfect setup. The Gragas just body slamming on repeat, and Wei finally gets those resets we're looking for. JDG make a fumble, they head into the Baron pit, and it sets up RNG to answer back perfectly. They get the big purple worm, and they find a gold lead once again.
This is a battle of heavyweights, and they're not putting their guard up. They're just throwing haymaker after haymaker at each other, both landing massive hits, neither willing to go down or back away. They both just want to try and end this game. You get Baron now for RNG as we look at this fight, because again, look at this explosive cast. It's huge.
Yeah, explosive cast is huge, and Bin ends, 369 ends up tanking up the Baron for a bit. But what I love about this is the use of Bin's body slam on repeat, and then Xiaohu coming up the flank later. So get this big amount of damage coming in the back line. Another body slam comes in, and everyone's just getting chunked down, unable to function. They just keep dying forwards, and this is the scenario where Wei can flourish, when you're getting those resets in the fight.
What a fight there, and oh dear, Kanavi, he gets hit by the explosive cast. He's going to try and dash himself away, but the belly slams are just smacking him in the face constantly, and now they can go into 369. They're going to get the TP out of Yagao, but that's another resource now that JDG don't do, and RNG, they're picking up the pace. They're going through the gears.
And this Gragas is doing so much work. The body slam is on such a short cooldown, right? The CDR in pocket for Bin just means he can keep checking and challenging this Xin Zhao. Kanavi ends up going down. And the team is continuing to apply that pressure. The wave clear is there, thanks to the Graves, but more minions are coming in.
Again, you just can't defend against this. Oh my god, Yagao almost got taken out there by a QW combination of Gala. That's going to secure the tower. And now RNG, they need to figure out. They don't have Baron for a long time. They have it for a good time. So they need to figure out how to make the most out of that good time.
Yeah, well, they're going to reset, spend a bunch of their gold. They're still mid tier 2 up. They're still top tier 2. They can definitely, with the bot lane being pushed in deep, they can kind of just forget that lane now and head up towards the top side of the map to play for it. But I think the call is actually, we want to secure this dragon, would be the third of the game. They want to invest, because as much as they have a lead now, as much as they're ahead, things haven't been surefire. There's definitely been moments where it has gone in JDG's favor, so they want to lock down the extra dragon and look towards that soul again. With how tanky Bin is, with how tanky Ming and even Wei with the death stance, that healing will just make it so much harder to cut through.
Oh, 369. 369. He's rolling a 3. He's a 3. He's a 3 in this one. He ain't looking so fine. And now we can see Ming just pushing forward unafraid. And they still have 30 seconds left on this Baron. It doesn't sound like a long time, but when you haven't got a Graves, you can take everything.
And I think JDG were caught off guard. They were like, okay, they reset. They either go up towards top side, play for those waves, or they go for Dragon. No, RNG just beeline straight mid and look for the engage and catch JDG off guard. And they might look to just push this one in. They don't have a minion wave to tank it, right? The cannon won't get in range, but they want to keep applying that pressure. One misstep could be a mid. Oh.
Missing, goes in, does land a hook, but the Feathers get drawn back, and that's the big misstep. You force a mistake, and they get onto the backside. Hope has nothing left. He has to reset onto himself, but he can't get back onto the fountain quick enough. The ignite is good, and this is going to be game 4 going over to RNG. We get Silver Scrapes for the second day in a row as this series is tied up 2-2.
Absolute banger game coming out from RNG. It was so close, such a back and forth, but RNG 2 games deep to the reverse sweep. They're looking to close this one out. We had one yesterday, and what a series, but the fact that RNG, I mean, honestly, game 1 and 2, they looked lost.
Yeah.
And they looked so much more convincing in game 3. Game 4 was a close one, but members completely stepping up. Xiaohun, LeBlanc, Stella, Bin finally showed his face on the Gragas, was making some hugely impactful casts, but critically, Wei on this Viego, it's a different beast, right?
You have to ban it.
When we were like, the volley bear,
the Lee Sin and the Viego.
You know, it feels like he's kind of playing it a little bit similarly to how we play the volley bear, but you have to be active in the volley bear, right? You have to be proactive. The Viego, you don't have to.
Yeah, you can be passive. You can pick up objectives.
Exactly. And then when it comes to team fights, I think something that we've seen them very expertly do throughout the split is great target selection, working as a unit in team fights, and that is just ideal scenario if you have Viego. You're like, okay, who are focusing this person down? Reset.
Yep.
Who are focusing this person down? Reset, and so on and so on. And it is just Celestia, but also rough for JDG, right? These 2 bans that have come out, Volibear, Lee Sin, have hamstrung Kanavi.
Yeah, and I mean, they've stuck so rigidly to their bans as well. They're getting rid of the Camille. They're getting rid of I believe they got rid of Twisted Fate once as well. But like, they haven't really changed their core of their bans. I think you got to change something right now, because the Viego. Yeah, I was gonna say the Viego, either first pick it on the blue side or force a ban on it.
You know what we've learned in the series? It takes 2 losses to realize you ban the enemy jungler's one trick, right?
Honestly.
It took 2 losses from RNG to realize, yeah, maybe we should ban Lee Sin, and JDG have lost 2 games, and like, hopefully they'll come back after the break and be like, okay, maybe we should ban Viego.
Is it going to be like 6 jungle bans across the board? That'd be
I don't think you need 6. I just think ban those ones. Yeah,
1
2.
each.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you throw the Volibear towards Canary as well, but that is probably all you need. And I think, like, we've seen some strategies come in. We saw initially the triple ban towards Yagao, and then there was double ban after, and it's just like the amount of bans thrown towards Yagao.
Yagao is just like slowly dropping in priority.
I think, but it's not even that. It's also the fact that both mid laners have plentiful champion pools.
Yep.
I feel like you can throw those bans and they'll still bring things out. It feels like the jungle, especially you've seen Hecarim get punished more frequently, right, with early pressure coming towards him.
Xin Zhao wasn't able to do anything.
Xin Zhao's been nerfed massively. I feel like there's less of a jungle pool. You know, as much as in theory there's a lot of picks, for these 2 in this series, it feels quite limited.
It does absolutely. And I think for RNG and RNG fans, they woke up. That's what we wanted to see. We were coming out of game 2 going, oh man, 0-3. This isn't what we wanted today. You know, the lads got a 5-game series yesterday, but they came back stronger. And this was a massive statement game because not only have you lost on red side, JDG, you've lost on blue side as well. So you've lost on both sides of it. So you need to just figure out what's your best move. Sometimes in these series it can just be side difference, but this does feel like it's execution based. And RNG, I feel like Wei and Xiaohu being on these very, you know, high burst impact champions in the mid jungle duo are just too powerful.
Yeah, I think mostly RNG have showed up a lot of their mid-game issues. I think particularly something that they've avoided is like they were so heavily committed to these deep picks, just trying to force on whoever they found, and there was a lot of champions like Leona, like the Sion, where it just wasn't a viable strategy. But I love how they're playing around these dragons quite heavily. This has been, I expected it from JDG because they are, you know, one of the heaviest dragon priority teams in the LPL. But this series has been very centered around them, teams setting up for those team fights, and in this game we saw back and forth. You can see it in the goal graph where, you know, sometimes JDG would find the edge, sometimes RNG, but like when they found that flawless setup, when they get the resets in the Viego, it's just something else completely. And
different beast.
I really hope coming in this game 5, if we see the Lee Sin volley ban from RNG, if we see the Viego ban from JDG, I am so interested to see who prevails in that scenario.
Yeah, who comes out on top? Is the Hecarim, the Xin Zhao? They both have their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe you go for something completely fringe. We have seen Kanavi bring out the Kindred every now and again. You know, you can
go.
Yeah, let's go. But that's the thing. You can go to those crazy picks because you kind of have to, but that's all the time we got for this particular side of the break. We're going to send it to the break, and we're going to join the beautiful music stylings of Silver Scrapes. We'll see you guys very soon.
Gale Force, but now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, shoulders, I'm a monster.
Going down here, the Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target comes to wild, goes to himself. Jankos looking for it. Jankos gets it!
Jankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
Here. They do not know that Selfmade's their control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. No! Wait, does Cap steal that from over the wall? He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Jankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my own self.
These two birds, he's trying to get one scout, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and then fight, and EDG won't go down.
Os Reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, mas gastou, que belo ultimate! Do combo! Inflamatilha foi a caça!
And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away, just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer, diving in for more. Kill number 2, kill number 3. 100 Thieves is walking over Cloud9. Chovy takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The Zap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me,
Welcome back, one and all, as we come into Game 5 of our Best of 5 series. We aren't even halfway through our double elimination bracket yet. We are in the first part of round 4. We come back in, it's going to be absolutely bangers all the way from here, and I am so excited. I am still Ushi, I am still joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox. And we got to talk about Wei, our MVP. He has been MVP back-to-back now, Game 4 and Game 3. This Viego just hits different, man.
Yeah, that was it. That was the technique, the hidden strategy for RNG. Pick Viego.
The hidden strategy. His old one trick.
Yeah, I mean, feels like JDG, again, took him 2 games, hopefully to realize maybe we shouldn't let him have this champion because he is delivering pretty spectacularly. But I feel like the rest of the team, right? Bin showing up finally. Ming having some fantastic engages on the Alistair, and Xiaohu on the LeBlanc just a constant thorn in the sides of JDG. But that was a close game. That was not one-sided.
No.
There was a lot of back and forth, and it felt like really JDG fighting at every opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see JDG now opting into going towards blue side. They are prioritizing that first power pick. I think they also kind of realize what we realize, that the big power picks are actually the junglers. So we need to get ours in as soon as possible.
What happened? What happened? This is what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get a draft. RNG are going to ban away Zeri, Volibear, and Lee Sin. Right? And then I'm hoping JDG ban Viego.
But what if they first pick it?
What do you mean?
The JDG could first pick Viego.
I feel like Viego's a...
It's a top tier pick, but it's not that top tier.
Viego's a Wei pick, right? That's the key difference, okay? I see Wei as a player as like, I'm not going to go too ham in the early game. I'm just going to kind of, farm a bit, do some objectives, and then it comes to team fights and I deliver, right?
Okay.
Whereas for Kanavi, it's like, I'm going to kill everyone on the map twice and then win the game. It's kind of, that's like the difference
Mainly in
between
top
them.
side.
Yeah, so, they could take it in theory, but I just don't feel like it's a pick that I really feel like Kanavi flourishes on as much as Wei. We're probably going to get those junglers banned out, and then probably, Camille ban coming out from JDG as well, and then the third one, whatever they feel like, but... probably Xayah first pick,
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
This is how I think this one's going to go, but I think it's interesting because game 1 and 2 were defined by the Lee Sin, game 3 and 4 I said the word a second ago in my sentence. No, whatever, man. It's game 5, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. But I feel like dictated, that's a great word for it. Okay, game 1 and 2 dictated by the Lee Sin, game 3 and 4 dictated by the Viego, and I think going into this game 5, I expect to see them both taken away, and that's where things get really excited. Everything down to this one
like
game.
you are right now.
I am hyped.
You're
right?
very hyped.
My blood pressure's going up. I'm pumped. I'm ready. Yeah, but I expect that to come through. And it's been interesting how we've seen the draft priority, but it's been that Xayah, and as much as we saw the nerfs for Aphelios and Jinx and things like that, I think I remember seeing a series earlier in playoffs where, things like even the Jinx and the Aphelios just were struggling to consistently auto, and a lot of champions in the current meta, you can't comfortably auto, whereas Xayah, she has a safety net at the ult, you can also just fire your Q off and get feathers down, and then even if you miss them, you just wait until the team fight shifts a bit, and you press E and everyone dies because her damage is absurd.
It makes fighting into chokes very hard as well, of course, but again, 3 out of the 4 games, for both teams, it has been Xayah first pick. It has been a very...
And then the other one
was Aphelios.
First pick on red side.
Yes, it was.
So,
and then Aphelios came after that. So it does feel like the Aphelios Xayah will be the new handshake, shall we say. But the Xayah, apart from that one game from RNG, it does feel like it has the matchup kind of figured out in terms of the Aphelios versus the Xayah.
Yeah, I feel like there was a game where you had the... it was the composition from JDG where they wanted to dive in RNG.
Yes,
I don't think she functioned as well there. And then the Renata, Aphelios, that's where it can really flourish. But I think especially, it's just when you have those fast-moving team fights, things like the LeBlanc, the Ahri, the Xayah can just set up feathers everywhere, and also has the ult to stay safe, whereas Aphelios can feel a bit clunky at times, just not able to move as quickly around fights, and he has to be in range to auto things or fire his ult off, but yeah. Oh, I just want to get stuck in a draft.
Same. I'm absolutely ecstatic to see where this final game goes. Remember, this is going to be winner goes into the winner's final to go against top esports. They keep their extra life. They are still relatively safe, quote unquote. There is the Viego ban that you were so talking about. We almost certainly see the volley being banned here by RNG and the Zeri as well. You're a maestro.
I feel like
orchestrating all of the bans.
Okay, so the interesting one is the LeBlanc ban towards Xiaohu. That's the only one I feel like is really any sort of surprise. But I feel like he was a massive threat, particularly if you're playing something like the Aphelios. I mean, if you exist as an AD carry, LeBlanc can be very frustrating and hard to deal with. So specifically targeting that pool, it could also mean we see high priority in the Ahri if the LeBlanc is banned away. Because I feel like Xiaohu isn't someone who... And that's why the ban comes out.
Wow, okay.
So actually opting to leave the volley bar open potentially for Kanavi, but in return, it does mean that Ahri is taken out of the way. So a bit of a mix-up. Do see the Xayah first pick. The question is, are we going to see Wei prior that volley bear, right? Because it is a high priority jungler, but we haven't seen him win a single game into the series.
No, it's been a high priority jungler, but it hasn't been a good pick. I think that's the best way I can put it for Wei. But RNG going to answer back with Gala taking the Aphelios. I know, right? Funny thing is, we have a second monitor which Ox has very studently put in all of the different picks and bans, and it's literally looking at the same thing in terms of tit for tat for Xayah, then Aphelios, Xayah, then Aphelios.
Well, in the first game, we had the
first game we got the Ahri first pick, but it's been banned this time.
I think if you want the volley bear, you pick it now. I feel like that's kind of going to be the thing for RNG, but I could very much see them not leaning towards it because it hasn't worked. And often in series, it sounds weird, but when a pick isn't working in the series, you just go, you sometimes stuff it.
You go double down and you pick it anyway.
I know, I respect this more, honestly, because I feel like a lot of players, if something isn't working or they lost on it or they feel like they can't have the impact, they end up going, no, I don't want to pick that, even though it might actually be the right pick or good in that. And I think denying it away from Kanavi important as well, but I love to see that, right? The Trundle, good for activating jungler, right? Also, the Pillar in combination with these double lethality spikers, the range from Jace, very hard to approach against the Pillar, and Trundle will out-duel the volley bear. Trundle out-duels anything, let's be honest, really. So, fantastic pick, I feel, here for JDG. Kanavi very happy. And our RNG, we could see a top lane counter towards that Jace, but given that they don't super lean heavy towards Bin, we could just see a mid laner come out as Priority Shadow. Could even see like the Nautilus. Oh, I love this.
I love this.
Oh, please do.
This is like Bin territory. Not only that, but Xiaohu plays it as well. So this is a 100% a flex, and it can just do so much into any lane they decide to put it in.
But I feel like it makes sense in top lane, right? Because you know you're into the Jace. The big thing is that Aurelia can really punish range matchups, but the really important thing is mid-prio. You need mid-prio for RNG, because what I want to see is I'm leaning towards top lane and killing the Jace. We've had Bully Hope throughout this series. I want to see Bully 369 in this game. We see the Rakan banned away, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? TF, something that can roam top very easily. A RNG special from the Crying days, banned away. I could also even see them take away the Rise, because I feel like Rise here for RNG would be spectacular. We'll see if they end up going for that one. For now, RNG do ban away the Rakan. You know, it's a bit. If you are going to go for the Rise 4th pick for RNG, I feel like banning a support here could be a mistake.
Yeah.
Because then you just, you thin your pool, because JDG, like, if you ban Nautilus, they'll pick Leona. So I like that they're going for the Zoe ban here. Do JDG ban Rise? That is the question for me.
Galio as well. I was just about to think that, because I'm looking at this Aurelia pick right now, and I'm saying, this is the kind of composition which Xiaohu loves to work around. You've got two massive divers who can then just get supported by that global ultimate like the Rise or the Galio. He'll have his pick of either one, but I don't expect him to pick it here. Honestly, you could pick your support here and then go for the last pick.
Go Leona. If you're really set on the Rise, you could go it here, but I feel like you go Leona and then you have plenty of options in terms of support. In terms of last pick, like you can go if they go Rise, you can go Galio, you can go various things. You could just take something like Contested Prio. We'll see what RNG end up locking in. I don't like the blind combo. Just go the Leona. Stop hovering things. Cool. Right. JDG. We could just get the Rise coming out from Yagao. I think you kind of have to take it to be able to contest and also to play for Kanavi. You have strong side laners who got a spike. We talked about that Eclipse Manamune spike that was so potent. So wouldn't be too surprised to see it there. Support's a bit of an interesting one, right? In terms of what we get there. It could just be something like the Alistair trade-off. Definitely wouldn't be too surprised to see that. Could also go in a different direction if you don't play something more defensive, like the Tom Kench. But ultimately, when you have a Xayah, when you have a Trundle with all the peel and disengage, I think Alistair probably just makes the most sense. We did see the set earlier into the Leona, but I
prefer the Alistair. Yeah, the Alistair just has a lot more survivability, has roughly the same level of engage, especially with the Glacial Augment, and I do much prefer this. So JDG, they're going back to kind of what worked in Game 1. You look at a lot of what they picked up here, the Jace, the Rise, the Xayah, very similar composition that they had from Game 1. The only real differences, of course, are in the jungle and, of course, in the support pick. But now RNG locking in the Galio. We talked about it. I love to see Xiaohu on a global ultimate.
Yeah, and it works here because it's one of those picks that you can play towards a silent. It's so important. If you pick this Aurelia, you essentially commit. We have to give Bin resources because you're not playing the Gragas where you can just chill and it's going to be relevant later. You need to have Bin crush this matchup, and then he's just going to be able to take over. And I love that RNG are going towards that. It kind of makes sense. We were talking about it. But I feel like we've got such a hype matchup. We have two early game junglers, right? We have two roaming mid laners, and then we have side laners who, if either side pulls out ahead in there, we could see them completely run away with the game. This is exactly what I want from a Game 5.
And this is exactly how you want to see both of these teams playing. It's quintessential JDG draft and quintessential RNG. They both got what they wanted. Very strong top jungle for JDG. Exceptionally powerful roaming for the side of RNG. And just a strong scaling bot side for them as well. So this is what we expected from these teams.
And it feels like this is quite evenly matched in terms of how, the drafts, right? There's definitely advantages, I feel like, having...
You zoom in on a specific thing.
Yeah, for sure. But overall, I feel like both teams have got strong options, and I think the fact that we've seen the Viego and the Lee Sin gone, it has leveled the playing field, right? It feels like this series has been unbalanced when they were leaving those junglers open, and now it feels like this is set up to be a spectacular Game 5. That being said, we could see it become very one-sided, because when these teams have similar win conditions, for example, if RNG pull off the roams, have the early pressure, and allow Bin to crush top lane, then this thing just could completely snowball out of control.
Here we go. Game 5 for the second day in a row here in the LPL. JDG versus RNG. Winner goes up against Top Esports in the winners final. Loser fights for their lives against V5. There are no more easy matches, and already JDG are waiting for some shenanigans.
So what often happens, you might have seen this a few times in the LPL, like whole teams grouping up, and essentially you see this ward that was placed down by Wei. Warding in these top rushes is so important for top lane matchups, right? And so what normally teams do is they'll have someone go up to the top lane, they'll throw their ward down, which isn't as important, right? Wei's going to reset and get sweep, he doesn't care that he used his. And it just helps Bin out, right? Because one of the most annoying things if you're playing Irelia into like a Jace is he'll sit in the bush, and you can't do anything to him, and then he'll auto you, pop back in, and so on. And then teams start developing where they'd go up as a 5-man. So if you're trying to ward solo, as Wei was, you can combat it. There we don't see any sort of transgressions, but it was basically JDG ensuring no cheese comes out and trying to stop RNG from doing the same. But yeah, I mean, we've set the expectations quite heavily for this game. I expect, and this is the weird thing for RNG, we've seen a split where Bin has got so much less attention. And this is a team who, when they had Cryon on and Xiao in the top lane, the game plan was play the top, right? That was such a solidified game plan. For anyone who didn't see it last year, it was basically Cryon was playing a lot of Roman champions, TF for the specialty. They played for their top laner, and it's been such a different shift in this split where Bin has often not had as much attention. But this is a game where they need to heavily lean into that, whereas JDG have kind of been doing it for a lot of the split.
Absolutely. It's definitely a shift in terms of RNG's composition, but it is more akin to what we saw them doing in 2021. Of course, the names have shuffled about just a little bit more, and we can't forget, this is the top laner with the Pentakill Fiora in the World Championship Finals. This is a guy who is known for his carry champions, finally given an opportunity here to maybe showcase something, and for RNG fans, you're hoping he can.
And that's the thing, people looked at Bin's addition and then Cryon going, having Xiao Hu in the mid lane and Bin in the top lane felt like such an upgrade for RNG. And as much as they had a good split, there was definitely times it felt like they weren't syncing as well. Bear in mind, Spring last year, they were absolutely fantastic. But I love that Bin is getting his chance. In this Game 5, the opportunity to go to the upper bracket finals, he is on that Irelia. Now, early levels, you know, Galio, as much as you can contest Prio later into the Rise when he's ranged, when you're melee, it's a little bit painful. And we did see RNG's bot lane have a bit more pressure. When Alistair's level 1, he can't do as much, but he finds more presence as he gets some levels in the matchup when he gets the W, Q, and the E. Leon is going to be having a bit more of a tricky time to evade, but now Kanavi, he's found Wei.
Yeah, and Wei's used a little bit of his damage already, so we're going to see now Sky Splitter comes down. I don't know if the Trundle really wants to fight this one just yet. The Aurelia's coming in. They may look to try and go for a 2v2. The mid laners are also roaming up as well. We're going to see Wei now with the Predator coming in from Xiao Hu on the bot side, though there was a fight already, and now they're going to jump in. This is terrible for the side of JDG. They've already lost one on the bot side, but they traded it back. We're going to go back into the top side as they're just going in toe-to-toe. They are going to try to use the bushes. The little bit of vision comes in, and now
has no mana.
Has no mana, has no flash, and nowhere to go. It ends up being a 2-for-2, 3-for-2, excuse me, across the map.
Yeah, but what a hectic one. And I mean, Bin, he sees all these low health targets. He's absolutely hyped for that. And the critical thing is Xiao Hu having that Predator, despite the fact we didn't see him with the early prio, he's able to move first. And, you know, it was scrappy, but Kanavi, ultimately, the big mistake he made there, because I talked about how the Trundle should be winning the 1v1 against the Volibear, he walked into the Sky Splitter, it gave Wei a shield and chunked him out, and then Wei was able to burst him. And from that point, you can't really fight back. Which is why we saw it initially going in favor of RNG. But critically, we get a kill onto the Irelia, which is massive. And we're going to replay the bot lane. So, pretty heavy skirmish. And I know that initially they got the kill onto the Alistair. But the Feather's actually catching out Gala.
Ooh, yeah, I'm surprised, actually. It looks like this should have been JDG maybe getting a bit more onto this. The fact that they traded it back is very good for RNG. But
yeah, this is what I mean from that fight. So the Sky Splitter comes down. And Kanavi, if he moved out of it, probably would have been able to take that a lot better. But the shield comes in for Wei, and you can see in the extended trade he's managing a bit better. But as soon as Bin walks in, he's so afraid. But it's Xiao Hu's here first. That's a critical thing. And I think the fact that the flash is used from 369 well means they don't instantly win it. but it's still just a very hard fight to take from this position, especially as Yagao ends up coming in with no mana.
Yeah, and Bin,
and imagine if Kanavi had died as well, how disastrous that would be.
I mean, nearly Bin getting himself up, and that's again the priority towards this top side, and RNG committing to say, look, we don't need to do anything else. He's got no flash, there's a Predator coming in, you're dead, son. They're going to get the taunt down as well. Not going to give it over to Bin, but they don't need to because they're crashing the wave.
This is the game plan. This is exactly what we wanted to see from RNG. Play towards top, and Xiaohu just doesn't care about mid. He's like, I have Predator, I will come top, I will help my top laner, I will set it up. Fortunately, 369 is a TP, so he doesn't mitch too much, but already 1-0-1 in this Aurelia. Got a plate as well on the back of that. This is setting up to be a painful game for 369. And I think back to the series against Weibo, where in the final game he had Kennen into the Shy's Aatrox, and he was the one who was bullying him out and getting the attention. Roles reversed in this game 5.
Already the tension between the lanes coming out in full force. It is still a pretty even affair. You have got about 1,000 gold lead for RNG, and it is basically on to way. And this is what we want to see from the Volibear.
This is why they're
This is why the Volibear has seen such high priority, because it can do this.
And you know, I feel like it's kind of funny that the more everything changes, the more everything remains the same. RNG, when they have to play towards top, it's like it just simplifies everything for them, and it just becomes so easy.
There's less people here. Oh, awesome!
Wait, we have to do the thing we did like all last year? Nice! Plenty of experience doing that. But still, JDG definitely not out. The goal deficit is painful. The top lane matchup is a little bit rough, and I think it really becomes a problem at level 6, because now Xiaohu has his ultimate. Wei's going to have it soon. I'm going to hold that Thor.
Oh, they got the Galio ultimate coming in as well. There's no flash here for Kanavi, and he's just dead. This is Xiaohu. This is why this Galio pick, it is such a great pocket for RNG, because it can have this kind of impact.
And also, I love this from Ming and Gala, right? They find a window to move from bot. Like, this is not a common move from typical bot lanes. They just go, you know, stuff it. We're going to invade, kill Kanavi. We know we have backup. Oh, yeah. I mean, fortunately, Wei isn't level 6, so it's not quite as difficult, but Bin is. Remember, 369 on Jace, you don't get much of a spike from 6. Aurelia becomes such a problem now. Wei does reset, and 369 will be able to catch the wave, but it's so precarious. With Wei's ult, with Bin's ult, 369 is dead no matter what when he's on the tower, as long as there's a semblance of a minion wave. Fortunately, with Xiaohu's ult being used, it's not going to be as threatening for a bit, but still, RNG are setting a pace to this game, and this is one of the more proactive games we've seen from them this split. They've obviously lent a lot towards objectives, dragons, heralds, but in terms of their actual activity, particularly from Wei, he hasn't been the most proactive. We see, you know, Chan on a good game, or Kanavi in general, have been more proactive junglers who have found more kills for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with RNG now having that extra global pressure, like, they're not going to quite have it if this dragon fight does kick off in the next minute or so, but we're going to see an engage in this bot side. You will have the feathers going flying for Hope if he does need it. Won't get the root down with his feathers being called back, but again, the pressure is always there. Now for JDG, we got to talk about how do you kind of stabilize, how do you stop this whole setup from collapsing around you, and I feel like it's got to come from this spike in the bot side.
Well, I think one thing that you can say is you have the Realm Warp advantage for a limited amount of time, right? So if you can utilize that before Xiaohu's ultimate comes available, that's when you find a window, but the problem is Xiaohu just have Predator, so it's very fixed. You have to find like a finite opportunity. For the time being though, it looks like they're actually going for a swap towards that Herald. Both teams are doing so. We'll see. Hope is actually walking mid, because he kind of wants to scope out what's happening for the other side. But there's a straight B line coming in from Missing, heading straight over. And critically, because JDG reset there, they actually have like a Dirk in the inventory of Hope. But RNG, they're on it first, and they're looking to secure this.
They are looking to secure this. You won't have the ultimate from Xiaohu just yet, but you do have a taunt and a flash. So all summoners available for RNG. You're starting to get a couple back now here, as we can see now. Missing in a lot of trouble. He's forced to flash away. You do have the Deadly Flourish moving, the Flawless Duet missing out on the top side, as the Herald now down to about 1700. One more auto attack would do it. There we go. The Vanguard's Edge comes in. They've already killed off the Trundle. Now they can start to move back on top of Yagao and Hope, but they've got some feathers. They've got some damage. As we get the bear coming back in, they kill off the Aurelia, but at what cost? Because you cannot Realm Warp out of here. You have to flash away 369. Everything goes in favor of RNG, and they get the Herald.
Absolute disaster for JDG, because the thing is, if you don't contest the Herald, you can leave Hope bot, you can get some plates, you can get extra waves, right? But they commit to it, and they still end up losing out. RNG very clutch in that fight, and as much as Bin ends up going down, the rest of the team are able to clean up. Yagao trying to exit the Realm Warp, gets CC, gets locked away, and critically, Wei, the one delivering on the smite. I mean, I was saying game 3 and 4, yeah, he's got Viego, obviously he's going to do well on it, but this game has been absolutely stellar from him. We'll get to see the replay coming out.
Yeah, and this is, again, look, you've already burnt the flash from missing. Very hard for him to get in here. And then once the Rift Arrow goes down, Bin does not hesitate and immediately trying to land that flawless duet on top of Yagao and Hope.
Yeah, and as much as a lot of damage and CC gets focused on and missing looks from here, they burn so much, and RNG still has so much gas in the tank. They know they can't win this fight, but the CC comes down on Yagao. He's not able to get away. So fantastic advantage. Now 2,500 gold for RNG pre-Herald. They still have that in inventory to make use of. So put in a rough spot, and it looks like the answer for JDG is we're just going to try and play through top. Hopefully Bin goes in for an engage and they can kill him. And if Bin plays respectful here, then really JDG won't be able to get anything. And RNG, they've started off the Dragon on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have a fairly decent idea that the Trundle is in this top side. You will be able to take that, and that's just another free objective for RNG.
And critically, if Kanavi shows top, but they don't kill Bin, that is an instant signal to RNG, we can Herald. Right, because they know the jungler's on the other side of the map. They know he's not where they want him. So Kanavi has to be really careful. You only show your face here if you're going to kill Bin. They don't find the window. They back away. You want to keep the fear on the side of RNG because, again, if you show, they will instantly commit to the other side of the map and you will get devastated.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. They can't really do much against Bin. Vanguard's Edge, the Flash, so many ways of just slowing down that dive. And yes, it's a Jace and a Trundle, but that's an Aurelia. You got to be careful. They're going to go into the mid lane. It's going to be Ming going in with the Solar Flare. Absolutely pinpoint accuracy. Single target CC for days, and that is a dead Yagao.
Yeah, and they could look for the Herald for the 2 plates mid, but they don't need to. They can just move off. Honestly, they could move as a unit towards top lane and look to secure more for lead for their Aurelia if they want. And you can see Wei and Xiaohu cutting in behind 369. This doesn't look fun for the Jace.
It doesn't look fun at all. No flash as well here, as you do have a little bit of a disengage there. You will not have the Predator for Xiaohu, not able to get there in time, but this is devastating right now. We kept harping on every single time about how 369 and Kanavi were the win condition for the side of JDG. That is a 0-2 Jace, and the turret is nearly dead.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem is, JDG, it's like they can either just leave it and let the turret go, because Bin will naturally end up just finding it. Like, 369 has to be so scared in this 1v1 with how strong this Aurelia is going to be. And unless you're willing to constantly have someone shadowing the Jace, it's just eventually going to get taken.
And this is why, yes, the Trundle is great in an isolated 1v1 against the Volibear, but he can't really get that aggressive move going. He can't really push himself into the enemy jungle, because with the Aurelia being as big as they are and the global ultimate of the Galio, you're never going to be in an isolated 1v1.
And this is kind of, we set this up in draft a little bit after it, whereas, like, you know, these teams have come in with drafts where they both have strong early junglers, they both have, you know, roaming mid laners, we have snowballing top laners. And really, we could see a situation like this where one team finds the sort of play they want to, they will snowball ahead. And actually, you see 369 so afraid to lean up towards that top tower, it just gets given over. Bin got solo first tower gold for that one. As much as the plates were shared, he is now going to be monstrously ahead. And how are you going to ever handle him? Like, you can just play one...
I was about to ask you that.
You can play, I don't know. You can play... The thing is, like, sometimes what you do is you have 369 in the side lane, and then you're like, we have a Ryze. Ryze can come and they can 2v1, and then he can teleport if we need to contest, like, Baron or something. The problem is, they also have a Galio, so they can always match you in the side if they need to. Bin now with Blader and King in inventory is super strong, and RNG are just putting their attention down. They want more plates, they have a minute to get them. They want some gold for Gala.
Yeah, get Gala going. As we said in our previous segment, this is how RNG love to play, getting that bot side up to a nice big spike. You've already got the Gale Force to keep himself safe and be aggressive should he feel the need. But this is now just RNG with the Moonlight Vigil coming in. The Gale Force as well. Not quite able to burst out missing, but again, that's the Alistair who's not really going to be able to defend.
Yeah, the critical thing is you get him chunked out, so he has to back away. I mean, the ult from the Alistair doesn't make you immortal, right? So if you're that low, you'll just get bursted. So he has to back away. That means Kanavi and Yagao can't defend against 4, especially with the Volibear ultimate, and they'll just pick up more plates. We do see in the mid lane, Hope is answering, and Xiaohu's going to move back over, just defend against that. But ultimately, you're getting a lot more off the bot side.
You're not even just getting the plates here for Gali, you're also getting the tower. The tower will lose those plates in about 5 seconds. You should be able to go. He almost gets all of them by himself. That's honestly incredibly impressive there. Red, white, those chakrams do so much when you're right up against the turret. When you're on melee range, it just becomes so much, and that's just a hell of a lot of gold. We're already at a 5,000 gold lead, just shy of it, and RNG are just cruising.
100%, and I mean, I love the fact they came out with this Aurelia and they had a comp to work around it, but it's like they haven't just committed a bin. Look at the CS discrepancy in mid. Xiaohu's dropped waves specifically to get his side lanes ahead, and this is what the comp needed to do. This is why it's functioning so well. So Now for JDG, things are a little bit tricky. I do think they have potential opportunities to find picks. Particularly, you can actually pick Ming quite easily with the fact you have a Trundle, right? Because you can shred the resistances. So they're kind of in that element where you're 5,000 gold behind. You have to start thinking, what can we do? Because it is a pretty rough position to be in. You have to find numbers advantages. You can't just go for flat 5v5. And RNG, they're just going to continue with their neutral objectives. Second Herald is up and available. They're going to move their resources over, right? They have TP on Bin to join. JDG won't contest. And then after that, they can just swing down towards the Dragon and look to secure. What I think could be an idea for JDG is if you set up some vision early on the Dragon, you can look for a pick around it. They try and find Ming, but they won't. But yeah, I feel like if they head down towards Dragon and get some wards down, that's when you can fish for a pick, because bear in mind, Dragon's in 15, RNG are probably going to rush down towards it.
Yeah, they can even drop Herald mid if they feel like they need the pressure there as well. So all the cards in RNG's hands. But again, we've been in this situation before. It does feel a little different, though, because this is RNG looking far more confident, far more composed in how they're executing their draft. 3-0-4 on way in the Volley Bear. We didn't have that in game 1 or 2. 3-1-5 for Xiaohu as well. He's finally becoming the big carry and just facilitating the rest of his side lanes. That is what we expect from RNG. And for JDG, you need a moment of magic. You need someone. Kanavi, 369. Hell, you've seen it from Yagao and Hope as well. We need someone to step up and be counted. Otherwise, they may end up losing this in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking rough, and now Mystic has to flash away. He's in a bit of a rough position. The problem is, again, you know, my thought process, if you get to Dragon area quickly, set up some vision, look for a pick, but even if they go for that, it's not guaranteed to work because Xiao has his ultimate, right? And that can mitigate the pressure. So I think you're kind of waiting for RNG to make a mistake or find those opportunities, those windows. You might be in with a decent shout to try and, if Xiao overextends, he might be a good target, but he does have a stopwatch to buy time. It just feels very rough for JDG. Fortunately, you know, obviously Baron's not on the cards at the moment. Dragon's in 4 minutes. You have a bit of time just to farm up and try and get some items. Something we talked about a lot when we've seen this combo of the Jace and the Xayah is the 2-item spikes. Rise as well, very strong there. The Eclipse and the Manamune for Hope isn't too far away. We do see the Eclipse just picked up for 369. It's going to be a bit longer for his Manamune, his tears not being close to spiked. But that is a good opportunity for them. And if you can keep RNG at bay and land the poke onto critical members, that is really where you can sort of find an advantage in the mid game that I think is pretty important for them.
Oh, Ming will miss the solar flare there, but no real objective to be taken on either side of the map, so no harm, no foul. You're not really losing any opportunity cost.
And I love, so what I often see teams do, which is a really powerful tool, is in the moment like this is like a point where there's no objectives really on the map, right? You can definitely find opportunities if you use your sideways, but you can even see 369's freezing. That's how like low pressure is in the moment. So you see moments like Ming going for the ultimate, right? He's probably not going to kill Hope's Xayah with summoners, but if you burn like a flash, that means that means they're not going to be up and available for the next objectives, and your ult is going to be back up pretty soon. So I love when they fish for those opportunities. They are going to look for that Herald mid. I don't think it's quite low enough just to die off the back of the charge, but it will get chunked out pretty heavily.
Yeah, it will bring it down to about a quarter of a third of its HP. You see the rest of JDG now here, all 5 members of JDG here, while Bin is off on the side lane just farming up. It is still a 5,000 gold lead. JDG recognized that, but similar to game 1, they were very smart in where they knew their strengths was. They knew where they could go for fights and when they couldn't. The big thing here, though, for RNG is they have an awful lot more tools at their disposal.
Yeah, I think the problem is game 1 and 2, what we saw JDG do a great job of was they had side lane pressure, and they would lean that into mid lane to find a play.
Well, we're going to see both ultimates used by the supports. We get a TP coming off the backside. It's going to be 369 coming in here as Ming goes golden to try and keep himself alive in stasis. Now, here comes the Aurelia. There's one kill going off. You trade support for support, and the Vanguard's edge is going to be used. There's going to be nice setters being drawn back as Wei now has to jump out with his ultimate. This is going back in JDG's favor, and we talked about this. We talked about how they're able to make this one work. RNG running to the 5 wins as they try and make sure they can keep themselves alive. They trade 2 for 1 down. RNG, you need to be making sure you win those.
Yeah, that was just kind of unnecessary. You know, I talked a bit about those fights, trying to burn summoners. They do at least get some of those, right? Flash down for Yagao and Kanavi, but they burn plenty of their own, so not really any advantage, too much gained. And RNG just overstep. You're so deep in the enemy jungle. You saw Bin. This angle Bin came from, if you actually look, so he went through the tower, a very precarious position. And the problem is, especially against like a Trundle Xayah, in these chokes, it's so hard to go deeper, and then when you're going out, there's only one way. I mean, look, Bin is literally coming from behind the tower here on the flank, and sure, he gets a kill, but then there's only one way to exit. You're dealing with the feathers. It makes things so difficult.
Yeah, and we talked about how powerful the Xayah pick has been all series. When you're in those chokes, those narrow moments, which become even more narrow with the Mountain Soul Rift, this is where the Xayah can flourish. This is where the Xayah can do so much, and now we come back into live, and we're starting to see 1 minute till Dragon. RNG need to reset the map.
Yeah, and they need to control the area. I still think they're going to be pretty favored going into this one. Again, the Dragon, like the river around it, a lot more open, a lot easier for RNG to fight in. Oh, they're looking for
Cleanse burned.
That's big.
Yeah, it's very big.
They're not up for, I mean, I will say the Leona ult might just not be up for the spawn of Dragon, but you take that, right? You've been Cleanse and Flash from Hope, and nothing else was traded for other than the Leona ultimate, so perfect for
Predator
RNG.
cooldown, which will be back in 30
seconds.
Yeah,
this sucks to say, because if RNG get Mountain Soul, it's really difficult. This might actually be a situation where you opt not to fight this from JDG. It could be precarious, but we'll see. Obviously, they delivered okay in the last fight. We do have Manamune about to be fully stacked for Hope. He's literally, I think, one more ability hit, and he will have that available. So that's a spike for him, but 369 is still a while away from his.
Absolutely, and I think the big problem is, though, is that, yes, you will get that spike for the Xayah, but you don't have Flash and Cleanse, as we just talked about. You only have your ultimate to keep yourself safe. You got good peeling tools with the Alistar and, of course, the Jace, but there's only so much they can do. Now, next 5v5 comes in. Dragon has been started. This is RNG going to try and put themselves onto Mountain Soul Point. There's a big flank coming in from Bin as he tries to get himself behind the backside. If he can get a Vanguard's Edge onto multiple members, it could be huge. The poke is being mitigated as they get the Moonlight Vigil coming in. Kanavi going to try and steal this one straight away. They're a bit separated here on the side of RNG. It will be secured, and now Kanavi's left up a creek without a paddle, and now with the Solar Flare coming down, they will catch out Bin and trade it back, but there's only so much you can do. Xayah will fall, and they're trying to turn this one all the way back in their favor. RNG with a triple kill for Gala, end up getting the Dragon, and they can turn for the Baron as well.
Head straight over to it, right? 369 missing, the only ones alive. Sure, 369 can poke a bit, but you have a Felios with Bloodthirster. You're not really too worried. They crushed the fight, and that's my question. I said maybe JDG just give this one up, but they felt pressured. Mountain Soul for RNG would be huge, so they commit to the fight, and they're just not able to find, despite, you know, they have a good turn onto Bin, and it didn't look like Bin did much. He doesn't need to. They focus so many resources onto dealing with his Aurelia, it just means Gala can walk up and dispatch everyone.
Absolutely clinical there from RNG to get the Dragon in the 50-50. Kanavi's then separated, and now they get the Baron. They're going to be able to put that. You're talking about a Baron both with an Aurelia and a Galio. You have so much 1-3-1 pressure now.
Oh, 100%. It's painful. It's really painful. I mean, the replay, so it is a bit sporadic, right? A lot of damage gets focused into the pit. Initially, you see Ming get chunked out quite heavily, and we see the commit for the Dragon. At the end of the day, Wei secures it, which is massive, but even if he didn't, it's not that big of a deal. Because, you know, JDG pumps some damage there, and then they see Bing come in. And everyone kind of beelines over, like, we need to deal with this Aurelia. Open the Xayah, Missing's heading over to deal with it, and then the cleanup is there. Gala, untouched at this point, is able to move forward, and Wei and Xiao, who's still healthy, and they can just keep cycling their CC chain and allowing their AD carry to flourish. And now, as you said, Baron in pocket. They're playing through mid and bot. Yes, we see you guy on the top lane. They don't care.
My God.
Yeah, they are forcing forwards. They are sacrificing top lane just to get things done with this Baron. And think about it, right? We actually see 369 in the jungle. He can't answer Bin right now.
No, he can't. He can't go near him. That's a Gore Drinker, Blade of the Ruined King. Yes, you get a tower on the top side, but now Xiaohu with the Predator trying to see if he can keep his solo laner alive. This is just such good pressure right now.
Yeah, they have to move Kanavi down to answer bot lane. The cannon minion's still hammering it, but that means mid lane is now vulnerable. Cleanse just
he's dead!
He's gone!
He's gone! He was left alone for half a second, and he got caught out by the side of RNG. They still have Baron for a minute 30. This honestly could be so much loss.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, JDG, just sack mid. You're not going to be able to defend it. Go and try and help with bot. But even then, bot lane tier 2 is gone.
They can end the game here. If they get the wave from bot side, they can 100% end this game. Look at this. They're going to go for the mid lane inhibitor. Going to rotate down. Yes, you're getting a top lane tier 2, but who cares? You're losing everything here, JDG. RNG are just smacking them down, and we're going to see a fight coming in. This could be the final moment for JDG if they're not able to win it. Double tower turned off as Trundle will fall. The Jace is next, and everything's falling apart. A second reverse sweep is looking likely. The Nexus turrets are the only thing between RNG and a 3-2 scoreline. They are going to do it, for theirs is the power, and this is their kingdom. RNG, the Spring Emperors, yet to be defied.
And Hope is still alive, but Hope is gone for JDG. They get crushed in that game. Both teams came in, the two high-powered junglers, the Lee Sin and the Viego, taken away, and we said this is an equal playing field, and RNG delivered, right? They had the comp they wanted, they had the Galio, Xiaohu doing what he does, the glue that keeps the comp together, and Wei, he's been hit and miss throughout the season. This series, game 3, 4, 5 on
He did it to the end. He did it to the end.
Absolutely, right? You in a little bit to bring it back, and literally them doing a top esports, getting the reverse sweep, and this is critical because now they have that second life still.
Yep.
And JDG will go to face V5. I know V5 obviously lost against top esports, but it was a close series, and I would not enjoy being sent up against them given their regular season. So RNG still very much keeping their hopes alive, not only to defend their spring title, which they had obviously last time around, but also they want to return to MSI and defend their MSI title as well. Huge performance coming out there.
What an absolute banger series, and the adaptations we saw, the mini metas that we always love to talk about, and for RNG, this is why this team is so scary. This is why we love talking about them in such a smart sense, because they made the adaptations. They went crazy, balls to the wall in their first draft and said, 3 mids banned. Okay, 2 mids banned. All right, no mids banned. We'll go with something else completely different, because they knew, they recognized that wasn't where the priority was. It was in the jungle. It was in getting those early skirmishes, and honestly, just making sure Wei had an impact, because in the games 3, 4, 5, Wei had constant impact in those games, and you know who didn't? Kanavi.
And I think what's fantastic is that I came in the series thinking this is actually a good matchup for JDG, right?
Yeah,
I
you
thought
predicted.
I thought stylistically this is a good matchup because consistently RNG been leaving Bin to dry. Bin's had some mistakes in the laning phase where he's been punished. Kanavi's very proactive when Wei is a little bit more tame. And we also see a focus around top lane to get 369 ahead. Game 5 was RNG like, we are going to be super proactive. We're going to lean towards top and give Bin resources. As much as they still gave it to Gala as well, they allowed Bin to flourish in the matchup. And all the sort of weaknesses, I was like, these are vulnerabilities for RNG. Over the course of the series, they adapted to answer. So fantastic play coming out for them, and we've gotten our money's worth today and yesterday.
Woo! It's good to be
It's
good to be a fan of LPL. That's all I'm saying.
100%. No 3-0s over here.
No 3-0s here. Only 5-game bangers all day, every day.
It's scripted already, by the way. We've
got
locked in.
Well, look, so's the
rest of
LEC. They know that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows this whole thing.
Yeah,
is scripted.
G2 just came back and won shit.
Lower bracket run. Get out of here. Like 12-0. Not likely. Not really gonna happen. But again, massive win for RNG. We call them the Emperors of Spring. We know that these guys can just do it every single spring. It doesn't matter. The meta, the changes, the players, they just work in spring season, and I don't know why.
Which is it's kind of a weird one as well, because I felt like my view coming in the split off RNG was, they had such a solved playstyle with Cryin, where he plays the roamers, plays towards top. Kind of what we saw this game, right? This felt very reminiscent of what they used to do with Cryin on the roster. But I felt like it was a net positive, like a lot of people felt. Bin in the top lane and Xiaohu mid felt like an overall upgrade, but it might take time to work it out. And, there have been some misses. Even in the series, there were some misses. But this game was kind of them showing they still know how to play for the top laner. Actually, Bin doing the most damage, but the pressure was there. The goal difference is ridiculous. And you actually look, you compare this on the other series. This was a very, other games in the series. This was a very fast game. This was a low damage game. Like, the AD carries the most with only 12,000. This was RNG controlled, and one of the big things we've seen that they've been so good at is once they get a lead, they are very consistently good at pushing it, and there've been flubs in this series towards the end of the split. Series against WE, right, where they get a gold lead and end up losing it, but this is kind of like the style of play we expected to see from them, and we want to see more if they're going to continue their run in playoffs.
Honestly, there are no easy series left in the top 4 of LPL, but this one just felt a little bit tougher and honestly vindicating for RNG. It felt very good, I imagine, to go from 0-2 down to 3-2 up, and now you keep your extra life. So even if everything goes to crap against top esports, you're still okay-ish. You just need to kind of bring it back. You get an extra life on that. And now, sadly for JDG, amazing series. I still think there was a lot of positives for them, but you're going up against V5 in an elimination match now in the loser bracket. I just feel like that's such a difficult thing to try and come up against, because I think, if anything, V5 are going to be chomping at the bit after losing, going from 2-0 up to 3-2 down.
Yeah, and I feel like you have a lot of information as well on JDG. We've seen JDG play 2 5-game series on this patch. That's the thing, is coming into this, we were talking about RNG, haven't played in 3.5 weeks, haven't played in this patch. It was sometimes a little bit difficult to scope out what they would do, but JDG, you have so much information on them, so much to prepare up against them, and I feel like V5, as much as they lost against top esports, are a very formidable team, so one of them will be going.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing to say.
We go from 4 to 3. We have to.
That is what factually happens.
That is how a double elimination works.
Yeah. But, you know what must really suck if you predicted V5 and JDG to win, my predictions are doomed. But
Oof.
you know, so close, 2-0s.
I did say in one of the breaks when we went 2-0 up for JDG, I was like, I'd love for RNG to bring this back and just have egg on your face because you were so smug. Even in our chats with Lyric and the rest of the crew, you guys were like, oh, the correct predictions. How dare you to question the all-powerful analysts?
I did it on purpose, so we got the reverse sweep right. You know, that's what we're going for.
That's what we gotta do. We gotta pray to the gods and manipulate the RNG of series.
Just kiss them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I just find it enjoyable that we've had such a hard-fought playoffs so far, and it feels like we're going to continue to get them because I feel like there's so little between these teams, and it really does come down to execution on the day, how they adapt in the as we said, the mini meta within the series, how they adjust things there, and it feels like, especially this game, like I think one thing with the series, the last series we saw against JDG and Weibo, there's a lot of trading off on things like the Ari and the Veigar across the board. It felt like both teams for most of these games, like, okay, we have this view and we're going to go with this.
Yeah.
And as much as 80 carries get traded off, we've seen that throughout the split, so that wasn't a big deal. But definitely Wei, I expected Kanavi to have the advantage, but Wei and Kanavi had the back and forth, and I love to see that Wei really stepped up after not the most stellar split.
Yeah, honestly, Wei looked very good. I think Bin, given the opportunity, yes, he didn't do a huge amount of quote-unquote damage, but he was pressure, and that's what they needed to do. They put the pressure on the top side. It meant that Jace couldn't get ahead.
Intimidating.
Absolutely.
And
That's half the job.
was like, I'm going to just walk away from my tower because I will die.
Well, because, again, he couldn't risk it. He couldn't actually put himself in a position where if Bin got up to the tower and he was there, he was probably dead. So it wasn't much he can do. But we got our MVP from Game 5. It is the Spring Emperor, the little tiger himself. It is Xiaohu. Honestly, the Galio, it'll forever be in my mind as a Xiaohu pick.
Yeah, I mean, it worked so well here in every way. We were talking about going into the pick before, saying this is a Galio angle. I was actually thinking JDG might ban it, because we expected the Rise as like that Roman pick, and maybe that's why they didn't ban the Galio, because then the Rise might be uncontested. But Yagao Rise is like a pick we very much thought would come out. But you have the roaming ability to match it. I think the critical thing is not just the fact they both have global ultimates, it's the fact that the Galio runs Predator.
Yeah.
Right? And he's so good in those skirmishes. Like we saw Yagao join that top side skirmish.
Level 3, yep.
And he ran out of mana, couldn't really do much. But Xiaohu charged in with Predator, channels his CC, and he's just so impactful. So a fitting MVP for Xiaohu in the final one, and I think that was an example of a game where we've seen a lot of these from the split from him, where he's kind of been the glue that has kept this team together and being able to be very proactive in the map setting of plays.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, seeing Ming in hard engaged supports, we saw him in the Karma in Game 1, wasn't the greatest of performances. Yes, great early game, not so great end game, but it is great to see him on things like the Alistairs, the Nautiluses, anything, Leonas, anything that he can basically run with and make use out of his ability to just be in front of people. His engage, his knowledge of when to engage and how to engage are just absolutely incredible. And honestly, this RNG side, as they started the series very, very shaky, grew and just became warmed up and became much more of a cohesive unit throughout the end of it.
Yeah, and I think they need to continue that though, because again, I think both series we've had, neither have been like fully convincing by merit of them being the best of 5. But I feel like the fact that it is double elimination now, we could easily see teams bounce back and look to challenge. I think neither JDG or V5 are out, obviously, but definitely an opportunity for them to fight back. And I think neither top esports or RNG can rest on the laurels at this point.
No, they cannot. I do believe my producer did say that the bracket is ready. Let's have a look at that one potentially, as I'm kind of throwing to something. There it is. I knew I didn't hear it incorrectly. But we are now down to 4 playoff games left. We've got top esports versus RNG in the upper bracket final, and the lower bracket, someone is going home, Ox.
Yep. I mean, I think after the series, I feel like JDG put in such a strong effort. It would be really sad to see them go, but it'd be crazy if V5, after the split they had, just get bounced out of playoffs.
Our favorites for the entire playoffs, and I don't think that was an egregious thing to say. I think everyone, including, even Munchables, who put top esports there because of Mojo, he didn't actually believe they'd win.
Whoa,
he just wanted to be there to commit to the bid. No, I'm calling him out. No, I'm joking. But again, V5 getting knocked out, it is a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like no one's safe. Right, top esports and RNG are slightly more safe.
Yeah, they have a higher safety net.
But no one's truly safe. And as is, I feel like the LPL has been unpredictable. I think that is the thing we can definitely say. EDG getting knocked out so early. You kind of just look back and it's crazy. We've seen EDG get knocked out, which obviously was so long ago, March 29th. But yeah, I feel like all 4 of these teams, I feel like we got the top 4 we deserved, right?
Yep.
I think all 4 of these teams are powerhouses in their own right.
I agree. I completely think that our top 4 is probably in terms of the actual top 4 of every other major region, probably the most stacked. I think if in any of the top 4 teams, any single one of them could win. There's no clear winner. There's no very obvious, you know.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like a lot of. I mean, I feel like G2 came out of nowhere for the LEC.
Yep.
But they stomped, right? T1. I mean, I feel like
T1 or T1.
You could have called that when they finished. I mean, halfway through the regular season. I feel.
Yeah, exactly.
But at least you wait for good faith. You wait till the end of the regular season. And go, yeah, they're gonna win it.
Yeah,
you know?
to be nice, nice
yeah,
to the other
100%.
players.
But you know, I feel like. People saw this top 4, and we had that time off, that delay, and people were still just like, oh, I wonder who's going to represent, because no one had any clear ideas. As much as people had favorites, it was still hard to call. And I feel like we've had 2 series. I don't feel closer to an answer.
I mean, yeah,
I feel further away.
I was gonna say both of these next series could go to 5 games, and anyone could bloody win it. So we don't know where it's all gonna go, and we still have so much action to bring you. But for today, that is all we've got. Thank you, the fantastic Mr. Ox, for bringing me this. Thank you, of course, to everybody who watched us, and of course our fantastic production crew who were able to bring us these games. It has been a trying split, you know, with offline, online, and posters, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that. My office looks clean. I'm very happy with it. But that is all the time we have for you guys today. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you guys on Saturday on the same channel at the same time.